Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And oh my God, it's early. It's so early in the morning. I know it's not any earlier than any other Alec Murdaugh murder stream is, but it's early. Whoo! Oh my. Oh. I don't know about you guys, but I've got a case of the Mondays. By that I mean, I wish I was dead. Oh boy. All right. I'm just getting everything ready. I just got up. So forgive me. Okay. What do we got? Man, so how was Friday? How was Friday on this thing? No, get out of there. Did any of you guys watch it Friday? I did not. I was gone. Friday was good. I took the day off. Day off work or day off the trial? Let me get Bronca going here. Send out messages. Oh boy. It was good. The housekeeper was helpful for prosecutors. The dead housekeeper? Here we go. Sending out text like it's free. Okay, there's all those. Oh. Gotta get my headphones in. Man, I'm behind today. Why would you get fired? Rick Nikita, don't get fired today. Get fired tomorrow. Always tomorrow. What's up, Kimberly Ashcraft? How you doing? Mic volume is super low. Oh my gosh. Wake up. There we go. Yeah, no, my mic volume's normal. I haven't changed anything on that. Am I wet today? My hair's a little wet just because I had to style it. Okay. Almost. Oh God, these law and crime people are talking and I want to just. Okay. Whew. Just sound tired. I am tired. Very tired. We'll wake up as we go. Gotta do my stretches. Let's see, what else do we got? I gotta send one more of these links out. Where are we? Where are we? There. Oh my goodness. Stop yawning. Wake up. Did I catch up on Friday? No, I didn't catch up on Friday. I was busy all weekend. Had good stuff going on. What is my opinion about Eastern Oregon seceding into Idaho? You need a lot. You need a lot of stuff to happen for that to work that's my opinion, but yes, I did see that Ethan Ralph has been banned from Twitter. I've seen it. I haven't seen it. I haven't been on Twitter to verify it, but I've heard about it. Okay, so the home nurse for defendant's mother, is that who was good on Friday? She's yakking on Law and Crime right now. Here, I'll pull this up.
It affects the body in the same way.
This must have been from Friday, huh?
At that time, she could not walk, but we could pick her up and put her in the wheelchair, pivot her, and take her and put her in the bed, and she could feed herself.
Oh my God.
But now she is deteriorated and she can't feed herself. She can't even give herself a drink of water.
Mentally, did she recognize her?
Okay, I can't. I don't care. Well, be quiet. Be quiet. Be gone, thought. All right. Yeah, I was for those of you who are wondering what I did this weekend, it was pretty simple, but it was very busy. I was flying around the country, shooting down UFOs. That's what I was actually doing. I was flying around. There was some stuff over like Canada, over Alaska and stuff like that. And I just was flying around shooting them down. That's what I did. Some of them were identified, some of them were unidentified. One of them was actually Sam Smith. They took his really fucking retarded looking Grammys costume and loaded him up with helium, and he just floated around. So thank God I've ended that ugly menace from society. He's gone forever. We don't have to worry about that anymore. But what we do have to worry about is this. Hey, what's up, man?
Morning, man.
How are you?
I'm doing great. Living large.
Good. You know what? I have the most important news for the entire earth. On Thursday, I think it was, someone sent me a super chat and they said, "Hey, Nick, who you got for the Super Bowl? I'm going to bet $2,500 on whoever you pick." And I said, "That's about the worst decision you can make. I don't know anything about football, but I picked the Kansas City Chiefs." Boom. They win. Done. You're welcome,
Well, you knew
that
which way
guy.
to you know which way to go because Jim Cramer, financial wizard, picked the opposite team.
Oh,
And you can count on Jim Cramer being wrong 100% of the time.
I hope that guy I hope the guy actually made that bet. That'd be hilarious. So I wonder what you get for winning with the Chiefs. Like, I wonder what the odds were. They got to be close. Like, you probably didn't make a ton of money, right? I don't know. I don't bet on football. I don't watch football, so I certainly don't bet on it. What'd you do this weekend?
I didn't watch the Super Bowl.
Me either. I
didn't even know who was playing until I had to drive one of my daughters to a friend's house. They were watching the Puppy Bowl, whatever that is.
Oh.
But yeah, no, just hung out, relaxed, caught up on sleep a little bit. It was good.
Yeah, I didn't watch the Super Bowl at all, but my son was, my two sons were at a Super Bowl party at the church with their like youth group. And so I had to watch for when the game ended so I could drive to go get them. And so I'm
Right,
like Googling Super Bowl every 40 minutes, like, God, this thing is still going. And when there were 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter, I knew there was about an hour to go.
Right. That's
So
the worst.
you need to watch.
Everything's a delay.
Someone's saying I need to watch the Tinsley Cross on lunch. Did they just shred that guy? Mark Tinsley on Friday?
No, there was no cross. The cross was one question.
Well,
And then the defense just walked away and we're done with him.
what's the question? Just why are you gay?
It was what was it? It was had you said something to the effect of, and they repeated a quote from him from his in-camera testimony. I don't even really remember what the sentence was, but he was immediately combative. He was like, "Counselor, I can't hear you. You're looking down on a piece of paper. I can't hear you." Everybody could hear him just fine. The guy was just being a dick.
What's the question?
And basically, they had to ask the judge to compel him to answer the one question, and then the defense said, "That's it, we're done." And you could see Tinsley on the stand was so disappointed. He was so looking forward to that cross, just so he could fight with them, and it just was denied.
Wow. Well, that's good. Although kind of like it would have been funny if they would have just beat him like a piñata. But oh boy.
Yeah, I thought they might go after him for the the news that he'd contributed $1,000 or whatever to the caretaker's GoFundMe account, but they didn't go near it.
Right. Confuses the issue. I like how the judge was wrong. That would be an excellent question for cross-examination. Apparently not, Judge. Apparently the lawyers who decided to keep practicing decided that wouldn't be a good question at all. Oh boy. Yeah, I did not catch up with the trial at all as to what happened on Friday. I was all weekend I was occupied. So or asleep, occupied or unconscious. That's good. I wasn't in locals. I didn't do anything. It was as far as the internet. It was great. Whew. Goodness.
And now we're back to the Murdaugh trial. Only 4 weeks to go, so that's good.
I hate you. I hate that you just said that. The state said they're going to wrap up by Wednesday today. That's
Wednesday this week. Yeah.
Wednesday this week. Yeah, that's right. I don't believe them at all. Do you?
No, they were very they sounded like they were equivocating to me. Like we think perhaps maybe we expect that it's like, all right, whatever.
We might possibly get done by Wednesday. Who knows?
I mean, how would they know? How would the state actually know? It all depends on how much more garbage the judge lets them bring him in, right? So it's really up to the judge.
Judge, we might be done by Wednesday, but frankly, we were planning on being done a week and a half ago until you decided to let the entire earth testify. So we're going to call Jesus Christ to the stand and see if he returns before we finish. Yeah, so the proceedings have not started yet.
I mean, one of these days, presumably, we have to hear from the medical examiner.
You'd think. Yeah, I guess. Wouldn't it be funny if they just forget to prove that they were dead? They just forget. They're just an oversight. Oh my gosh. Trying to think of what else happened. What's going on in the news? Oh, tonight I will be reviewing the Blaze lawsuit. Sydney Watson is suing the Blaze for sexual harassment and discrimination related to statements made by Elijah Schaefer on the show You Are Here, the You Are Here podcast. Now, importantly, Elijah is not part of the lawsuit. Elijah is not being sued for anything improper. The Blaze is being sued for negligent management or failure to manage Elijah, creating a hostile work environment for Sydney. So it's kind of an interesting case in that respect, where he's the person allegedly making the statements, but the statements are not inherently a problem for him, but they're potentially a very big problem for the Blaze. Sydney Watson had a roughly $1.2 million contract total value with the Blaze, and when the You Are Here podcast ended, she is eventually allegedly fired from the Blaze, not having another show to go to. So I'm mentioned in the lawsuit, so I've got to go ahead and read it. And
no kidding.
Yeah, well, I was on a couple of the last shows of You Are Here, and then Elijah came on my show and made some statements that are mentioned in the lawsuit. I, however, am squeaky clean and innocent of anything. I'm not accused of anything, and I want to clarify something. I'll do it again tonight, but Elijah is accused of bringing on and booking several misogynistic guests that were very abusive towards women, and Sydney was supposed to sit there and take it. I'm not one of those guests. I don't know if people know this, but Elijah never booked me for the You Are Here podcast. I was never booked by Elijah. I was always booked by Sydney Watson. So there may be some confusion if people don't know and think I'm an uber misogynist, but I'm not one of the ones mentioned. So there's a big rift in conservative media right now. We got Crowder and Daily Wire doing their thing. Now Sydney Watson is drawing battle lines against the Blaze.
And the Blaze is what? That's Glenn Beck's thing?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
So
I don't really follow media. I like Sydney Watson, though. I've seen her YouTube channel. She's funny.
Yeah. I met her. She's super nice. I mean, as far as the claims go, I'll take a look at them tonight. I've only skimmed the lawsuit so far because I heard my name was mentioned. I'm a narcissist. So I went and looked at that just to go, oh God. Actually, my concern was that the wording in the lawsuit would be ambiguous enough as for me to have to submit some sort of statement that I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to get involved in the actual lawsuit itself. Like, I'll comment on it, of course, but I didn't want to make a statement or representation of the court. But I was very glad to find out that I was not represented in an improper way. So, but yeah, lots of high drama. So I'm going to talk about the lawsuit tonight. I may have Elijah Schaefer on this week as well. Again, he is named in the lawsuit, but not as a party to the lawsuit, which is kind of it's really interesting. He said a bunch of sexually harassing things about me, but he's not in. But I guess he had no duty to her in that way. So very weird.
Well, I guess he got fired too.
Yeah, he got fired. And as to why he got fired is a little confusing to me because there were allegations of a groping that occurred around the time that he got fired. And that was purported to be the triggering event for the termination. But the way I skimmed the lawsuit, and again, I haven't read all of it, so I have to go and check, I'll have to look at it tonight. But it seemed to be possible that the firing incident was related to Sydney Watson, which was not the groping. This is not the groping you're looking for. So I'm not really sure about that, but I don't know if Elijah will talk about the suit at all. We'll have to see. But anyway.
Well, lots of drama.
Yeah. One too many dick jokes, apparently.
And then I wonder why the Blaze has never had me on.
Yeah, no kidding. only show. I was on Glenn Beck twice during Rittenhouse. I think it was twice. Then I was on You Are Here a couple times, and then it ended. I was one of the I was one of the very last guests that they had, which I do take full responsibility for shutting it down.
I know how that feels. I was on a TV show for a while on the Outdoor Channel called The Best Defense, and I think I did the last 3 seasons. 2 seasons, 3 seasons, and then they shut it down. I always felt somewhat responsible. They assured me it wasn't me though. So I
Right.
don't know.
Yeah, they said the same thing about me on the You're Here podcast. Like, it's not related to you. Like, oh, thanks. I feel like every woman who's ever broken up with a man is talking to me right now. It's not you.
You're not that important. That's how I hear it.
Muzzy Skeleton says, best of luck to everyone near that toxic train derailment. Better check yourself constantly for cancer for the next couple of years. Okay, I don't know anything about the toxic train derailment, but what's up with all these damn toxic explosions and fires? There's the one in Ohio, right? That's not the
That's
toxic.
what she's talking. That's
That
what they're
is?
talking about. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Whew.
Everything's fine.
Yeah. Well, there's also all the fires at all of the food places, particularly egg thing. Like, there's an egg shortage up. Egg factory just got caught on fire. It's like, oh, did it? That's cool. Thanks.
Well, it'd be nice if we had an actual news media that provided useful, contextualized coverage of these things. I mean, I have no idea, for example, how often egg factories burned down last decade. I mean, maybe there's a base rate of these industrial accidents, and it only seems worse now because we're hearing about it now. But how would you know unless someone did the research and informed you about it?
Right. But at the same time, the media is so broken. If they came out and they were like, you know what, these egg factory fires happen, once a month, I wouldn't believe them.
Right.
Like, oh, do they? How come I never heard of one before? I didn't even know eggs could catch on fire.
Burning chickens everywhere.
Could you imagine the chaos in that place? Wait, that'd be turkeys. Turkeys gobble. Chickens just run around like idiots. One Up Shroom says, I present $20 in hopes of buying you a coffee this morning, Ricada. Also, shameless grift. If you like the games of video, check me out on Twitch. Not streaming Wallmaster. Ricada is. That's One Up and Shroom, where the S is a 5, is that channel. So check him out on Twitch. See what's going on. If you like watching video games, I don't know. Andrew, I know you're not a big video game player.
I'm not, no.
But have you heard about?
I've played Pong. I played Pong. I had a Pong game when I was a kid.
Ooh, were you any good?
I don't know. I was by myself, so I had to play Pong against myself. It was pretty boring.
See, I envision if you lost Pong that you would just pull out your gun and shoot the other paddle.
I tried playing the modern games with my son when he was a teenager, Modern Warfare, that kind of stuff. But I'm too old. There's too many buttons and stuff on the controllers for me.
Yeah, and if you don't play them all the time, especially games like Modern Warfare, you're too slow.
You get shot immediately all the time. Right?
Yep. Like I used to play first person shooting games back in high school and college. And I was not good at them, but I was okay, right? Like I could play. And then I tried playing years later. I just died constantly. It's like, this isn't fun. Why are all these people faster than me at everything? But I was just wondering if you had seen the drama around the Harry Potter game that came out, Hogwarts Legacy.
I heard something about it pass by in the news, but I was just at Universal Studios about a month ago in the Harry Potter world.
Right, Diagon
I have to say
Alley.
they do a great job of that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I enjoyed it.
I mean, my kids are into all the movies and stuff. So, and when you get there, it looks just like the movie. It's amazing. Oh,
and you got to like the Hagrid ride, right? Because it's a motorcycle.
Yeah, right,
that
for
is,
sure. Yeah.
It is actually really fun too. So the main thing is obviously J.K. Rowling is one of the most hated people by certain activist groups because she doesn't really care about trans issues at all. And what the hell is this? Oh,
and you can't make her care.
Yeah.
And they will not be able to continue. They've confirmed the positive tests by sending them to the clerk of court who has forwarded copies to me.
Jurors are out?
And I was
2 jurors
each
of
those
COVID.
Jurors, and they are.
Is that it? Mistrial?
one is symptomatic and one
We'll see what happens.
had a cough and sore throat, and
I'd have
they've
been
both
COVID testing
released. So we have
hourly.
two alternates, two other we have to two alternates that'll become part of the regular panel. So we'll need to do that this morning.
Sounds like they have enough.
Any comment?
For now,
Your Honor, and after great consternation, having just gotten over COVID myself over the Christmas holidays, and did a little studying on it. My understanding is that if you've been exposed to somebody with COVID, it can be up to 5 days before you exhibit symptoms. My only concern
for other
is that
jurors.
we don't create a train wreck with this jury that's testing negative now. And in an abundance of caution, should we not, I hate to use the word delay, but that's what it would be, till some health professional will tell us that they were exposed last Friday when they were together, they would show symptoms or test positive by
We're going to get our week back?
Tuesday or Wednesday.
No way.
I mean, I'm not trying to, trust me, it's an economic disaster for us to continue.
We've had a doctor who came and tested them this morning, and who recommends that they be tested again on Wednesday.
So,
And she is a doctor who fully understands the CDC
Incubation.
guidelines and other precautions.
yeah, with the CD. Never mind. I'm not going to say
your
anything about
concern
that.
is being addressed by the court.
are you going to keep it together between now and Wednesday?
The court
Yes,
stream will be
we
struck down for
recommended that
medical
they-
misinformation.
and they have agreed to wear masks, as everyone in here probably should, other than the essential people who have to talk all the time. But
Wouldn't it be funny if they
that makes
cleared the
our focus
gallery?
primarily is with the jurors. Of course, our camera person, I noticed they tend to wear masks, and most
Of
others
course they do.
not.
They're ugly.
Some
That's why they're
clerk
behind the
personnel-
camera.
They're from Court TV.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, my only other concern is, well, I understand the clerk of court is out with COVID.
Yes.
And one of her,
And her staff, they've been tested and they're all negative.
I don't know what to say. I mean, I want to make sure that this, as you do, that this jury does not infect each other, and then we're in a position none of us want to be.
Or infect me or you. We all have that same concern, and the jurors are.
Could you
aware of
imagine
that.
if this
They
thing
have
got
a
mistrialed
positive
4
attitude
weeks
about it,
in
And
from lack of jurors?
according to the doctor who administered the test to them this morning.
The last question would be, do you have masks that, I didn't bring a mask. Do we
I
have
do.
masks?
I have one right here, and my clerk has one right there, and we have a few others in the back. You're welcome to have one of them if you would like to have it. Clerk staff, she's going somewhere. Is that?
But you could just actually
Head
replace them
more
with new
masks.
jurors, because it's not like the old jurors remember what happened 3 weeks ago anyway.
Okay, we're good, Your Honor. Thank you.
What difference does it
Yeah,
make?
I was going to echo the same concern that.
Hey,
you know,
Scram
if
Inc.
We have the two.
It's an 8-hour
who are
stream. I'm
released,
gonna
and
eat
then
on
we have
mic.
to kind of
Fuck
spread
off.
through those that are remaining. If, you know, and again, this is not what I want to do at all. If some sort of delay to see what happens, because I am talking with the defense as we first heard about these issues. I think we were both in agreement that we would rather, if forced to delay a little bit rather than end up with a mistrial and be unable to continue at all. And that would just be my only point that I would raise at this time. And, you know, we could have two, if we go ahead and release them, then we could have some others become symptomatic, and we just have to, you know, wait a few days for it to run its course. But that would be my only thought and recommendation. But obviously you've had a doctor come in here and
Can you imagine they delayed 2 weeks? Then it'll have been like 8 weeks since opening statement
Again,
whenever a verdict
trust me,
is
I'm not
deliberated.
interested in delaying this at all.
Yep.
But what I don't want is to run the risk that we have a mistrial because they all get COVID or they all get symptomatic. It just seems to me if by Wednesday they know, it might be prudent to adjourn for a couple of days. And I'm not questioning your decision. I'm just concerned that we not, and if they have masks on, that's great. But when they go back in the jury room to drink the water or have lunch or whatever they're going to do, they'll have those masks off. It's not 100%. I caught COVID the first week of this, the second week of December. It took me 3 weeks to get over it.
If there's a mistrial, usually it comes
I
back to the
don't
same
want
judge,
to
folks.
lose this.
Yeah.
We don't want to either. And again, if we were going to do that, I would say then with the two that have tested positive, we would, at least keep them in the bullpen, I guess, until we figure that out or see what happens over the next couple of days.
The two with COVID, they have been released.
They're gone.
From jury service, and here's the mask carrier is right behind you there.
If she could just put her hands on the inside of the mask a couple times, that'd be helpful.
The only way to make this trial worse is now everyone's going to be talking through masks.
Oh my God, what a disaster. I didn't even think about that. Oh, please. No, the defense is not trying to get a mistrial from COVID. The defense is trying
Fortunately,
to
we
delay
selected,
proceedings for a couple of
wisely
days.
selected 6 alternates, and we'll be down to 5 or 4 following
4, wasn't there a jury dismissed
3.
already? Yeah, 3.
Following the
3.
release of these 2. And of course, we have no way of knowing. We just have to take precautions, as we all do, as we
Oh no,
navigate through
Harpootlian.
life.
He put it right
during
on.
this period of time.
He's a Democrat politician. I think he has to by law.
And we need 12 to deliberate. So that's the goal. That's why you have alternates. Of course, anytime you have a trial that's protracted, that goes on and on and on and on.
That's
then
you, Your Honor.
the
You did that.
Natural risk of attrition.
The natural risk of attrition would have been mitigated by following the original schedule.
COVID or some other problem. The longer we stay here, the longer something will happen to various folks involved.
All I'd say about how long
Oh my God,
it's
it takes
going
the
on,
mask
I'm
off to
reminded of
talk.
a quote from Jerry
That's
Spence,
science.
famous trial lawyer in the Silkwood case. In that case, which went not much longer than we are, he said, we began this trial in the winter. We finished it in spring. I thought we would grow old together. So I'm beginning to feel much like Mr. Spence, but
You already grew
hopefully
old,
we can finish the
Harpootlian.
state's case this week, and we can begin our case.
Yes. With regard to selection of the next 2 jurors to become part of the 12,
The 12.
the clerk has placed the juror
We need to have
numbers
Ryan
of
make a
the
new cut
remaining
cage.
jurors in a box.
Covers their stupid podcast logo.
And the statute requires that they be selected. I think the word is by lot. Any objection to a clerk, member of the clerk staff selecting the next 2?
I wonder if this circumstance will
All right.
make the judge more
Well,
constrained in what he's allowing into the trial.
well, number 1, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
All right. And you can tell us what juror number it is.
Protocaster says, good morning, Rackets. I've missed you. That was a long ass 3-day weekend of 12-hour night shifts with no pope.
441 becomes a member of the regular panel.
Sorry,
And
man.
The next one.
Didn't you broadcast Friday night?
No, no, nope.
Oh,
No,
okay.
no Friday day, no Friday night.
326.
No juror numbers of those that were excused.
Oh, Thursday night was your Friday night show. That's right.
Yeah.
Who now been excused, juror 220. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? 220 and 528.
Next, we've got the uncovered lamp says, about your imagining the chickens reacting to the fire. During the Spanish Civil War, we tried dropping suppliers by tying them to the feet of turkeys or supplies. At least they got some ground turkey out of it. Oh, God. Reminds me of that WKRP in Cincinnati Thanksgiving episode. They're throwing the turkeys out of the helicopters. God is my witness. I thought turkeys could fly.
We have a huge gallery out here, Are we exposing ourselves to more risk by having them there?
Dismiss the
Probably
gallery.
Having brought that to your attention,
Well,
we're just,
would you like me to issue a mask mandate for everyone in the courtroom?
First time I hate the
Other
defense.
than witnesses who are testifying and people who have to speak openly in court, like the judge and lawyers?
Well, and aside from a mask mandate, we might, have a little bit of social distancing, a little less numbers might be warranted. I mean, none of us want to limit anything, but we're in a different paradigm, and both of us have a concern about
What a
getting this
disaster.
thing to the end without COVID causing it to fall apart. And that's the paramount concern for both the state and the defense and the court, I know.
and Your Honor, half our alternates are gone now. Half our alternates are gone. We're 3 weeks in, 3 jurors down. At this rate.
Little thermometer thing at the door.
We'll leave all that with the clerk staff. They are able to monitor that, I believe. I'm not going to order any social distancing. It mean we cannot order any social distancing with the jurors. Of course, when COVID
Why?
came
We-
in initially.
I mean, not that you should, but we
we
cannot.
reversed the courtroom and had the jurors seated in the audience, and that was our means of keeping them socially distanced. I think we can require masks because people who are in the audience are here for the most part of their own volition.
And it's silly, Judge. It's your courtroom. You could easily order people to have masks on. They can do their First Amendment challenge, and that can go to the court well after the trial's over.
Distancing, and for the
You sure?
moment, we're going to encourage.
When's this trial
everyone
going to be
here
over?
to, mask up
That's
for
true.
your own protection as well as the protection of these proceedings and of each other. And then we'll explore how far we need to go with that as the day progresses. Otherwise, is there anything else before the jury comes?
Your Honor, one other matter, and I just to let you know some developments over the weekend.
We still don't have a motive.
Back in March of 2022, there had been search warrants prior to that issued to GM, in particular for OnStar data. And in March of 2022, GM sent a letter to law enforcement, to SLED, in which they advised, aside from some basic sort of ownership information and that sort of thing, that they had no data. Late Friday after court, Friday evening, I got a call from John Conrad, who, of course, as Your Honor is aware, has been handling a lot of that digital evidence, who had received a communication from GM.
Oh, it turns out they did have
stating
data.
That probably because the trial was going on and maybe in response, somebody was watching the testimony of Fafosky, that they had gone back and looked again, and this time they found a lot of data that includes GPS location data from the suburban network, that the defendant had on June 7th, 2021. That information came in Saturday evening, and I had a chance, of course, to look at it Sunday morning. I immediately called Mr. Griffin, and we talked, and we provided that information to them. And so that information's come in. Of course, when we became aware of it, the GM actually sent a letter with it saying, yeah, we told you back in March we didn't have anything, and we just found it, and here you go. And so we've actually had that data and provided it to the defense. Obviously, we'll let the defense speak for themselves, but we've done everything to facilitate their review of it. If anything, I think it confirms a lot about the timeline that we're both working within. So I don't know that they have any objection about
So
that.
it changes
We're
nothing.
trying to absorb it on the fly. It's a substantial amount of information. But I wanted to raise that to the court's attention and of those developments, and of course.
So it's not inconsistent with innocence, or the defense would be
Your
losing
Honor,
shit.
again, it is a massive amount of data, which we forwarded to our experts last night. They're beginning to look through it. Some of it is very helpful to us. We don't see it in any way contradicting the state's previous timeline. But the data it can show you car speed, can show you GPS exactly where they were. It can show, just many, many, many things that we did not have before. And again, we can. This is not about who didn't do what when GM concedes they didn't give it. The problem is there's not a problem. They're going to bring somebody from GM to authenticate it, as I understand it, and then give it to their expert who they were going to use for a timeline anyway and have him or her digest it. We will not be able to cross-examine their expert until our experts have a chance to digest it on a granular level. So I'm just giving the court a heads up. We got it to them yesterday. We suspect it's going to take them 2 or 3 days to do that. And so I know we're
Imagine what
talking
the
about
experts are
having
charging
this
them for this
ready
rush work.
by Wednesday.
Oh
We're
my
gonna try to
gosh.
get ready by Wednesday.
A fortune.
But I can't guarantee. I mean, again, we just got it yesterday. So the only hang up that once they authenticate it, before we cross-examine their expert, we need an opportunity to have our experts advise us what, if anything, we need to ask them. I mean, that's just, how it works.
And Your Honor, just to be clear about this particular data, there's 2 sets of data. The most important data to what we're doing, and again, it's confirmed by the timeline. It's just actually confirmatory of the timeline that we've been presenting to this jury. But we have.
What?
COVID strikes.
COVID got the microphone.
Speed. That's the crucial data that's in this from the relevant time period. There's another file that has some various sensor data that's logged, but in our initial review, I don't think there's going to be anything in that information that's going to be helpful to either side. And actually was talking with the defense counsel earlier, and they were able to load already, because I was going to suggest they do this, load that location data into Google Earth, and it works pretty well. So I think it's something that's going to be able to be digested fairly quickly. And then at least in our review, it does not appear that there's any information in there that's different than the timelines that
We think
are
their experts don't
working
need to look
from.
at
It's
all of
just
the data.
Much more specific and confirmatory of what had already been established.
Your Honor, with all due respect to Mr. Waters, his opinion on what's important to us
Yeah.
is not, we find things in that other data he talks about that's not relevant or not of interest to them, that is of interest to us. An expert's it can't load it into Google Earth. You have to do some things with it to get it in a position. I mean, Mr. Barber, who's our computer whiz kid, was able to do the Google stuff yesterday and indicates that other materials, the car function, are the doors locked? Are they unlocked? Is it in gear? Is it not in gear? And the information about other functions of the vehicle. It's just amazing what they capture. I mean, it's scary because they know everything about how you're operating your vehicle and speed, where you are, all those sorts of things. We're getting that, and our experts are downloading it. We think there's some relevance to those other databases, but I can't represent to you here today that it is or it isn't, but we have seen a couple of things we think they're going to be very helpful to our case. So all I'm attempting to do, and let me make this clear.
My motorcycle actually captures lean angle,
we're not
and
implying in
acceleration
any way the
forces.
state did anything untoward.
And deceleration
I want
force.
that perfectly clear. Now, GM, after all the money we gave them to bail them out, couldn't get this done. That may be another matter altogether. And somebody must have been watching the trial, because between the time the FBI agent testified and they got the data, it was less than 2 days, as I understand it. So somebody hit a button and generated that data in less than 40 hours or 48 hours. So it wasn't hard to access. Again, the state had nothing to do with this delay. I just wanted to raise with the court before they call their timeline expert.
The GM
We
guy
may need
testified they didn't even
some
request the
period of
data.
time to get our experts to get it digested and then get back.
Who
to
did?
us.
Who requested it?
At its core, it's an unexpected witness coming into the trial. I know there have been some cross-examination on that issue in general. So the state has now disclosed an additional witness, and certainly in fairness to the defense, you should have an opportunity to adequately prepare to confront that witness if need be. And I'm sure that witness is down the line, not the next witness the state is calling, since the state indicated that you expect it to be through on Wednesday, and that did not include this witness. So you must have other witnesses and you should be ready to proceed with, and we'll deal with the other issue as it might come up.
We're gonna, we're in court from 9:30, get back till 6 or 6:30 to be able to talk to experts. So we're gonna have to talk to them tonight. But again, we're somewhat constrained as to how much discussions we can have and at what time. Thank you.
And Your Honor, again, we're having to digest it as well, but it's going to be incorporated in our timeline witness who, yes, is not expected to be called, late tomorrow or Wednesday.
Anything else before the jury comes?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Bring the jury.
Whoever wrote the search warrant and subpoena request from SLED to GM just completely fucked it up. And so GM was like, no, we don't have it. Because it probably put the wrong serial number on the OnStar thing, or who knows. But imagine that. Trial goes on. Oh, yeah, we have it. We've had it the whole time. Oh, did you? Shocker. Of course they had it. Like, why wouldn't they have it? But yeah, I think you're right. The defense doesn't seem to be mad about this at all. If there was something that was completely inculpatory, they would be throwing an objection. Fit is late. Yep. This is surprise. We can't do this. It's straining on the expert. They had time to get this. They can't bring this in the middle of trial, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they don't seem to be doing that in any way.
Yeah, they threw that GPS data on Google Maps, and they were like, it's all good.
Yeah.
Okay, day number 16. Ladies and gentlemen.
They still don't want to get ambushed by the state's testimony, of course, so they want to be prepared for that cross.
Jurors are missing. Those jurors have been excused. I see many of you are masked up, but we hopefully will do everything
I wouldn't say many.
To keep everyone
well,
safe.
it's still optional. He didn't order the jury to mask up. They agreed to. Most of them agreed to
order any wearing of masks by jurors, but encourage it. But we have excused 2 jurors, and now
see what I'm not doing is wearing masks for 10 hours.
2
a day.
other jurors who will move up to be among the first 12 jurors. And that means we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Oh, still have 3 alternates remaining. So juror number 441. Who's 441? All right. Number 441, you're a member of the first 12, and juror number 326.
Oh my God, they told the alternates they were alternates? That's a terrible idea.
Remember the first 12. Of course, it doesn't matter where you
that's
sit.
Weird.
You just need to know that. And with that, we're ready to move forward. State's case, next witness.
Thank you.
The state calls Ryan
there's
Kelly.
no way they've been listening.
That's a bad plan.
Man, that'd be even worse than being a juror in this case.
Oh,
Being
the one
an
question
alternate.
to Tingsley on cross was, didn't you say, quote, I think it's fair to say there wouldn't have been an explosion on June 10th. That was it. And he ultimately said, yes, I did say that.
Ryan Kelly, Kelly.
Your Honor, for the record, we're calling Agent Kelly for limited purposes this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Agent Kelly, could you please tell the jurors where you work?
I'm a special agent with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED.
And what is your position at SLED?
I'm a senior special agent.
Wonder if this
And in your
guy's just here to
position as a
authenticate
senior special agent, Were you
quickly.
involved in the investigation into the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
That is a nice suit. Someone in chat said nice suit. That is a good suit.
Exhibits here. State's Exhibit 464.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell
Yes,
us what
ma'am.
that is?
These are the buccal swabs of Philip Beach, Renee Beach, Robin Beach, and John Murdaugh.
And State's 465.
These are the buccal swabs of Ronald Freeman.
I hope you asked her if she'd like a buckle swab.
466.
That'd be the move.
The buccal swab of Michael List.
467.
The buccal swab of Matthew Luce.
And 468.
I guess these are alternative suspects.
The buccal swab I'm trying to see.
But they didn't find
They
any
attempted to.
DNA anywhere, so
It's the buccal
Absence of
swab of
DNA.
Curtis Smith.
And Agent
Drug
Kelly,
dealer.
who collected those buccal swabs?
I did.
Okay, and how did you collect them?
We have a process where we put on rubber gloves and we have Q-tips that are sealed. We break the packaging, unseal the Q-tip. We insert one Q-tip into the side of their cheek and we obtain a buccal swab sample. We then remove the Q-tip, seal it in an envelope, seal the envelope. We then take the second Q-tip, which is in the packet. We break the seal, insert it into the other cheek where we swab. That Q-tip is then secured into a sealed envelope, and then the two separate sealed envelopes are then placed into a third envelope where it's sealed and signed an initial on the seal.
And you did that with each of these buccal swabs?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit State's Exhibits 464, 465, 466, 467, and 468.
They are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no further questions for Senior Special Agent Kelly at this time.
Cross-examination.
No question.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
yay.
Put on his new suit for nothing.
Get my
The
swab.
next witness.
Rachel Wynn.
Good morning. Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about the person in this trial shall be the truth to help you God?
I do.
You can adjust the mic if you have to. State your name again, please, for the record. Spell your last name.
Rachel Nguyen, Nguyen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Agent Wynn, could you please tell the jurors who you work for?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, most commonly known as SLED.
And how long have you worked at SLED?
I've worked at SLED for approximately 8.5 years.
Could you pull the microphone a little closer so we can make sure to hear you or speak up a little? Thank you. And what is your position at SLED?
I am a forensic scientist within the DNA casework department at the SLED Forensics Laboratory.
So what does that mean? Tell us a little bit more about your job.
Like my job duties?
Yes.
So I am responsible for direct DNA analysis when requested by a DNA analyst. What that is the beginning portion of the laboratory section component of DNA analysis. That involves DNA extraction as well as DNA quantitation. Extraction meaning to separate any possible DNA from a sample, such as a swab or a cutting. And quantitation would be to see how much, if any, is present in a sample. I'm also responsible for serology analysis as well as evidence processing. Serology analysis is body fluid identification. At SLED, we test for blood, semen, and saliva. Evidence processing would be to process items for possible touch DNA or ownership DNA. Touch DNA would be to retrieve any possible DNA on an item from handling it. Ownership DNA would be potentially retrieving any DNA from wearing an article of clothing. In addition to those types of analysis, I also issue reports on my findings when appropriate. I am able to technically and administratively review reports by other serologists, and then I provide courtroom testimony when required.
Now, you must have some kind of special training and education to be able to do these things. Can you tell us about
Must
that?
you?
So I have 2 Bachelor's of Science degrees from the University of New Haven, one in forensic science and one in biology. Upon being employed within the DNA casework department, I underwent approximately a year-long training program under a court-qualified forensic serologist. During this time, I was able to observe as well as practice the different types of serological analysis as well as evidence processing. I was also taught how to issue reports based on any findings, as well as technically and administratively review any reports issued by other serologists. I also was able to observe courtroom testimony. At the end of my training program, I then underwent a competency testing phase. This phase is to test my knowledge and abilities to perform these types of analysis independently. The competency testing phase was comprised of 4 elements: a written exam, an oral exam, a mock case to perform analysis on, as well as mock courtroom testimony. Once those 4 components were successfully completed, I was then deemed able to perform independent analysis on casework. In addition to my serology and evidence processing training, I also, as I mentioned, am trained in direct-to-DNA analysis. That was also an approximately year-long training program under a court-qualified DNA analyst. During that time, I was able to observe as well as practice the different types of protocols that are involved. At the end of that training program, once again, I went through a competency testing phase. It was comprised of the same 4 components, and I successfully completed all 4 components, and therefore am also able to perform independent analysis in the area of direct-to-DNA analysis.
Now, I need you to speak into the mic a little better for.
I love how these microphones
benefit,
cannot
if
pick up
not
a
for
voice,
yours.
but if you crinkle paper within 30 yards
Okay,
of them, it sounds
and
like
Agent Wynn, have you
Armageddon.
testified in court before?
I have.
And how many times have you testified in court? Just
This
an
will be,
estimate.
This will be my 19th time.
And have you been qualified as an expert when you've testified in prior proceedings?
I have been qualified as an expert.
As an expert in forensic serology?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to qualify Agent Wynn as an expert in forensic serology.
No objection.
She is admitted as an expert in the field of forensic serology.
Okay, Agent Wynn, you were working in the serology department back in June of 2021.
I was.
And did you examine some items from evidence in the investigation of the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
I did.
Was there DNA evidence on the
I'm going to show you
forged checks?
case exhibit 63 through 66. I'll have you
Tested
take a
positive
look
for the
at
DNA of
items
Palmetto
for us.
Bank. Russell Lafitte. His DNA was everywhere.
It's going to be like the fingerprint specialist where there's just literally nothing for them to testify about.
There's going to be no matches. There has to be.
Well,
I bet they don't even find Murdaugh DNA.
what would they find it on? We don't have murder weapons.
Are those items that you examined?
Yes, they are. I can identify these items because on the small manila envelopes contained within, I have written the unique case number that was assigned
I mean,
to this case.
there's that
that's
one
select,
shotgun
as
that he
well
was
as
holding
each of
in
their
his hand that he
item
had.
numbers, my initials, and the date
At the
I
night.
opened the packaging.
That'd be there
Okay,
should
and
be
each of those
DNA evidence
items
on
is a
that.
300
But
blackout case.
here we go, the casings.
Yes.
Okay, now what did you do with those items?
What?
So when cartridge casings are submitted for touch DNA, which is what these were submitted for, we process them with a soaking method. So each cartridge case is placed within a tube, submerged within a solution, lightly shaken, and then it has to sit for at least 30 minutes. Once that 30 minutes is up, each individual cartridge case will then be removed from its tube. The solution will be placed poured into a filtration unit. The cartridge case will be dried, It will be labeled with the individual item number and then placed on a rack to further dry thoroughly. The solution that is placed within this filtration unit, the filtration unit looks like an hourglass. So there's a chamber on the top and a chamber on the bottom, and it's separated by a filter. So the liquid that is being poured in the top chamber will filter through the center, which has a filter which we call an MVAC collection. The goal is that if there's any DNA present within these cartridge casings, it will be trapped within the filter. And then the water goes to the bottom. The solution. And then the filter is set out to dry.
Is it still a
for at
solution if
least
you didn't get
24
any
hours.
answers?
Once the filter is dried, it is then cut, prepared for analysis. So it is cut in half, placed in a tube, labeled with the case number, the item number, and then it is forwarded for further analysis. And that collection from these items was identified as SLED item 7.1.
Agent Wynn, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 459. You can tell us, is that what you collected from those cases there?
Yes, so within here is, as I mentioned, SLED item 7.1. Once again, I recognize this because it has the unique case number, the container number, my name and date on the outside, as well as my name and date on a seal at the top.
And what did you say you did when you collected,
You're going to make her repeat all that?
I guess, disc? Would you say?
So once the MVAC collection or the filter is dried, I will cut it in half and then half again. So each water will be placed within a tube for DNA analysis. It's labeled with a unique case number, the item number, and it is forwarded for further analysis.
So you forwarded that to DNA for more analysis.
That is correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 459 into
So
evidence.
she didn't do the analysis. She just forwarded it on, just collected the DNA. Okay.
All right. I'm going to show you tapes 33 and 34, which are fired shot shells. Did you perform any kind of testing on those two items?
Yes, so states 33 and states 34 are consistent with SLED item number 9 and 10, which were fired shot shells. These were also submitted to the laboratory for touch processing. These shot shells were swabbed for the touch collection. So basically I take 2 swabs, sterile swabs, and moisten one with the ionized water, and then I will rub it against the exterior of both of them and then leave them out to dry. Once the swabs are dried, I will then prepare them for DNA analysis, which involves just cutting a small portion from each swab, placing it within a tube, labeling it with the case number, the item number, and forwarding it for further analysis. For this, these swabs from the entire exterior of these 2 items were identified as item 10.1.
And I believe item 10.1 is also in State's Exhibit 459, which has been admitted.
Oh, crinkle, crinkle, crinkle,
You can
crinkle.
open that if you need to.
Well, you should have done this before you submitted 459. This is part of the exhibit. But this prosecutor probably hasn't eaten since the trial started.
She's a breatharian. I get my nutrition from the air. Don't go to Ohio. So someone's saying, did you know that Blanca found Maggie's wedding band in Maggie's car when she picked it up from the
this also
impound lot?
contains item 10.1.
Someone in the chat said that.
Which are the swabs from
Okay.
these shot shells here.
That is correct.
And then what did you do with those swabs once they were collected?
So they were prepared for DNA analysis and forwarded to the DNA section for further analysis.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 18, which I believe is your item 17.
Yes, so I recognize this from the same process. I have the unique case number, the item number, my initials, and the date I opened. Item 17, which is State's Exhibit 18. I also have my initials and date from when I sealed this pouch.
And now what is that item?
Sleds item 17 are swabs collected from exterior doorknob of storage room door.
And what did you do with that item?
So I prepared these swabs for DNA analysis. Once again, I just cut a small portion from the swabs and forwarded it for further analysis.
State's 259.
Oh my gosh.
States 259, I do recognize for the same reason. I have written the case number, the item numbers, my initials, and the date that I opened these items. Found within States 259 are items 15 and
Crinkle,
16.
crinkle.
Item 15 are swabs from Camo Benelli 12 gauge shotgun receiver forward of the loading port. And swabs identified as item 16 are swabs collected from barrel of Camo Benelli 12 gauge shotgun.
Now, did you do any testing of those swabs?
Yes. Items 15 and 16 had blood requests on them. So these were tested with our presumptive blood test. A presumptive test only indicates the possible presence of a body fluid. And how I did that is because since these are swabs, I took a Sero swab, moistened it with deionized water.
I soak
then
all of
rubbed
my
it gently
shotgun shells in
upon these
urine,
swabs
so
that
this
are
wouldn't be
identified
helpful.
as these items. I then tested that test swab for the possible presence of blood. Closer.
This is a personal conversation.
I'm sorry.
You know, the prosecutor is behind you and you're looking at her and Mike is in front of you and Attorney General, if you would move in a different direction, the witness will speak in a different direction and I can understand what she's saying. Or she
You
can
hurt her
speak
feeling
louder.
she's going to cut her wrist or something.
Speak into the mic
Hey, Sean?
rather
That poor
than
pro- hey,
speaking
Bronco,
to you.
That poor prosecutor.
Cut my words into
If you
pieces.
could,
Yeah, don't look
please
at her
continue
forearms.
explaining what the item is, please.
Yes, so I tested these presumptively for the presence of blood.
No blood.
So item 15, which were the swabs from the receiver forward of the loading port of the Camo Benelli 12 gauge shotgun, tested positive.
We would have heard about it if
possible
there was
presence
blood
of
on the shotgun.
Item 16, swabs collected from barrel of Camo
They tested
Benelli
positive
12
for
gauge shotgun,
possible.
tested negative for the possible presence of blood. Both sets of swabs were forwarded to the DNA section for further analysis.
Okay, so at this point, we don't know, we just know there's blood.
Presumptive
There's the
blood.
possible presence of blood on item 15.
Objecting to the leading question.
Pardon?
Objecting to the leading question, Your Honor.
All right. Please do not lead the witness and restate the question.
And what did you say was present or presumptively present on those items?
So item 15 was positive for the possible presence of blood. Item 16 was negative for the possible presence of blood.
One of the shotgun
And what
rounds.
did you do
had
after you
possible
made
blood on
those
it.
determinations?
No, this is the
So both of
shotgun.
the Sets of
itself.
swabs were prepared for DNA analysis
thought these
and
were the
forwarded to
shells
the
from
DNA
within it.
section for further testing.
No. 15 and 16 are swabs from the shotgun.
Oh, okay.
16 is the barrel. 15 is the receiver.
So the receiver had possible blood?
Presumptive presence of blood, right?
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 398.
Receivers where you load in a round, right?
Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
take a look
Yep.
at those two items and tell the jury what those are.
Weird place to have blood, seems.
Not necessarily.
I mean, I guess I don't, shoot things or people that often, so.
Well, it was at a scene that was pretty bloody.
States Exhibit
Yeah, it's true.
398 are SLED items 22.4 and 22.5,
Well, I guess if he had
which
touched Paul,
corresponds
gotten
to
some blood
item
on his hand,
22.5
could
is
easily get on
described
the
as
receiver.
reddish brown debris swabbed from the right side of item 22 receiver, and 22.5 is described as reddish brown debris swabbed from the left side of the item 22 receiver above manufacturer information.
And what did you do with those items?
These items also had a blood request. So the same process as the previous items I just mentioned. I took a sterile swab, moistened it with deionized water, swabbed these swabs, and then with that test swab is what I tested for the presumptive blood test.
Could you please explain any results?
So both items 22.4 and 22.5 tested positive for the possible presence of blood.
And then what did you do with those items once you did the blood test?
These two sets of swabs were then prepared for DNA analysis and forwarded to the DNA section for further testing.
Now, there was a number of guns in this case that were processed. Is that right?
I believe so.
Could you tell us about the testing you did on State's Exhibit 89, your item 30, the Mossberg shotgun?
So when items of evidence are submitted to the SLED laboratory, sometimes they have multiple requests of different departments. In this case, item 30, a Mossberg shotgun, had 3 requests for the latent prints department, for the DNA department, as well as the firearms department. So we try to organize it so that no department's analysis conflicts with another department. In this case, this item was forwarded or was sent to the latent prints department for processing. The latent print examiners are trained in collection for touch DNA, as well as swabbing up any stains that they may notice. So item 30 had a blood request on it. The latent print examiner, which took this item into their custody, requested that I come down as a second pair of eyes to visually examine this item for any possible staining. We located one stain, which I tested for the possible presence of blood, and the result was negative.
Did the gun smell
And
freshly
after that,
laundered?
are you aware of any further processing on that Mossberg shotgun?
I am not. So I was there with the examiner, and it remained within that examiner's custody the entire time.
All right, let's move on to the other shotguns. We have a Browning shotgun, a Benelli Black Eagle 2 12-gauge shotgun, and the rifle, in addition to the guns we've already talked about. Can you kind of sum up how you analyzed those 3 different guns?
So those 3 different guns that you just mentioned were items 31, 32, and 33. They were done in the same manner as item 30, as I just mentioned. So they were within the custody of the latent print examiner. I went down to visualize it for any possible staining. The result for these 3 guns, however, was no apparent blood stains present.
And did you do anything else to check for blood at that point?
I did nothing further with these items.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 83.
Oh
If
boy.
you could take a look and tell us what items are contained in Exhibit 83.
May I open this?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 83 contains sled items 51
And Agent Wynn, you don't have to go through the sled item numbers.
through
Thank you.
60.
Yeah. And those items are what, though?
They are all swabs that were taken from the Chevy Suburban.
And can you tell us what kind of testing was done on those swabs?
So it appears that these swabs were collected because they were Blue Star positive, which to my understanding is a presumptive test used by the crime scene unit to indicate areas of possible blood staining. Since they were already presumptively tested, I used a confirmatory test to test these swabs for the presence of blood. So sled items 51 through 55 and 57 through 60 were all negative with that testing, which means there is no human blood identified. Item 56,
Thanks.
which was swabs collected from steering wheel, had a positive result, which means blood was identified on this item.
And what kind of testing did you do to confirm that blood?
The confirmatory test that
I
you just
used a
mentioned.
confirmatory test called Hematrace.
And how does Hematrace work?
So Hematrace is a card test. It's similar to a pregnancy test or more relevant, a COVID test. You take a sample from the item of evidence, place it in a solution, and it should sit there for a while. And then once it has mixed in with the solution will then be placed on this card test, and then a result will be revealed. Results are read after 10 minutes.
And what are the potential results from that test? Just in general, from the Hematrace testing.
There's a positive result or a negative result.
And in this case, what was
You
the
know-
result on the steering wheel swab?
On the steering wheel swab, it was positive, which is a result of blood identified.
Bringing
And,
up
then
COVID
what
in
did
that
you do with that
type
swab
of a
once you
jurisdiction might not be a
completed
good
your
idea.
So item 56 was then prepared for DNA analysis and forwarded to the DNA section for further analysis.
Okay, I'm going to next show you items, State's Exhibit, 251 and 252. Those are marked for identification only.
Did you notice that, Nick, when she talked about it's like a COVID test?
Oh,
Well, they got COVID in the courtroom.
Well,
apparently.
I'm just saying that, like, if you do that in a fairly conservative area, they might say it's like a COVID test, and they'll be like, oh, those are bullshit.
Okay, can
Yeah.
you tell squad? or
So,
no?
like,
Pretty
I don't, that's not a good,
So State's Exhibit
gotta play to your
251
audience. That's not good.
corresponds to the left fingernail clippings and right fingernail clippings of Margaret Murdaugh. State's Exhibit 252 corresponds to the left fingernail clippings and right fingernail clippings of Paul Murdaugh.
So on State's 251, the fingernail clippings from Margaret Murdaugh, what, if anything, did you do to those items?
So State's Exhibit 251, what's received is clipping from her fingernails. So I will take a portion of the clippings that have been submitted, place it within a tube, and forward it to the DNA section for further analysis.
Okay, when you say a portion of the clippings, does that mean you clip some more and send to DNA, or what does that mean?
So the literal fingernail clippings are what's being submitted within the envelope. So say there's 5 clippings. I will forward approximately 2 to 3 of what's been submitted, place it within the tube, and that's what will be forwarded for analysis.
And did you do the same process with State's Exhibit 252, the fingernail clippings from Paul Murdaugh?
Yes, State's Exhibit 252 will receive the same preparation for DNA analysis.
Your Honor, this time the state would move Exhibits 251 and 252 into evidence.
No objection.
They're admitted.
thanks.
All right, Agent Wynn, next, if you could tell us a little about State's Exhibit 418, which was Alec Murdaugh's shirt.
Imagine having a case this thin. I mean, just like
Could you describe
this type of
how,
crime.
you first processed the shirt when it was initially received by the lab?
We just really hope the jury agrees with us.
So the white shirt from Richard Murdaugh was submitted with a blood request. On June 9th of 2021, I processed this item for the possible presence of blood. So that entails I first visually examined the shirt for any areas that are consistent with the staining of blood. Then I tested these items that I have indicated with our phenolphthalein presumptive test for blood. 2 stains were tested. Both stains were positive for the possible presence of blood. 1 stain located at the exterior front bottom edge of white shirt was forwarded to the DNA section for further analysis. Afterward, okay.
And I'm going to hand you states 460. Now, you just said that stain was processed and sent to DNA. How did you process that? Did you send the whole shirt, or how did that work?
So the stain that I had located, I cut that stain from the shirt. I then prepared it for DNA analysis, which means I cut a small portion of that stain, placed it within the tube, labeled that tube, and forwarded the cutting as well as the portion that I have prepared to the DNA section for further analysis.
And that cutting is contained in states 460, is that correct?
That cutting is contained in states 460.
And what date did you perform that initial analysis?
On June 9th of 2021.
And I think you mentioned there was another stain also located on the shirt at that time?
Yes, 2 stains were presumptively tested.
Was that second stain cut on June the 8th?
It was not. It remained in the shirt and was identified with the presumptive test result.
Now, due to ongoing investigation, did you come back and examine that shirt again?
Yes, so afterwards, a request was relayed to me to go back to the shirt and retrieve that stain and forward it for DNA analysis.
Did you do any other testing this second time around?
So when I went to remove that second stain, I met with members of the crime scene unit, Lieutenant Wallace, as well as Special Agent Worley, and they processed the shirt with their LCV testing, which to my understanding is their presumptive test for blood.
And what was discovered during the LCV test?
What was discovered?
So after removing the second stain from the June 9th date that I processed it, 10 additional stains were identified from the LCV processing, which were cut from the shirt and prepared for DNA analysis and forwarded for further testing.
And I will show you states 461. Are those the additional cuttings from the shirt?
Her putting on that glove just gave me pre-TSD from my upcoming prostate exam.
Just wait till you hit colonoscopy age. The big leagues.
To be clear, I don't actually have an upcoming prostate exam. It was entirely a joke.
What is Vegas?
I was going to say, well,
Yes, so all the cuttings from the shirt are here.
Yeah, Camelot's an amateur pathologist, I heard.
Now, as far as you're concerned, did you process the shirt any further?
No, besides preparing these additional stains that were identified, nothing further was done.
And what did you do with those cuttings?
I cut a small portion from each of the stains that was indicated as being positive and forwarded it to the DNA section for further analysis.
All right, and State's Exhibit 418 is the defendant's shorts.
man, I hate how segmented this is.
How were those shorts
For the
processed
presence of
in
DNA
comparison
with
to the
this
shirt?
person.
So the shorts
send it to the
also
actual
were
DNA testers.
submitted with a blood request. They were processed in a similar manner. Several stains were tested. However, 2 were positive for the possible presence of blood. A stain located at the front left interior pocket of the pair of green shorts was forwarded for further analysis. This was processed on the same June 9th date of 2021. The shorts were also additionally processed at the same time the shirt was additionally processed to retrieve a second stain that was indicated as the possible presence of blood. And then the same members of the crime scene unit also processed the shirt with their LCV testing.
And I believe you still have exhibit 460 up there. Does that contain the first cutting from the pair of pants on June 8th?
Yes, State's Exhibit 460 contains the first cutting from the pair of shorts from June 8th, or 9th, I'm sorry.
And then State's Exhibit 461, what cutting, that contains cutting from the pants on July 21st, is that right?
Yes, so State's Exhibit 461 does contain the additional cutting. So the second stain that had tested positive on the June 9th processing date, as well as 6 additional stains were indicated from the crime scene unit when they processed the pair of shorts with their LCV testing.
And then what did you do with those cuttings once you took them?
The cuttings for the shorts were prepared for DNA analysis. Once again, cutting a small portion of the stain and forwarding it for further analysis.
And I'm going to show you State's 473. You can take a look at that. Do you recognize that as, what do you recognize that as?
So this appears to be a photo of item 20.2, which is the cutting from front left interior pocket of pair of green shorts from Richard
I can't
Murdaugh.
believe they don't let them take notes in a case with 500 pieces of evidence.
Move State's 473 into evidence.
Like just trying to keep track of
Submitted.
what each item actually is when they talk about it just by number after they identify it is maddening.
It's the way this judge is, so it's one more thing on how he makes decisions.
Starving030 says, can you give a shout out to my wife? She liked your show and was cracking up over your jury watching rant. She's an author that writes romance novels under the name Alex Grayson. It's alexgraysonbooks.com. Hey, what's up, Alex Grayson? Keep writing those lovely, lovely romance novels. See if you can
Agent Wynn,
get
if you
Fabio
could
on the
describe to
cover.
the jurors what they're looking at.
I
in
love
that
romance
picture.
novels. They're hilarious.
So this is the stain that was tested. And
The
as
amount
you
of
can
titles
see,
they
I
have
have
are, like,
labeled
of
it
a
with a
limited
slight
number of
item number,
words.
both on the physical
Milked
item
at her
as well as
uncle's
it's contained
farm.
within a manila envelope, which has the unique case number, item number, the request was for blood, the location it was taken from, as well as that it's a cutting. In addition, you can see my initials and date from when I prepared this for DNA analysis.
Okay, and again, I'm sorry, what were the presumptive results of the testing for blood?
So the presumptive results for this stain were that it was positive for the possible presence of blood.
This is a best-selling author.
And we talked a little bit about the cuttings of the shirt and the shorts.
Wonder how much this prosecutor knows about cutting.
Just to kind of.
Oh,
aid the
God, I wanna
jury
read
in
heads
seeing
together,
what you
knees
actually
apart.
Did. I'm going to show you States 471 and
The Hell Knight
472.
series. Sounds interesting.
Do you recognize those pictures?
I do recognize these pictures. They are from the additional processing that occurred on the shirt.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 471 and 472 into evidence.
No objection.
I'm
They're
definitely going to
admitted.
buy some of these. Ooh, I bet they're fun. That's awesome.
States 472.
Romance novel titles were honest. They'd all include the word rape in there somewhere.
Could you just kind of describe
In
to the
lust.
jurors
Summer of Temptation.
what
It's
they're
all
looking
some
at
turn on
here
that
and
usually.
point their
Just the
attention to
tip,
the
baby.
areas in the shirt that you cut? If you can see.
So if you look in the
Passion in
square
the
labeled
Scottish Highlands.
E7, there is a stain that's circled. It has the item number 19.3 as well as a plus phene. That was the second stain that I had tested on the original processing date that was to be retrieved during this time of processing. Then you can see there are additional stains circled
One of
in
them's just
blue
named Sex
with
Junkie.
letter identifiers. Those were areas of staining that was identified from the crime scene
Wanna
unit
order
when they
lady boners?
processed with their LCV test. Each stain has the sub-item twice. That is to,
I can't tell if
one
half
is
these
to
are for
stay
women
with
or for gay
the
men,
stain
because
once
some of
I've
them are
cut it,
confusing.
and then one is to stay within the shirt. So in the event that you needed to know where that stain had originated, you could locate it.
And
No
then
offense,
State's
Alex.
Exhibit
You're doing good, so.
471.
No, I think these are awesome. I legitimately, I like.
State's
I
Exhibit
don't read them very often,
471
but they
is
crack
the
me
front
up.
of the
I love
shirt.
romance
It
novels.
has several
Lady
areas
bits,
of
lady
staining that
balls.
were circled as a result of the LCV processing by the crime scene unit.
And those are also areas that you cut from the shirt.
Yes, so once
diagram.
again, I
Field
have
B.
written the sub-item numbers that they were assigned and then removed each of these stainings along the line that I've outlined, and prepared these stains for further analysis for
You
DNA.
sunk my presumptive blood
You said you
test.
followed the same process regarding the pants.
That is correct.
All right, let's move on to State's Exhibit 419, which was the shoes of the defendant.
Just the fact that they alternatively call them Alec, Richard, and the defendant is annoying. Just
So
pick
the
one, folks.
shoes, which are described as a pair of red, yellow, and white tennis shoes from Richard Murdaugh, they had the same blood request. So I visually examined the shoes for any areas of possible blood staining and then tested those stainings. 2 were indicated as being possibly positive for the possible presence of blood. One stain was forwarded for DNA analysis, and it was located on the left shoelace of the pair of red, yellow, and white
They're
tennis
showing
shoes.
the evidence now. That's
And are
weird.
those cuttings in State's Exhibit 460 that you already have up there with you?
Yes, the cutting from the shoes is contained within State's Exhibit 460.
Your Honor, this time the state removes tapes 460 and 461 into evidence.
No objection.
You're admitted.
All right, Agent Nguyen, we're making some good progress here. State's Exhibit 226 was a blue raincoat. Can you explain to the jurors what you did to process that item?
So the blue raincoat also had 2 times of processing. During the first time of processing, which occurred on October 7th of 2021, the raincoat was processed for the possible presence of blood. This was done by myself, as well as members of the crime scene unit, Lieutenant Wallace, as well as Special Agent Moore. I first performed presumptive testing with our blood tests, and then the crime scene unit went behind and then processed with the raincoat with their LCV testing. I tested 71 stains. All 71 stains were negative for the possible presence of blood. After that, the LCV processing took place. No areas of interest were indicated as interpreted by the crime scene unit as being positive, and therefore, on October 7th of 2021, nothing was forwarded for DNA analysis.
And why was nothing forwarded? Just simply?
It was found.
There were no stains that indicated the possible presence of blood.
All right. Then did you go back and re-examine the raincoat?
Yes, an additional request came in for the raincoat for ownership. Once again, ownership is a collection method for DNA to identify the primary wearer of an item.
Oh boy.
Okay. And how did you process that for ownership?
2 sets of swabs were taken off the raincoat. The first set of swabs was identified as item 173.2, which were swabs from interior cuffs, collar, and hood, interior and exterior zipper area, zipper and zipper pull of the blue raincoat. The second set of swabs that were taken from the raincoat were identified as item 173.3, swabs from side openings, zipper area, and both interior portions of exterior pocket of the blue raincoat. In addition,
Excuse me. I will hand you States 462.
Oh my god. How are you not able to get this out?
And what are those? Are those the swabs you were just telling us about?
States Exhibit 462 are both sets of swabs that I just recently spoke about from collecting from the raincoat.
And what did you do with those swabs?
These swabs were prepared for DNA analysis and forwarded to the DNA section for further analysis.
This time the state would move to admit States Exhibit 462.
No objection.
Yeah, it's admitted.
And Agent Wynn, when you were examining the raincoat for ownership, did you find anything on that raincoat to help with that analysis? Such as hair or anything like that?
So part of the ownership processing is to look for hair. The raincoat, there was no hair
But
found.
not in her hand.
Did you also notice anything about the condition of the raincoat?
Yes, so on my evidence worksheet, which is where we document the items that we perform processing on, as well as the respective results, I also document any describing factors. So on this worksheet, in regards to the blue raincoat, I do have that the plastic seam liner was coming off throughout the item.
What did you say?
I called it a plastic seam liner,
Was coming off? I can't hear you.
coming off throughout the item.
How can you not hear her?
All right. Also, in this case, did you receive a number of buccal swabs?
I did.
And that is, what did you do with those buccal swabs when you received them?
So buccal swabs don't require any testing on my part. I just prepare those buccal swabs for DNA analysis. Once again, cutting a small portion off of each swab, placing it within a tube, and forwarding it for further analysis.
All right, Agent Wynn, the state has no further questions at this time. If you'll please answer any questions from the defense.
Mr. Barber.
Did you
Good
conduct
morning,
this test for a long
excuse me,
time?
good morning, Agent Wynn.
Good morning.
Is it agent, am I right? Very briefly, at the outset, you discussed collecting for DNA testing for the blackout cartridges. Is that correct?
Collecting for the possible presence of touch DNA, yes.
And did you only test 2 of those cartridges?
All 7 were processed using the soaking method.
Okay. With that processing method, any results that you will receive, would they be specific to any one cartridge, or would it just be for the collection of all 7?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Would you have results for DNA from the way that you collected the sample for a specific shell case, or would it be for all 7 as a set?
Okay, I just want to clarify, I did say there were 7 cartridges, there were only 6. So although they are being individually soaked, they are being combined within that filtration unit. So the results would be from all of the cartridges together.
That's sloppy.
So wait, you don't know which cartridge had the...
And you had positive presumptive tests for 2 shotguns, correct? Portions of 2 shotguns?
Do you have a item number that corresponds?
I can get those in a second. Do you remember there are 2 shotguns you just testified as positive presumptive blood tests?
No, there were more than 2. There's 2 Benellis, a Mossberg. And the rifle. Benelli Black Eagle 2,
One
Benelli
was
Black
sled
Eagle
item
3.
number 15.
Yes, so the swabs from the Benelli shotgun, item 15, was positive for the possible presence of blood. However, I believe you mean the second set of swabs, item 16, that was negative.
And then there was later a
Blood.
sled item 22.
Oh, yes, the 2 sets of swabs from sled item 22 were both positive for the possible presence of blood.
So I guess, what exactly is a presumptive test?
So a presumptive test is indicating the possible presence of a body fluid, in this case, blood. It's not confirming the presence, it's just an indication so that we can further test that stain.
And how does it indicate the possible presence of blood?
So the phenolphthalein test interacts with the hemoglobin found within blood, and that's what it's basically giving a positive result with.
Is it fair to say that it changes color? It's like a dye and it changes color?
So it's a color change test based on the presence of the hemoglobin. A swab that's being tested will turn a bright pink color.
And is that presumptive test specific to human blood?
It is not specifically human blood. It can be human blood or animal blood.
Could chemicals other than blood cause a positive test result?
So the phenolphthalein test has what we call false positives, which can give a positive result, but it is not blood. Those include copper salts, nickel salts, rust, as well as some plant and peroxidase, which include broccoli, cauliflower, horseradish.
She
It
stopped
also
by a
can give a
barbecue
positive
shack
result
or
for
what?
pus and sometimes in the presence of bacteria.
Okay, so there are a number of things that could give a positive result. Is that why you also have a confirmatory test?
Man, that Asian
If
racism's
we
coming
test
through.
something for the possible presence of blood, we don't typically do a confirmatory test unless it's requested. We just store that sample for DNA analysis.
Who would request a confirmatory test?
Usually an investigator of an agency may request it. Sometimes solicitors or defense attorneys may request an additional test.
And the confirmatory test, I think you testified, is just basically like a COVID test?
It works similar to a COVID test.
2 lines means human blood?
It'll have a line to indicate that the test is working properly, which is a control line. And then if it is positive, it will have an additional second line. If that second line does not show, that means that the test is negative.
Is it an accurate test?
I would say that it's an accurate test as long as the control line is present.
It's more accurate than the presumptive test. That's why you use it, correct?
So the confirmatory test is saying that yes, blood is identified on the item that's being tested.
Human blood.
Human blood, as well as higher primate blood and ferret blood.
Ferret?
And you did not do any confirmatory
Yeah,
tests on the shotguns?
I did not do any confirmatory tests on the shotgun swabs.
Did
And that was
somebody?
simply because no one asked you to, correct?
In effort to not consume any of the sample on the swabs, as a swab is a small area, we just forward it for DNA analysis.
But in the Chevy Suburban, you did perform a hemotrace test?
People are right. It was
Yes,
ferrets that did this.
because that these swabs for the Chevy Suburban were already previously processed with another presumptive test by the crime scene unit, we could not presumptive test behind because our 2 tests work in a similar manner.
Whose decision was it to do the hemotrace test on the Chevy Suburban?
That is typically how we process items of evidence that we receive from the crime scene unit in the form of swabs based on any of their presumptive testing.
But like, who made the decision to do the hemotrace test on that steering wheel? The name of a person
I perform the hemotrace test.
on your own initiative?
No, that is a common way we do testing on swabs that have already been collected based on a presumptive test.
Did someone instruct you to perform a hemotrace test on the steering wheel?
No, it is part of our general operating procedures.
But you did not perform hemotrace tests on the weapons?
The swabs that were collected off of the weapons, no, because they were not presumptively testing prior, so I could use our presumptive test on those items.
Did you perform or prepare any samples from the victim's clothing or bodies other than the fingernail clippings that you discussed?
I do not believe so.
Okay, so the only thing from the body of Maggie Murdaugh or Paul Murdaugh that you tested were the fingernail clippings from Maggie Murdaugh?
So I prepared the fingernail clippings for DNA analysis, as well as the buccal swabs from those individuals.
Right, but nothing else from their bodies, correct?
No, I did not test their
Or
clothing.
their clothing, or their clothing,
I
sorry.
did not test their clothing.
When looking at the T-shirt that you just testified about, And those cuttings, I think you have opened a bag and the cuttings were there and you prepared them. Did you perform any serology tests on those cuttings?
No, I just removed those cuttings from the shirt as the result of the crime scene testing.
Are you aware of any serology tests being performed on those cuttings?
Of the shirt?
Yes, of those big shirt cuttings.
I believe there was further analysis performed on those cuttings.
Did somebody other than you later perform serology tests on those cuttings, to your knowledge?
It is my understanding that there was additional testing on those cuttings,
Serology testing,
serology testing.
specifically hemotrace.
I believe there was hemotrace performed on the cuttings from the shirt.
But that, just to be clear, that wasn't performed by you.
I did not perform hemotrace on any of the cuttings on the shirt.
Did you perform any hemotrace tests on the shorts or tennis shoes?
I did not perform any hemotrace testing on the shorts or the shoes.
Did anybody? I mean, we'll find out eventually. I think it's good that they're using these disconnects, though.
Just, I guess, maybe a little bit of background. To
Disconnecting
understand
custody chain
maybe who
and then
does
time
what.
between witnesses.
When you're working on
Be a
this
government
case,
work.
do you have like a direct supervisor?
I do have a direct supervisor.
And who is that person?
Her name is Laura Hash.
Coming back to Laura.
And is she the person who directs your activities as regard to this case?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Objections
What?
overruled.
Oh,
I'm
that's
sorry, what was the
irrelevant.
question?
Is Lieutenant Laura Hash the person who would direct your activities with regards to this case?
So based on our operating manual, as well as my training and
Yes or no
experience,
question.
based on the requests of certain items that are submitted, I will decide how those are tested. However, if additional processing is requested, those usually are communicated to me through my direct supervisor.
And just for clarity, we've talked a bit about DNA, but you're just preparing samples and they go to someone else who does the analysis and reports. That's not you, correct?
That's correct. I am just preparing the samples for further analysis.
Is the only hemotrace test that you did for this case the steering wheel? Well, strike that. The Chevy Suburban, I believe there may have been some negative tests from the Suburban, but were those the only hemotrace tests you did for this case?
No, I did hemotrace the swabs from the Chevy Suburban. I also hemotrace tested swabs collected from a Ford F-250.
And
What was
what
the
were the
Ford
results
F-150?
from the Ford F-250?
There were 4 swabs submitted from the Ford F-250, and the results for all 4 of those sets of swabs were negative for human blood.
So the steering wheel was the only positive test that you did for hemotrace?
Yes, the steering wheel from the Chevy Suburban is the only positive hemotrace result I have.
Take the court's indulgence.
Oh man. Let's talk about prepping says the name's Wen with a soft G and a hard R. Yeah. Oh, I could not have asked for a better misspeak.
Yeah.
Luis Cuevas says we got Binger salts.
Just maybe one final question or a little set of questions. It seems like sometimes the crime scene people or department, I shouldn't just say people, but I guess they're a department,
They're barely people.
do presumptive blood tests. Is that correct?
Yes, it's my understanding that the crime scene unit does perform presumptive blood tests.
And the initials LCV have been used. I think you might have mentioned. What does that mean?
It stands for leucocrystalline violet.
And can you describe that test?
I don't know much about the test. I just know that it is a test that the crime scene unit uses as their presumptive blood test.
Do you know what color it turns when there's a positive result?
It'll turn a purple color.
So with, I think let me ask this, why, we saw a picture of the shirt gridded out. You remember that exhibit?
I do.
Why was the presumptive test done? Presume it was at the Slab Laboratory? Is that the location that was?
Are you asking about the LCV processing?
Yes, where was that test conducted?
That was done at the Sled Laboratory.
Why was that done by the crime scene unit and not the serology unit?
We do not use LCV testing, and I am unsure as to why that particular test was chosen to be used by the crime scene unit.
Like, I don't
Because in the-
totally know how we did it.
Earlier, you did tests on the hem, right? The pheno tests on the front and back hem of the shirt. Is that correct?
I did.
But then the crime scene unit later came back and in the lab did a different kind of test.
That is correct.
And you don't know why?
I was not part of that decision. I was just notified that they would be performing that test while I was retrieving the additional stain that I had tested earlier.
And finally, it seems like if something is tested presumptive in the field and comes to you, you do a confirmatory test. Is that what happened with the Chevy Suburban?
Yes, that's correct.
But if something comes to you and there's not been a presumptive test, like with the shotguns, then you don't perform a confirmatory test?
No, I do the presumptive test.
Do you know why that's the policy?
It's an effort to not consume as much sample on a swab. A swab is it's like a sterile Q-tip. So essentially the surface area is very small. So in efforts to not consume the sample and to give more for DNA analysis, that's what's done.
If something goes to DNA analysis and there's some result, does it ever come back for a blood test to see if the source of the DNA was blood?
To be phen tested?
No, for hemotrace test.
As I mentioned, hemotrace testing can be requested on the back end, as any of our CAR tests can be.
In your experience, I think we had some testimony about your experience. If DNA is found on something, is there ever then a time that you go back and say, hey, was the source of this DNA blood, and do a hemotrace test?
Hemotrace specifically, to my knowledge, no. But in my experience, there have been times that solicitors or defense attorneys will request a CAR test be done on a sample after the DNA analysis has been performed.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Well, we learned a lot about sample prep.
Yeah. There are a
We'll
bunch
be in
of
recess for
presumptive
about
tests,
10 minutes or so.
and then there were tests that didn't confirm anything useful. Okay, cool. So now we have to wait for the confirmatory tests and try and link them up with all the presumptive tests when that person eventually testifies. If they even did confirmatory tests on some of the samples, it sounds like they may not have done them on some
I mean,
of
what's
them.
amazing is this is an extensively used hunting property and the crime scene where two people's brains were blown out all over the area, and there's hardly any blood anywhere.
That too, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing, Bronk. I was thinking, you go out and hunt some bird, ducks, geese, you throw them in the back of your whatever they're hauling around, and they're gonna bleed all over the guns. And I'm just surprised. Yeah, they didn't find anything.
Hogs, deer, you dress
Yeah.
a deer, there's a lot
Yeah.
of blood.
Yeah, it gets everywhere. Yeah, you butcher out a hog, it's gonna be. Yeah, just apparently ferrets and a bunch of salt.
Rust.
How do you
Rust
mind? How do you
positive?
mind that salt's what I want to know.
Oh my gosh. I wish I could show this meme on stream, but I can't. I'm going to
Can you
post it
send
in the
it to me?
private chat. Yeah.
Oh my god, I want to see this.
From locals.
Oh,
No, I'm sure that'll be fine. Good Lord, you people are horrible.
That's what she said.
God bless you.
That's what she said, Bronca. It's not their fault. I can't believe that. What a terrible time to have a misspeak like that. Where you're not only are you on the stand, you're on TV because it's a televised trial.
Yeah. But people were asking about the ferrets. Ferrets have a similar, they get sick, all the similar things like we get sick from. Obviously, though, they're a little guys, so getting a cold can kill them, getting the flu can kill them, but they have very similar immune systems and circulatory systems.
I actually never knew that. It's interesting.
Jack O'Neill says the groping incident couldn't possibly involve Sydney. You'd need something to grope first. Love you, Sid.
Oof.
Blue Vera, welcome to paralegal status. Same with obscure destinations, but lawyer status. Welcome. Gates of Above says mistrial, so Nick can stream the next trial, so we can all hear all the boat and money laundering testimony again. No. Oh God, that'd be so horrible.
Now this is a one-shot deal, folks. If they blow this up, someone else will have to follow it.
Yeah, I'm not. Valen is me says, did you know that if you jump forward at a certain point during your intro, that guy, instead of saying hypocrisy, will adamantly declare female parts that start with a P and end with a Y? Yes. Lancelot 652 says, oh, wow, look, I just found this evidence just laying on the floor. Look at that. Yeah, Sean, did you happen to catch that?
No, I did not. No.
Okay, so OnStar, a GM, has apparently been watching the trial, and they suddenly found all the OnStar data that they said that they didn't have.
But magically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because SLED requested it back in March of 2022, and they said, oh, we don't have that. And I guess they just never bothered to say, are you sure, though? And so then, since
Right. Like, that seems weird. You wouldn't have it. Don't you normally have it?
Right. Like, again, it makes me think that someone at SLED screwed up the warrant or subpoena. And they put the wrong serial number, the wrong whatever number.
Wrong VIN. Yeah.
Right. Something like it just doesn't, it never made sense that OnStar didn't have the data. It made sense that the FBI didn't ask, because the FBI, that would be, they might get the right info if they did that. But SLED asking and not getting it just was weird. Like, of course they have it. They keep that stuff for years for this purpose, for the purpose that there may be evidence of criminal activity that they keep up in the regular course of business. And the regular course of business is simple. OnStar keeps all of this data to continually improve their services and deliver better and more accurate mapping, geolocation, vehicle telemetry, all of that stuff is regularly kept. This is all important in Fourth Amendment law as to why third-party companies keeping data is useful to law enforcement and how they can get most of this stuff without even needing a warrant, actually. But so they keep all of this stuff and they preserve it in case there's some criminal activity related to it. It made no sense for them to just not have it at all. But I'm surprised they didn't just request a tool that GM also has to extract the data from the unit. But yeah, so they came out and said that they now have it. So there will be a witness testimony from both sides around the OnStar data. And the defense, interestingly for Sean probably, the defense didn't seem concerned about it at all. They didn't object. They didn't object to the surprise or the lateness of the request or anything. So
they know something. They know something.
Yeah, they seem to indicate that they think the information will be helpful for them. So, let's see. Next, we've got Tom Grawl says, I also have a bachelor's in Valley Girl talk. Like, Speedy the Unsilent says, say the same thing 4 damn times at the hopes it will change. This is cringe as hell. Britt Cormeyer, wake me up when they get to State's Exhibit 889,999 without finding any blood on it. That is the only one that counts, in my opinion. Layman Law, welcome to Lawyer Status. D. What? Welcome to Lawyer Status. Southern Brain Water says the number of wine moms on Twitter that think he did it because of this shoddy prosecution is concerning. Juries are scary, man. And that's why I have in the poll that I put up on YouTube, I have in the poll, going into week 4, is Murdaugh guilty or not guilty according to the evidence? according to the evidence, because there's plenty of people who think that Murdaugh did this. There's plenty of people who have watched documentaries, have heard reports, have read stuff, lived in South Carolina, don't like the Murdaughs, have heard about the Murdaughs, whatever it is, don't like the corrupt influence they had over the courts, know about the financial crimes of the boating accident, and they think that Alec Murdaugh did it. And he very well may have. But I have not seen evidence from the state supporting any particular theory that would lead me to proof beyond a reasonable doubt. But I don't know. I didn't watch Friday. Andrew, you watched Friday, right?
Nothing changed.
What about the wedding ring in the car?
I thought for sure when they started asking that caretaker about it, she was going to say she found like a business card from a divorce lawyer or something. But listen, the woman's beach house was under reconstruction, apparently. One interesting thing we did learn is that at some point a few years ago, 5 or 6 years ago, someone tried to burn the house down. Apparently they poured diesel all over it and set the place on fire.
The beach house or the main home?
I don't remember now. I'll have to check my notes. But in any case, at the time of the killings, the beach home was being redone, painted, and so forth. There were workers in there preparing it for the annual July 4th party. And if you have workers going around your house, you're not leaving your ring around. If you're painting swatches, you may not have your big diamond ring on. So you leave it in the car. It's the most normal thing in the world.
Well, even if the ring was in the car abnormally, that does not lead to the conclusion of Alec Murdaugh killing Maggie. Like, that's just, there's a ring in a car for whatever reason.
Like the diesel was the main house, not the beach house.
Yeah, there you go.
Checking my notes.
I don't know.
That's not something that happens by accident. I mean, someone wanted to burn their house down.
Yes.
That's enemies.
Oh, and again, going to the competence of SLED, the ring was found by the maid under the seat of the car, is what I hear. That SLED searched the car at the impound, didn't find it, but the maid did, which does raise some suspicions also about how it got. Like, to me, that casts negative credibility on, or negative light on the credibility of that evidence being there. Like, so I found a ring under the seat of the car. Oh, did you? You did? You're her caretaker, housekeeper, or whatever. You wouldn't have had access to that ring. Like, you couldn't have put it somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, I mean, in theory, SLED could have had access to it, right? Take it off the body, put it in the car, wait for the caretaker to discover it.
True. Yeah. Oh, anyway. But, or the housekeeper stole it. Stole the ring.
That would never happen, ever, ever, ever in the history of mankind.
Who knows? But again, so I saw people pointing that out, and I know that the immediate inference people want to go to, and again, this seems like it's because it's in a documentary or a blog or a podcast somewhere that she was consulting a divorce attorney, something that has not been introduced into evidence, was not brought up on opening statements, and seemingly would have been if they thought it was at all possible to introduce, because that would potentially go straight to motive. But the idea is that showing that there was a wedding band that was in a car rather than on a corpse implies or infers that she's unhappy with her marriage or looking to leave in some way to some people. But I want you to ask yourself, absent the inference that she's talking to a divorce attorney, even with it, what does a wedding ring in a car say? Because if I'm taking off my wedding ring because I'm angry about my marriage, it's not in my car. Like that, I don't get why it would be in my, like, for me, I'd put it, in a spot in my house. I'd lock it up somewhere, whatever. Like, I just,
or you'd hurl it.
yeah. Or you throw it in the ocean or something. I can't. And this is the thing that I think plagues this trial in so many places for people watching it, is confirmation bias.
Yep.
It's this fact about the ring makes so much sense if you have a preconceived notion about the status of their marriage or their relationship. But what's in evidence is that their relationship is good. Every single person they have asked says their relationship was good, great, very loving, very warm, or whatever. Suddenly having a ring in a car may in some way impact a slight, like that testimony slightly, but the jurors are not supposed to have some outside knowledge of some other thing that they're considering to go, oh, okay, now the ring makes sense.
Or a preconceived notion. If anything,
Right.
their preconceived notion is supposed to be innocence.
Right. And all the testimony is good. So having the ring in the car, in theory, would just make somebody go, oh, their relationship was good, but her ring was in her car. I wonder if she dropped it or whatever. Or maybe their relationship wasn't as good, might be, but they don't get to go or they probably shouldn't be leaping immediately to she was dissatisfied with her marriage to the point of divorce, and therefore he killed her because of divorce with nothing in evidence to support that.
So the caretaker suggested they were arguing. It's like, oh, they were arguing. Yeah, they weren't really arguing. It's just they were repainting the beach house. So the wife, Maggie, had like 40 different shades of white she was considering for the molding. And Alex was like, I don't care which one you pick whichever one you want, which is like the most husband thing ever. That's not arguing. That's a husband who looks at 40 different shades of white and they all look the same.
Wait, she also had a manicure pedicure done that day? Was that in evidence too? Was that testified to?
I don't remember.
Because that would then make a ton of sense. Let's see.
One of my notes if it was said, but it's not the kind of thing I would have particularly noted.
I'm seeing yes. Yes, text about pedicure was in evidence. There's a text she sent to someone who was a witness. There you go. I mean, so that there's a very innocuous explanation that goes right in the timeline with why her ring isn't on. She goes in for a manicure, takes her ring off. Whatever. Not that you have to take your ring off for every manicure, but you know, if they do any sort of hand scrub or whatever, then you would. But I don't know. I'm trying to avoid my own confirmation bias. What I approached the case from a presumption of innocence, and I want the state to build it out. I don't want the state to just be like, "There's a ring in the car." Okay. I don't know why.
I mean, confirmation bias is, of course, the most common thing in the world. It's how we normally approach life. It's why we put so much effort during voir dire to talk to the jury about the need not to engage in confirmation bias, to be unbiased, to be impartial, because it's hard to do. It takes an exceptional effort to engage in actual critical thinking, meaning, are there alternative explanations for this that I don't like, but do fit the facts? And of course, with confirmation bias, all people see, all that's visible to them is the evidence that confirms their bias. And any contrary evidence is invisible. They simply cannot see it.
And confirmation bias, you said it's the most useful thing in the world. It's because that keeps, or common things.
It's efficient.
It keeps us alive in a lot of ways. You know, it gets us through a lot of stuff. We get to filter out irrelevant information from the majority of our day because you're bombarded by noise. Even if you're just like in your home, you're bombarded by noise and information all day, and your brain has to sift that out.
And the bias is built from experience, right? That's how we develop it. Things normally go this way. When I drop the kids off at school, it normally goes this way. You don't expect a plane crash in the street in front of you when you're dropping the kids off to school. That would be abnormal. So we go with what normally happens, and that's an efficient way to go through life.
You and whose are May says, if you toss a lit match into a puddle of diesel fuel, it'll go out. That's because diesel is much less flammable than gasoline. In a car, it takes intense pressure or sustained flame to ignite diesel. Vitea says, in my Navy days, I left my wedding ring in a hotel room in Australia. Hotel mailed it back to my wife and she laughed so hard. I was an electrician and wear my ring on a necklace, not my finger. There you go. So Diana Mitchum says, did you guys see the newest info for OnStar and his vehicle? Minute by minute timing. No, is it out somewhere? Does somebody already have it? And where would that have come from? If it's not even in evidence yet.
OnStar's going to say we tracked it and it spells out, I did it.
I have a feeling
Incontrovertible proof.
I have a feeling that OnStar data isn't going to really help the state much at all. I'd be very surprised if the OnStar data, like, for example, has the car stopping down at the kennels right before the murders. I'd be very surprised if it has the car stopping and or slowing down right by where Maggie's phone was found or anything like that. Those are the types of things that they would want from the GPS location data. Confirm that he is where he shouldn't be in some way, but I doubt they're going to have it.
Well, what I was going to think is, I don't know who they're bringing in from the state. I assume maybe somebody from GM. This will be a great time to say on Cross, hey, so we had this FBI guy come in and say, like, you can't tell all these things. And I bet that OnStar guy's going to say, he has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. And that would just be, they put up one moron. So that would be actually fairly devastating because that was their expert from the FBI. It's like, how much else have they gotten wrong so far?
Well,
I'm feeling that's going to come up.
Yeah, I would think so too. Get them on Cross. And on Cross, if you can pre-find the answers to this before you do your cross-examination,
That's
like, go ahead.
Based on what you're saying, that sounds like they already know the answer.
Right. And do you have tools for gathering this data from the device? You know, those types of things. Would you give those out to law enforcement if requested? Yeah, normally we would, blah, 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 blah. They're already going to have their own expert shit all over the FBI guy. I mean, that's going to happen.
But it's even better when they're the state's own expert craps over another expert.
Yep.
So does Dick Poon
bring the jury.
COVID?
Sorry, what was that?
I saw Dick Poon with his mask on earlier.
No, he got over COVID in around Christmas time, and it seems like he just probably doesn't want to die because he's 100.
Yeah, he's a cautious pooner. I got him.
Yeah, he's also a Democrat politician. I mean, putting on a mask for him is politically expedient.
Yeah, but I'm serious though. Bringing up the idea of COVID in a, that's probably a very red part of the state. Those people are gonna say, well, COVID tests are bullshit anyway. So I would have steered that woman away from even introducing that together.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Ugh. I went to the spa on Saturday,
and
I got a massage. And sometimes they do this thing where they like put their elbow into your body, into your back. She did it like 9 times on my back, right along my spine and my upper back. And I couldn't breathe. I was like, bitch.
Thank you. Your next witness.
Nice.
This cake called Sarah Zapata.
Oh, good later. Yeah. Was she hot? No. She was nice though.
She said her name was Brenda, but she sounded like an old German fellow.
Everybody's saying happy ending. Guys, I went to a spa, not an Asian massage parlor in a strip mall.
And she said, your masseuse was, hello, Mr. Nick. I shall make you feel better.
I'm going to go grab a snack because these trials make me depression eat.
Ma'am, please your name again for the record, say your last name.
Sarah Zapata, Zapata.
Sled.
Okay. Agent Zapata, I think we have I guess, what would you call that? A container of, is that your notes up there?
Yes, my case file and other relevant documents.
Okay, to aid you in your testimony if necessary.
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, commonly known as SLED,
And how long have you worked for SLED?
for about 7.5 years.
What is your job title there?
I am a forensic scientist in the DNA casework department.
What are some of your duties as a forensic scientist in DNA?
As a DNA analyst, I will look at the request for different items of evidence. I can perform serology testing if necessary or refer to the serologist results. I will take the items of evidence as well as any known standards through our standard laboratory procedures to develop a DNA profile. The steps of that analysis are extraction, which is where we are trying to isolate any DNA present on that evidence item from the evidence item itself, as well as
Agent, if you could pull the microphone, speak up a little bit.
Sorry.
Thank you.
As well as from any other cellular material present. The second step is quantitation, where we're trying to approximate how much DNA is present on that sample so that we can target the appropriate amount of DNA for the next step, which is amplification. Amplification works kind of like a chemical copy machine. We're targeting specific areas of the DNA that have been shown through scientific studies to vary from person to person. And we're trying to make copies of that so that it can be detected by our final instrument, which is what actually separates the DNA into a profile. And then I will interpret that profile and calculate any statistics and prepare a report. I can also perform technical and administrative reviews of other analysts' work, as well as testify in court when necessary.
Okay. And can you tell us a little about your educational background and training that qualify you for this position?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science from the Pennsylvania State University. Upon employment at SLED, I underwent a training program for approximately 1.5 years under a qualified DNA analyst, and that training included an observation period as well as a practical period of the different steps in our DNA analysis process, as well as the serology procedures. Once I had received all of my training, I went through a testing period where I had to demonstrate my competency in using all those different instruments and procedures and interpretation. I had to successfully complete several written exams, an oral exam, complete several mock cases and a mock court, and then was competency tested with another case before finally being able to do a mock case, before finally being able to do analysis on real casework.
You will need to speak into the mic and increase your volume in order for us to hear you better.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Zapata, how many cases have you, do you think you've participated in?
Approximately 500.
And have you testified in trial before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
19.
And in those trials, were you qualified as an expert witness?
Yes, I was.
And what were you qualified as an expert witness in?
In DNA analysis.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to qualify Agent Zapata as an expert in DNA analysis. All right, you had mentioned in some of the duties of your job, kind of what you do. I guess if we could kind of scale it back a little bit more basic, but briefly, just what is DNA?
DNA is a chemical that is found throughout your body with the exception of red blood cells. You get half of your DNA from your mom and half from your dad, and it's unique to individuals with the exception of identical twins.
And so if we have a case where there are family members involved, what does that mean as far as DNA analysis?
Based upon the evidence DNA profile, sometimes it might not be possible to make comparisons to some family members because there may not be enough DNA present there to distinguish between the family members. Because the family members will share DNA, that will affect what the DNA profile looks like.
Can you tell us about some different sources of DNA from a person's body?
Some sources from your body would be your hair, blood, semen, saliva, bones, as well as DNA from your skin cells, which is what we call touch DNA.
And what are some variables that can affect touch DNA?
So some people just naturally shed more skin cells throughout the day than other people, and so you would expect to recover more DNA from an object that a person who sheds a lot of DNA has handled than a person who sheds less. There are also factors such as the surface that is being touched. If the surface is rough, then you would leave more skin cells behind. If you are holding the item for a longer period of time or with a lot of pressure, then you would expect to leave more skin cells behind. Environmental factors
DNA test
such
person?
as rain,
Touch
moisture,
DNA right now.
UV, light.
This is
that
the
can
actual
all,
DNA analyst, the next step from the previous witness. They actually did two witnesses
lessen
in
the amount of
order.
DNA that is recovered.
That was nice.
And also personal hygiene habits can affect how much DNA you leave behind. So if you've just washed your hands, there may not be as much skin cells left behind.
So do you leave touch DNA behind, kind of like you would leave fingerprints behind? Is that fair?
Well, I don't
comparison?
because I'm a robot.
Kind of, if you touch it, you touch an object, you may leave some behind.
You may.
All right, now you mentioned different sources such as body fluids. Are you able to confirm like 100% which body fluid a DNA profile comes from?
So the test that we perform to try to
Yes or
identify
no?
a body fluid is different from the DNA testing that is being performed. Especially in cases where the evidence profile is a mixture, there's no way for us to tell, did all of this DNA come from blood? Did it come from saliva and blood mixed together? There's no way for us to identify 100% the source of the DNA profile. We can indicate that a body fluid may be present, but we cannot say the blood on this item is from this individual.
So if I had a drop of blood on my shirt up here, could you ever say this was my blood?
I could test it for the indication of a body fluid. I could see if your DNA profile is recovered from that stain, if the evidentiary DNA profile, if you are included as a contributor to that profile, but I can never 100% say that is your blood.
So you could say my DNA is here, but not my blood.
I could say that you're included as a contributor to the DNA profile.
Okay. All right, and I think you kind of already explained your process of DNA analysis when you explained your duties. Can you tell us about some of the, standard lab procedures and protocol?
How specifically do you mean?
I mean, I guess just basically how you analyze a DNA sample.
So I will
Ask
take
better
the DNA
questions.
sample if it has been previously cut by a serologist or an evidence processor. I will add the reagents to the tube and proceed with my analysis that way. If it has not previously been cut, then I can prepare the sample for DNA and then take it through those steps that I explained earlier. So extraction, quantitation, amplification, and separation into a profile. And then I will interpret the DNA profile that was developed. So I will determine if there is enough DNA present there for the profile to be used for comparison. I will determine the number of contributors to that profile. So a profile can be single source, which is DNA from just one individual, or a mixture, DNA from multiple individuals are present in the profile. I'll determine if it's a mixture, how many people are in that mixture, or how many I'm interpreting that mixture as. And then I can
Sounds like she's talking about
calculate
that police
statistics
officer.
to
So
compare.
first of all,
You
let's stop these
bastard, I was
determinations.
just about to
These
make that joke.
determinations, how are you making the determinations?
So I'm
I was gonna
looking
say, it
at
sounds
the
like a
DNA
Memphis police
profile and
officer
using
profile.
our protocol, our procedures, my training and experience as a DNA analyst to
Are you able
determine
to
the number of
identify the
contributors
specific
to the
train in
profile.
question?
And how are you looking at it? are you visually looking at it, or is a computer program looking at it, or what's going on there?
So I visually examine the profile myself as the analyst. I determine the number of contributors to the profile. And then we also use a software program called StarMix to help in our interpretation. And what StarMix does is look at the evidence profile and attempt to break it down into the potential contributors to that profile. So if you think about the evidence profile as like grandma's chocolate chip cookies, you know exactly what that cookie is supposed to taste like. You know what the final product is supposed to be.
Not like
and you're
DNA.
trying to recreate that recipe and
To be
get
fair,
it as
some people
close
may know what
to
DNA tastes
grandma's
like.
cookie as what you know it's supposed to be. So you're testing different ingredients at different proportions to see what can make up that cookie. And that is kind of what StarMix does when it's looking at the profile. And then I will evaluate the StarMix output, make sure that what StarMix is telling me makes sense based upon what the profile looks like. And then if everything worked properly, I can use StarMix also to calculate our statistics.
Okay, and how do you calculate that statistic?
So the statistic that StarMix calculates is called a likelihood ratio. It's a comparison of two possible scenarios to see which is a better explanation of the DNA profile that was developed. It works kind of like a seesaw. So if you have one scenario on one side and another scenario on the other side, and StarMix is going to put more weight on the scenario that is a better explanation of the DNA profile. You do these kinds of comparisons subconsciously in your mind all day long. If the DNA profile, for example, is the fact that someone ran a marathon, that's your result. The two scenarios that could explain that result are, one, the person trained every day for months leading up to the marathon. They ran many, many miles. The second scenario is that they sat on the couch and watched TV and never ran at all. Which one is a
Both
more
terrible
likely
plans.
explanation of the fact that they finished the marathon? It would be the first one, that they trained really hard. And so that is the kind of comparison
They
that
trained every
StarMix
day.
is making.
And where do these scenarios come from, I guess?
So
Like the last
based upon
one,
what
my
the DNA
imagination.
profile looks like, we will set up the two opposing scenarios to make the comparison. And the first scenario is always going to include the person whose standard is being compared to that profile, so the person whose statistic you are calculating. And the second scenario is always going to include an unidentified, unrelated individual, because you need something that opposes that comparison. So for a single source profile, your two scenarios will be the person being compared is contributing to the mixture versus an unidentified, unrelated individual is contributing to the mixture. To the profile for single source. If it is a mixture, then you need to account for the other potential individuals present in that profile. So for a two-person mixture, for example, the first scenario will be the person being compared and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus two unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And so we'll make that same comparison for each person based upon what the DNA profile looks like.
Okay. And so this unidentified, unrelated individual, where does that really come from?
That's just the way that the statistic is calculated. It's not saying that it's not possible for related individuals to be in the mixture, but because we are focusing only on the comparison to that one person, we need something to contrast that to, and we account for that by using that unidentified, unrelated individual wording.
So is that just kind of built into this formula in the StarMix program?
Correct.
It's a black box. Guilty.
All right. So what are some results that you can obtain from your comparisons you make?
So a result in support of the first scenario, which is that the person being compared to the profile is contributing to the profile, the seesaw will tilt in that direction, and we call that an inclusion. If it is tilting far enough in the other direction, we call that an exclusion. It's saying that the person being compared is not a contributor to the profile under those two scenarios that are being compared. It's possible for the seesaw to just tilt a little bit in either direction if the DNA in the profile is very low level or very partial. There's just not that much information there to make the comparison, and so it's not tilting in one way or the other very strongly. It is also possible, if it's very partial, very low level information, for the seesaw to just not move at all. It's saying that neither
Seesaw not
explanation
moving at all is the
is
story
a
of my
better
childhood.
explanation for the DNA profile, and we'll call that uninformative.
And do you set up propositions the same way for each comparison to an item?
Yes, so first we will say if the item is suitable for comparison, then we will say the number of contributors that we're interpreting that profile as, and then we will set up those two scenarios each time. In the cases of items that are being taken off of someone's body or swabs from their body, we'll call that an intimate item. And so we want to account for the
Fourth
presence
floor.
of the individual whose body the item was taken off of in that profile. Because it's being removed from their body, we're expecting that profile to be there. And so we can do that in two ways. We'll look at the DNA profile. If their DNA is clearly present in the profile, we will assume them as a contributor. And what that does is put that person on both sides of the seesaw. And so we're only making comparisons now to the DNA that is not that person who we already know is there. It's like someone telling you, I know there are 2 cups of flour in grandma's cookie recipe. So now you're just adjusting the other potential ingredients to see what else is making up that recipe. If their DNA profile is maybe more partial or low level, then we'll run the statistic for that individual first to make sure that it meets our threshold to put them on both sides of the seesaw, and we'll call that a conditioned contributor. It treats it the same way once we've run that standard comparison. And so the propositions will list any individual that has been assumed or conditioned on as a contributor, and then it will have the 2 opposing scenarios for the other individuals that are being compared to the profile, and then finally the result of that comparison.
So if you had my shirt for testing, you would assume my DNA was on this shirt because you knew I was wearing the shirt.
Right. I would look at your profile first and visually compare that to the item of evidence. If you are clearly contributing to the mixture, then I will assume you. If maybe you are a lower level contributor, but it looks like your DNA profile could be there, then in order to confirm that, I will run your statistic first and then continue on with you on both sides of the seesaw.
All right, and now are there some times where you are unable to make comparisons to specific individuals?
Yes, like we mentioned earlier, if there are individuals that are related and maybe the DNA profile that we're comparing them to is lower level, or there's just not a lot of information there for a lower level contributor, we can't distinguish between them. And so we won't make comparisons in those cases to those individuals.
And I guess before we get started, just kind of going back to DNA in general, what are alleles?
So alleles are the results of our testing at a specific location. Like I explained earlier, the final step of the laboratory portion of our analysis is the separation of the DNA into a profile, and the separation is what generates those allele results.
Okay. And how many alleles are we dealing with when you're making an analysis with DNA? I guess if there are more or less, what that can tell you, if that makes sense.
I'm not sure I know what you're
No,
asking.
it doesn't make sense. Ask better questions.
All right. Well,
I went to law school.
Didn't you do
sometimes there are
PEP on
DNA
this?
samples. You mentioned lower or higher levels of DNA there.
Mhm.
Would that affect the alleles that are there?
Yes, so the alleles are the actual result that we're looking at, it's the DNA profile that we're looking at. We are evaluating the profile based upon the heights of those alleles. So the higher the allele, the potential greater contribution of that individual's DNA. The lower level the allele, the less DNA potentially from that individual in that profile.
And if you only have a few alleles to look at, is that very informative in your analysis?
No, the fewer number of alleles that you have to make comparisons, the less informative the statistic is going to be. So that's where we have it in that range where it's not tilting greatly in one direction over the other. It's kind of like trying to identify something based off of an eyewitness description. If it's very vague, like it was a red sedan, there are many red sedans that could fit that description. So that would be an example of having few alleles. But if you have a more specific description, like it was a red sedan with 5 bumper stickers and a bedazzled license plate, that's very specific. And so you have more information to make your comparison to that vehicle.
And unrelated people share the same alleles?
Yes.
All right, so before we get to the results, some of these statistical results are very large numbers. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you think these two charts here, States Exhibits 475 and 474, would help demonstrate to the jury what we're talking about?
Do you think that these will help demonstrate to the jury what we're talking about?
Yes.
States Exhibit 474 and 475 for demonstrative purposes.
To admit it.
What a weird question that was. Do you think this evidence will help the jury make a decision? I mean, I'd hope so. Otherwise, why are you using it?
All right, did you receive a number of bubble swabs to analyze in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember how many buccal swabs you may have received?
I believe there were 24 buccal swabs total that I used for comparison.
Maybe 25?
I'd have to count.
Oh my gosh.
They just got 3 extra buckle swabs from GM OnStar.
There was one that I received, but I did not perform analysis on. Maybe that's the one that you're counting.
I'll have you take a look at States 463. Do you recognize that buccal swab?
Yes.
And who is that a buccal swab from?
It's labeled as buccal swabs from Nolan Tootin. There's our laboratory case number and item number on the packaging.
And you performed analysis on this buccal swab?
Yes.
State would move 463 into evidence.
No objection. To admit it.
Now, you compared standards from these buccal swabs to swabs from items of evidence, or what do we do to analyze all this stuff?
So first we do our interpretation of the evidence. We look at the evidence like I described earlier, make sure that it's suitable for comparison, determine the number of contributors to the item, and then if it's an intimate item, we'll make that visual comparison to the individual whose body that item came from first. Then we will use star mix to calculate the statistics for other individuals for comparison. And then it'll be a result in support of one proposition over the other.
And the other individuals for comparison would be any number of the individuals whose buccal swabs were submitted in this case.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to have you take a look at State's Exhibit 459. What is State's Exhibit 459 an item that you analyzed?
459 are our laboratory items 7.1 and 10.1.
Okay. And can you tell us what that actually is?
7.1 was the MBAC collection from cartridge cases 2 through 7. And 10.1 were the swabs from the exterior of items 9 and 10, which were shotgun shells.
And you performed analysis on both of those items?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us the results of your analysis on the MBAC collection from the 300 blackout cases?
Oh, finally.
Your item 7.1.
Indeterminate.
I guess instead of just blanketly asking for the results, I'll ask, based on the comparisons you made when analyzing that item, were any individuals included?
Yes, for item 7.1, the DNA profile was interpreted as single source. And for the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the two scenarios were Margaret Murdaugh contributed the DNA profile versus an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the DNA profile. And the result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 510 billion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
What was item 7.1?
So 300 blackout shells.
And what does that mean?
Oh, so Maggie put the shells in?
It means that the likelihood ratio is in support of that first scenario of Margaret Murdaugh contributing the profile versus an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
But of course, if someone took
Okay, let's
Paul's
move on to
300
the
blackout
next item in
gun,
that
it's
in State's
entirely
Exhibit
likely that a
459,
Murdaugh
the
DNA
swabs from
is
the
what is
exterior of
on the
items
shells
9
from
and
that gun.
10, which were these shotgun shells from the feed room.
Okay.
Based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included?
This item was also interpreted as single source, and so the scenarios were set up the same way, with the person being compared contributed the profile versus an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
And that means there's one person contributing.
Correct. For Paul Murdaugh, the result of the comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 15 octillion times more likely if Paul Murdaugh contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
Octillion.
What does that mean?
Sounds like a lot of zeros.
Just like earlier, it's in support of
Yeah, I think
that
it's,
first proposition set. The
17
DNA profile is
zeros.
approximately 15 octillion
Like
times
that.
more likely if Paul Murdaugh contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
Let's move on to Exhibit 18.
Okay, so that's the shotgun shells from the feed room, which could have Paul's DNA on them,
Which
from
are swabs from the
loading them, I guess,
feed room door.
or from blood splatter, potentially. I don't know if that.
Don't know.
Yeah,
Did you analyze those items? Take Exhibit 18.
because if they fell in
Yes, I
blood,
did. Item 17, you can see our laboratory number and then my initials on the seal and the date.
And those are swabs from the feed room door.
It's labeled as swabs from exterior doorknob of storage room door.
All right. And based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included?
For item 17, the comparison with Paul Murdaugh, The DNA profile was again interpreted as single source, so we're setting up the propositions in that same way. The result is the DNA profile is approximately 15 octillion times more likely if Paul Murdaugh contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
15 octillion times more likely. An octillion has 27 zeros.
Yes.
So that's
Oh,
a pretty
shit.
high
27.
statistical number there.
Yes.
Let's move on to Exhibit 256.
So all this property on the Murdaugh grounds test positive for Murdaugh DNA.
Which I cannot see the location.
Hey, Nick, I got a court appearance I got to get to, so I'll be back later.
Later, buddy.
Good luck.
See you then.
Thanks. Don't worry about me. I'm not going to jail, so I'm always okay.
I know the feeling. Yeah.
They go to courts and don't.
I assume that's going to be the questioning on cross. You said it's very likely that, you know, this DNA came from Paul, extremely likely. How would the DNA get on that shell casing? Well, we don't know how it got on there. So it could be touch DNA. It could be because it fell in blood splattered on it. You know, those types of
Which
questions.
would be your items 15 and 16. Swabs of blood from Camo Benelli.
Yes, item 15.
Nature of the objection.
Foundation, she described in the question as swabs of blood that has not been established.
All right, response.
Your Honor, item Exhibit 256, item 15 and 16 have been admitted into evidence. even
The
though I can't
presumptive blood
hands on
at this
them
point.
the moment. And they were described as 2 swabs of suspected blood from receiver forward of the loading port from Camo Benelli Super Black Eagle 3 12-gauge shot.
Your Honor, there'd be no objection if it was the question were rephrased to say suspected blood.
All right, if you restate the question, please.
Ask better questions.
Sloppy.
I
Yep,
believe I
sloppy.
misspoke, and this would be State's Exhibit 259.
She's rocking the heels today, though. That's good.
And what is that item?
259 contains SLED items 15 and 16, which were swabs from the Camo Benelli 12-gauge shotgun.
And did you analyze those items?
Yes, I did.
Based on your comparisons that you made, were any individuals included?
For which item?
Let's start with item 15.
Item 15 was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. So for this comparison, we have the person being compared to the DNA profile and an unidentified, unrelated individual as the first scenario. And then the second scenario is 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the result is the DNA profile is approximately 670 octillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the result is, sorry, the DNA profile is approximately 10 quintillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And so now, because we have a mixture where more than one person has been included as a contributor, we run the statistic for those individuals together to make sure that the DNA profile can be explained by a contribution of DNA from all of those individuals together. So The comparisons would now be Margaret Murdaugh and Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed to the mixture versus 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And the result of that comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 48 quindecillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed to the profile than if 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the profile.
Okay, so we have 3 different,
This is on a
I
shotgun.
guess, scenarios there.
3 different comparisons being made.
And is any one of those comparisons more likely than the other?
How do you mean?
Okay, well, can you pick out one of those comparisons?
I just
as
said all
being
these words.
more likely than the other comparisons?
No.
For each of those comparisons, the individuals who were being compared were included as contributors to the mixture.
All right, let's talk about item 16, which is also a swab of suspected blood from the Camo Benelli.
For item 16, the partial DNA profile developed was insufficient for interpretation.
All right, let's move on to Exhibit 398. You'll take a look at 398.
.398
I bet
contains
usually
our
people
slide
in
lab
chat on
numbers
DNA test just said whether it was
22.4 and
one or not.
22.5.
Not how they work.
So item 22.4 is a reddish brown debris swab from the right side of the receiver belonging to item 22.
Correct.
22. Based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included on that item 22.4?
22.4, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. For the comparison with Margaret Murdaugh, the result was the DNA profile is approximately 480 octillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And what does that mean?
The result is in support of that first scenario of Margaret Murdaugh being included as a contributor to the mixture. The likelihood ratio is 480 octillion times more. The DNA profile is approximately 480 octillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And then the next item, 22.5, is also a swab from that same shotgun from the left side.
Yes.
Based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included?
Item 22.5, the DNA profile was also interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. For the comparison with Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 570 octillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
75 octillion times more likely that Margaret Murdaugh contributed to that mixture.
The DNA profile is approximately 570 octillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than
Poor
if
witness is
2
acting like she's having
unidentified
trouble
unrelated
placing her order
individuals
with the Red
contributed to
Lobster
the mixture.
waitress.
And now this unidentified, unrelated individual is popping up. And what does that mean again?
It's just the way that we
Was there
make
not a
our
match for
calculation. We
Alec
have to
on
account
that
for
bloodstain?
an opposing scenario to the person being compared. And then when there is a mixture, we need to account for the other individuals in that mixture when we're making our comparison. And so we use an unidentified, unrelated individual.
So Alec didn't show up in that one.
Did you analyze some swabs from Paul Murdaugh's cell phone? I believe that would be your item 25.1.
Alex's DNA should have been on there,
Yes.
not someone else's.
And
It
what
was
were the
Maggie.
results of your analysis there?
A partial DNA profile was developed due to the limited information obtained and the inability to determine the number of contributors. No further interpretation will be offered.
In State's Exhibit 83 is some swabs from a Chevy Suburban.
So much for them handling their cell phones all the time.
If you could focus on your item 56, the 2 swabs of suspected blood collecting from the steering wheel.
I mean, listen to that microphone picking up a car driving by outside.
That could have been me.
Oh, it could have been. Your mic doesn't usually pick up that much stuff, though.
You know, it's weird. For most sounds, it's okay, but for deep engine sounds, sometimes it picks up the noise from outside the window. It definitely picks up the train horn.
Oh.
You said 56? Okay. Okay, I have 56.
And you analyzed item 56?
I'm really
Yes, I
trying to
did.
keep myself
Swabs of blood
motivated
collected
to
from the
keep
steering
watching this
wheel?
trial. I'm really
They
trying.
were submitted as 2 swabs of suspected blood collected from the steering wheel of the Chevy Suburban.
And based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included?
Shouldn't you ask to confer with your notes?
For item 56, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the result is the DNA profile is approximately 35 times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Here 35 times?
For the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the result is the DNA profile is approximately 100 quadrillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And then just like before, because we had 2 individuals who were included individually as contributors to the mixture, we have to run the comparison of them together to make sure that the DNA profile can be explained by a contribution of DNA from all of those individuals. So for that comparison, the DNA profile is approximately 240 quintillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. There's also a statement that because that first comparison to Margaret Murdaugh had a likelihood ratio result that is on the lower end of our scale, we want to put more emphasis on that result when comparing her as a contributor to the mixture. So the likelihood ratio for proposition set 3, which was that comparison together, was calculated to confirm that the mixture could be explained by the contribution of DNA from all individuals listed under HP, which is that first scenario. Due to the disparity in the individual likelihood ratios between the contributors for this item, it is recommended to put more weight on the results of Proposition Set 1, which is that comparison of Margaret Murdaugh individually, rather than the results of Proposition Set 3, which is the comparison of them together, when considering Margaret Murdaugh as a possible contributor to the mixture.
Just because the DNA is from a suspective blood sample doesn't mean it's from blood. So it could be touch DNA on the steering wheel. That just got swept up when they swapped for
I guess
blood.
if you could kind of simplify that a little bit for us.
Cross of
Yes.
this might actually be
So
interesting.
think about like two
Looking
people
forward to
singing the
Cross.
same song. If one person is singing really quietly and another person is singing loudly, when they're singing together, it'll sound really loud because that one person is already singing loudly by themselves. But that doesn't mean that the person who was singing quietly is suddenly singing very loudly. So we're trying to account for the difference in the weight of the result. And so it's just more accurate when considering that person who is a lower level or has a lower likelihood ratio to consider their individual likelihood ratio rather than the combined likelihood ratio.
So what, based on all of that, what is the most likely we have there?
It's not really that it's like a more likely scenario over another. It's just the result of that comparison that's being made.
So just take into all that into account.
Yes.
What do you mean taking all that into account?
Let's move on to
Why are you
exhibits,
so bad at asking
251, which was the left and right fingernails from Maggie Murdaugh.
It's like she didn't prep for this witness. It's one of her biggest witnesses.
They're going to identify the fingernails as matching Maggie Murdaugh. The Maggie fingernails match the DNA profile of Maggie.
Exhibit 251. Did you analyze
They're looking for
those items?
defensive
I believe
wounds or
item 70 is the
DNA
left
under the
fingernail
fingernails
clippings from Maggie Murdaugh.
is my guess. They're not
Yes,
going to find
and
any. They already said
71
there's
is
no
the
defensive
right
wounds.
fingernail clippings from Margaret Murdaugh.
So let's talk about the left fingernail clippings first. What were the results
Oh,
of your
gosh.
analysis?
Are you looking for all of the individuals who were compared?
Yes, the results, the entire results. yes.
Okay.
Oh, God.
For item 70, a DNA profile suitable for comparison was developed. Several individuals were visually excluded from the profile first. Paul Murdaugh, Anthony Cook, Roger Davis, Rogan Gibson, Connor Cook, Philip Beach, Renee Beach, Robin Beach, John Murdaugh, Richard Alexander Murdaugh Jr. or Buster, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Randy Murdaugh, Miley Altman, and Morgan Dowdy are excluded as contributors. Excluded as contributors. For the proposition set, the DNA profile was interpreted as
Who
a
was
mixture
included as
originating from two
contributors?
individuals.
Oh, thank God.
Because these are Margaret Murdaugh's own fingernail clippings, she is assumed as a contributor. So the two scenarios are Margaret Murdaugh, and in this case, the comparison was made to Claude CB Rowe using the StarMix software. So that first scenario is Margaret Murdaugh and Claude CB Rowe contributed to the mixture. And the second scenario is Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
Who the hell is Claude?
Now,
CB
why
Rowe?
was Claude CB Rowe included in this comparison?
So the other individuals I was able to visually exclude, which just means from looking at the DNA profile and comparing it to their standard, I could exclude them as a contributor. If an individual happens to have the alleles that, or
Tell me that's
if
not
an
the guy
individual
they
cannot be
hired that
visually
was, the
excluded.
Black Panther murderer.
So I cannot say from looking at their
That'd
DNA
be fucking
profile,
hilarious.
comparing it to the evidence that they are excluded, then I will run the statistic to compare them to that profile. And so that's why that comparison was made. The result of the comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 11 times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Margaret Murdaugh and Claude C.B. Rowe contributed to the mixture. So this is a result in support of that second scenario. It's not the first scenario like the others that we've been discussing have been.
What? I think she got that backward. She got it
How
backwards.
much DNA were you looking at in this sample?
Claude C.B. Rowe is a teacher in South Carolina who received
Are you asking-
probation for sexual battery of a student back in
Like DNA
2011.
that was not attributable to Margaret.
Like was there a small amount of DNA or a large amount of DNA under those left fingernail clippings?
There was not a lot of, there were not many alleles that were not attributable to Margaret in the profile.
So let's talk a little bit, explain about those alleles there that when you were doing your testing.
Yeah. Like I explained earlier, the alleles are the results of our test, and they will appear on
This is a groundskeeper.
in the profile that we're looking at.
Is he?
And they will be
Yeah.
at different proportions based upon roughly how much DNA is
Naughty
present
Maggie.
from
Former
the different
chemistry
possible
teacher at Thomas
contributors.
Hayward Academy
So,
until fired for
in
sexual
this
battery of a
case,
student.
because they were Margaret Murdaugh's own fingernail clippings, her DNA is present in the profile at a higher level. And then we are looking at only a few alleles that were not her own alleles to make the comparison to the other individuals.
So was it 3 alleles?
Yes, that were not Margaret Murdaugh's alleles.
And those 3 alleles could be C.B. Rowe's alleles?
I could not visually exclude him, which just means when looking at his profile and comparing it to those other alleles, he did have those alleles, but it's a very low level of DNA that's being compared to him. And the result was in support of that second scenario, which was Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
And this courtroom here is full of people. Could anybody in this courtroom have those same 3 alleles present in that testing?
It's possible.
How possible?
All
Bad
right, let's
question.
move on. And let's put this other chart we have here.
Well, Alex excluded under her fingernails, but CB isn't.
Screen.
Whose back was she scratching?
And the results concerning C.B. Rowe, was that moderate support for exclusion for his results?
So what you're looking at is a scale. It's representative of a verbal scale that we have on our reports, and it's showing the different ranges for the likelihood ratio results that we can obtain. So on one side, you have the likelihood ratios that are in support of that first proposition or that first scenario. And you, on the other side, you have the scale for the results that are in support of that second proposition. So here, the range is 2 to 99 for moderate support for that second proposition, and his result is an 11, which falls within that 2 to 99 range.
Okay. And then the other result?
But this is the state's data, and they're saying, I know it doesn't look great, but don't pay any attention to it.
For Margaret
It's not
Murdaugh,
important.
because it's her own fingernail clippings, we're
Yeah, I have a
not
feeling the
calculating a
defense is gonna
statistic, we're
focus in on
assuming
that.
her as the contributor.
And you also analyzed the fingernail clippings from her right hand.
Yes.
And those are up there as well. What were the results of your analysis there?
The DNA profile developed is attributable to Margaret Murdaugh.
And then State's Exhibit 252 is fingernail clippings from the right and left hands of Paul Murdaugh. If you could tell us any results from your analysis of
How many of the fingernail clippings did you eat before
For
performing
both
the
items
test?
72 and 73, the result was the DNA profile developed is attributable to Paul Murdaugh.
Now, you also analyzed Alec Murdaugh's shirt, which is State's Exhibit 418, your item 9. And did you analyze Paul Murdaugh, or excuse me, the defendant Alex Murdaugh's hands as well?
Yes.
Hello.
The stream is frozen, but not frozen. Like there's no turning wheel.
Okay.
They're having a technical difficulty, of course. So I'll have to wait. All right. So you guys may be zoning out or hating life through this DNA analysis. But to clear up a couple things, they do these analyses in different ways. Early on, we got comparisons between for single source contributions. They make a comparison between someone who's not ruled out automatically and then another unidentified, unrelated person. And so they say, it looks like it's, for example, this DNA looks similar to Alec. It has some matching alleles. So then we're going to test the matching alleles that we got on this DNA to a hypothetical unrelated person. That does not mean that there's two people on that piece of evidence. It means there's one, and who is more likely between Alec and a random population. So that's one set. Then the next set is when they get two or multiple source contributors. They have to look at them. They rule out everybody that they can. So we saw this one on one of the shells, I think, where they had DNA from two contributing people, and one of them was either Maggie or Paul, and the other identified possible one was Alec. So then what they did was they, we're back. Hold on.
Back bottom center of the defendant's shirt.
For 19.3, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals. For this item, I was able to assume Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a contributor. So the propositions or the scenarios that we're comparing are Richard Alexander Murdaugh and the person being compared versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 360 quadrillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Margaret Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
Okay, so there's a
19.4.
bit of Maggie's DNA on the shirt. Likely.
For 19.4, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals. And this was a situation where I had to first calculate the statistic for Richard Alexander Murdaugh to see if there was enough DNA to condition on him as a contributor. So for that comparison, the DNA profile is approximately 120 quadrillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if two unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And then moving forward with the other comparisons, I can say that Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. And just like before, we have Richard Alexander Murdaugh and the person being compared contributed to the mixture versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 7 octillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
And does that complete your analysis of that item?
For 19.4?
Yes.
I think that was the only one where there was inclusionary likelihood ratios. Yes.
Let's move on to
in
19.5.
one
cutting
spot
from
on the white shirt,
Cane B.
there's
on the
a bit of
shirt.
DNA that appears to be from Maggie and a
Tell
bit
us about
from
any
Paul.
inclusions.
That's the best evidence the state has put forth so far.
This
although
item
we don't
was
know the
also
source of that
interpreted,
DNA.
the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals. And I was able to assume Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a contributor. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the result is the DNA profile is approximately 3,800 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Margaret Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
Did she say 3,800 times more
Yeah.
likely? That's nothing.
Moving on to item 19.6, a cutting from Cane C on the shirt.
Compare and contrast that with the octillion results we got earlier.
Okay.
Tell us about any individuals that were included there.
For item 19.6, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. I was able to assume Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a contributor to the mixture. And so now we are comparing Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the individual being compared to the mixture, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 570 octillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
And does that include your, the results of inclusion for that item?
Yes.
Item 19.7, a cutting from Cane D.
For item 19.7, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 4 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture, so I was able to assume him. And so the comparison in this case will be Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the person being compared to the mixture, and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 1.9 quadrillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and 2 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 3 unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. I also made a comparison to Nolan Tootin. the DNA profile is approximately 480 septillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Nolan Tootin, and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
The hell's Nolan Tootin?
And again, why was Nolan Tootin included in that comparison?
When looking at the evidence DNA profile, I was not able to visually exclude Nolan Tootin as a potential contributor to the mixture.
Bronca's
and so
down.
I ran
We've lost
his
Bronca.
likelihood ratio for comparison to that item. And then similarly to the other items where if an individual is included when you run their likelihood ratio on their own, I also had to do the calculation for all of those individuals together to make sure that the DNA profile can be explained by a contribution of all of those individuals. So
Okay, Nolan
for
testified
that
on Friday.
comparison, the DNA
Cool.
profile is approximately 450 duodecillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, Nolan Tootin, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
It's like you escaped from a Soviet prison only to be
Okay,
brought back.
Item
I'm just an
19.8.
idiot.
Cutting from another stain on the shirt, stain E. And if you could just give us any individuals that were included in your results, please.
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the result is the DNA profile is approximately 590 million times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
19.9, stain F.
For item 19.9, a DNA profile was developed. Due to the inability to determine the number of contributors, no further interpretation will be offered.
Item 19.10.
For item 19.10, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 430 octillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Item 19.11, which is a cutting from stain H.
Oh, no wonder God sent us courtroom COVID.
If you could
You should have done it
explain any
harder.
individuals who are included in your analysis.
So for item 19.11, the only individual who had an inclusionary likelihood ratio, first, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Hipólito Torres, the DNA profile is approximately 10 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Hipólito Torres contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
So with Mr. Torres, I guess if we could look back at this chart and tell
In
us
summary, the
where he
defendant's
would
guilty.
fall along there.
The likelihood ratio for his comparison under those propositions was 10, which falls under our weak support for that first scenario.
So would that be trending towards exclusion?
It's in support of that first scenario, on this side, the green side of the scale.
On the green side?
But it's 10. So that very first arrow indicates weak support for that scenario. The range is 2 to 99.
Okay, so
And his likelihood ratio, when compared to the DNA profile, the DNA profile is approximately 10 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Hipólito Torres contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
Oh.
and I don't want you to repeat that same thing again, but could you kind of, I guess, clarify what that means?
I don't know what it means.
When making my comparison to the evidence DNA profile, I was not able to visually exclude Hipólito Torres as a possible contributor to the mixture, and so I ran the statistic for his comparison.
Oh my
And the
God.
result of that comparison is in support of the first scenario. The DNA profile is approximately 10 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Hipólito Torres contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture. So it's just tilting that seesaw 10 in that direction.
Okay, we have two cuttings left from the shirt.
Oh.
Item 19.12 is a cutting from stain I.
I'm going to start cutting.
Based on the comparisons you made, were any individuals included?
19.12, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 1.3 nonillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Margaret Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
And then item 19.13, a cutting from stain J of the defendant's shirt.
For item 19.13, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from three individuals. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 1.5 sextillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and two unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if three unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. So this is one where I was not able to assume Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a contributor, so I am comparing each person individually. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 24 quintillion times more likely if Paul Murdaugh and two unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if three unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 29 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and two unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if three unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And like before, because there are multiple individuals who were included as contributors when compared individually, I have to calculate the statistic for them together. For that comparison, the DNA profile is approximately 260 quindecillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, and Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if three unidentified, unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And similarly to that other item where there was an individual with a lower likelihood ratio, there is that statement about the recommendation to put more weight on the results of proposition set 3, which was the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, rather than the results of proposition set 4 when considering Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a possible contributor to the mixture.
All right. So, in addition to this shirt being analyzed for DNA, Agent Wynn told the jury a little bit about it being tested for blood. Can you explain what you did to test this shirt for the presence of blood?
I was asked to perform a hemotrace test on the cuttings from the shirt. As Ms. Wynn described, it's our confirmatory test for blood. It works similarly to a pregnancy test or a COVID test. One line in the control area is a negative result, a line in the control area, and the test area would be a positive result.
That is testing with hemotrace.
Yes.
And what were the results of the hemotrace testing on all of the items that you just discussed to the jury?
For items 19.2 through 19.13, the result was no human blood identified.
And could you explain that?
None of this
to
DNA
us?
was from blood.
We had presumptive testing for blood.
Wait, none of it was
and
from
then,
blood?
Some other testing, and then the hemotrace, which says there was no blood. So what does that mean?
So
it's
presumptive
pointless.
tests are sensitive but not very specific. Like discussed earlier, there are possible false positives for presumptive tests. If we're requested to, we can perform a confirmatory test, which is more specific but is less sensitive.
So in your opinion, if there was blood on that shirt, could testing such as with LCV have diluted any blood on the shirt?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I am aware of some studies that have been performed on hemotrace testing after LCV that suggests that there is a possible interaction with the LCV and the hemotrace test.
It's having to
And it
explain
is
away
possible for there
their
to
own bad
be
test results.
amounts of hemoglobin that would not be detected by the test that would give a negative result. But the results of my testing were negative.
And as we've discussed, testing for blood and testing for DNA is different.
Yes.
All right. You also tested the defendant's pants.
Yes.
Did you test
Level
those
of
in a
prosecution's
similar
trying to raise
manner
reasonable
to the
doubt
way
about
you
the
would
fact that
test
there's
the
no,
cuttings from the shirt?
that it's not from blood.
Do you mean for DNA?
Yes.
Yes.
That would be State's Exhibit 418, the defendant's pants, and the cuttings, items Exhibits 460 and 461.
I'm going to just clip this audio out and start a page-turning
Your items,
ASMR channel.
20.2.
You're reading a book.
Starting there.
Sorry, wrong report.
So all the DNA on the shirt could just be blood or
Okay.
touch DNA.
So I guess as briefly as we can,
Yeah,
let's discuss
man,
some of
wife,
the
and
results from the
son
cuttings
who all
from
live in the
those
same house
pants.
have DNA on the same
Item
shirt.
20.2
Okay.
is a cutting from the front left interior pocket of the defendant's pants. Were any individuals included?
Is your audio
So
all
for
robot
item
in the court?
20.2, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture
No, my
originating
audio,
from 3
everything
individuals.
sounds fine to me.
This was one where
I wanna pop out
I
and pop
calculated
back in.
his
Maybe you had
likelihood
an issue
ratio
when
to
you
see
dropped
if
earlier.
I could condition on him as a contributor. So the result of that comparison is the
Yeah, I'll do
DNA
that.
profile is approximately 140 quadrillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And so then for the comparisons to the other individuals, Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture, and the scenarios are Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the person being compared, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Hopefully
For the
that's better.
comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 5.1 sextillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 25 quintillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And for the comparison of all those individuals together, the DNA profile is approximately 2 quindecillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and Paul Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
The next
Quindecillion
cutting
a
is
huge
item
number.
20.3, a cutting from stain A on the defendant's pants.
For 20.3, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 94 septillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right, 20.4, cutting from stain G from the defendant's pants. You could tell us if any individuals were included in that analysis.
For 20.4, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 24 sextillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
Was that the only comparison for that item?
That was the only,
Inclusion?
yes, for that item.
Let's move to the next one. I think that would be 20.5, a cutting from stain C from the defendant's pants. You can please tell us if any individuals were included.
For 20.5, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 2 individuals. Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 4.1 septillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture.
And I think we have 3 left. Item 20.6, a cutting from stain D from the defendant's pants.
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. This was one where I was not able to assume Richard Alexander Murdaugh as a contributor, so I'm making the comparisons to each person individually.
And you can't assume him. Why?
When making that comparison, it seems that his DNA may be present, but at a low level, so I cannot assume him as a contributor. So I would run his likelihood ratio to see if I could condition, but in this case, it was not high enough to meet our threshold to condition, so I'm just comparing him to the profile like every other individual.
So on his own pants, there's not enough DNA?
For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 930 quintillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and an unidentified unrelated individual. I'm sorry. The DNA profile is approximately 930 quintillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 38 quintillion times more likely if Paul Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 190 times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And then we're calculating the statistic for all of those individuals together. The DNA profile is approximately 8.7 quindecillion times more likely if Margaret Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, and Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And there is that same statement about putting more weight on the individual likelihood ratio for Richard Alexander Murdaugh when considering him as a contributor rather than the combined.
Item 20.7,
Oh my
hopefully that
God.
should be an easy one.
For 20.7, a DNA profile was developed due to the inability to determine the number of contributors. No further interpretation will be offered.
And then lastly, item 20.8, a cutting from stain F of defendant's pants. Or shorts.
For 20.8, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture originating from 3 individuals. I calculated the likelihood ratio for Richard Alexander Murdaugh to see if it met our threshold to condition on him as a contributor. The result for his comparison is the DNA profile is approximately 320 million times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture than if 3 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And then when making comparisons to the other individuals, I'm including him as a contributor. So Richard Alexander Murdaugh is contributing to the mixture. For the comparison to Margaret Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 2.66 sextillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. For the comparison to Paul Murdaugh, the DNA profile is approximately 17 quintillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Paul Murdaugh, and an unidentified unrelated individual contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture. And then once again, we're calculating the likelihood ratio of all of those individuals contributing to the mixture together. The DNA profile is approximately 93 quattuordecillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Margaret Murdaugh, and Paul Murdaugh contributed to the mixture than if Richard Alexander Murdaugh and 2 unidentified unrelated individuals contributed to the mixture.
All right. Now, as far as the shorts or defendant's pants go, did you do any confirmatory testing on those with Hemotrace?
No, I did not.
Exhibit 419 is the defendant's shoes, which is item 21. And in exhibit 460, I believe it's up here in some of this. Exhibit 460.
Okay.
Can you tell us what is contained, if a cutting from the left shoelace of the defendant's shoes is contained in that exhibit?
0.2 as part of this container.
And did you analyze the cutting from that shoelace?
Yes.
Okay. And were any individuals included
Yeah, that you
in
said
your results
lastly a
there?
minute ago. Oh my God.
The DNA profile was interpreted as single source for the comparison to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, The result is the DNA profile is approximately 410 septillion times more likely if Richard Alexander Murdaugh contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
And did you also get some swabs from a raincoat?
Yes, I did.
That would be case exhibit 462. 2 swabs from a blue raincoat. Your items 173.2 and 173.3.
Yes.
And you analyzed those items?
Yes, I did.
Item 173.2 from the raincoat appears to be swabs from the interior cuffs, collar, hood, and interior zipper areas and zipper pull of the blue raincoat. Could you tell us the results of your analysis of that item?
No.
Swab?
Sorry. No DNA profile was developed.
And then item 173.3, swabs from the side opening, zipper area, and both interior portions of exterior pocket of blue raincoat.
A partial DNA profile was developed due to the limited information obtained and the inability to determine the number of contributors. No further interpretation will be offered.
Okay, Agent Zapata, thank you so much for going through all that with us. We have no further questions for you at this time.
Oh, defense is like we do, though.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch now and resume at 2:30.
Remain in order.
What? That was a big shout.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh, boy.
Well, the only thing I really took from that is they collected all this DNA from the shirt, but no blood.
Right. So it's it's a house where Alex, Maggie, and Paul all live. I mean, if she touches his chest, you can get transfer DNA from that. If she does any laundry, or he does any laundry, or they touch any laundry, or they move any laundry, any of that stuff could cause the transfer of DNA. If it's not from blood, it's effectively unimportant to the case. So
Much ado about nothing.
man. Well, I'm curious what the I mean, I would assume that's going to be the main strategy of the defense on cross, is to just go after how little that DNA actually says about anything.
Yeah. I mean, would it be common for people living in close proximity to have each other's DNA on their clothes? Yeah.
Right.
All right. So, this is not a crime scene where one of these people is an intruder and has no explanation for being there. I mean, that's when DNA can matter, when there's no explanation consistent with innocence for why it's there. Same with a fingerprint or any other presence type data or findings. But if there's a reasonable hypothesis for why the print is there, or the DNA is there, or the person appears on a security camera, well, there's a reasonable explanation for it, consistent with innocence.
Right.
As this whole trial has been.
Yeah, this is again, it's a marvel that the state moved forward with the case at this stage. I mean, maybe had they continued the investigation, maybe they put together some other evidence, they could have brought a more robust offense to him. But they really don't seem to have that much. I think they're relying a lot, on cultural prejudices. And I mean specifically the culture of South Carolina in that area against the Murdaughs, which you hope would be screened out in voir dire, but maybe it's not. So they're going to rely on that. They're relying on their ability to include the financial crimes to prejudice him, and relying on probably the boat accident as well and stuff related to that. If they can make Alec into a bad guy, then they can make, they believe, a good case. But I'm just the lack of evidence directly related to him murdering any of these people is stunning in this case.
Well, I guess they were compelled, right? The defense went for speedy trial. But let's face it, this shooting happened a year and a half ago. More
The
than a year
speedy
and a half
trial
ago.
is only once they charge, though. Like, they could
Right.
have continued investigating and held off on actually charging him. I believe they had him on the financial crimes anyway. It's not like he was going to get to go anywhere. So they could have held off on trying the murder until they had developed it. There's no statute of limitations on murder, so they could have held off till after the financial crimes trial. Speaking of financial crimes, just kidding. What's up, Kurt?
Hey, Kurt.
Not much. So my only point of clarification is because I could have sworn I heard the DNA expert testify that under Maggie's fingernails they found alleles that did not belong to any of the potential suspects. It's like, here is the list of like 15 people we took DNA from, and these alleles under her fingernails didn't match any of them. Did I misunderstand her testimony?
Well, minor correction. There was
Okay.
a very, very small match to the groundskeeper, Claude. What's his name? I got it here.
It's
Claude CB Rowe.
like 11-1 or something.
Yeah, it was really low. She matched, I think, 3 alleles that could not visually rule him out. And so, yeah, the comparison for him was very low, but it was present.
Yeah, and then on that whole like 11-1 thing, maybe I misheard it or maybe she misspoke because I wasn't quite sure which way around it was, because at one point she said it one way and at one point she seemed to say it the other way. So
Yeah, that's what I heard
wasn't
too.
even sure if it was a like 11-1, which one was more probable by 11-1. I wasn't quite sure on that either. Not that 11-1 is a really great ratio either way in this
Right.
context. So
Yeah, now, and some people are saying that Claude is the dog keeper, or was the dog keeper, for example. If
Yeah.
Claude interacts with the dog and Maggie scratches the dog, she could get bits of Claude's DNA in her fingernails. I mean, that transfer of DNA is possible, in all sorts of ways. So that
Sure.
it doesn't
There's
necessarily
leashes, there's kennel doors, there's lots of stuff.
Yeah.
Blankets,
So I found that
beds.
testimony significant. I also found significant that apparently it might be blood or it might be cauliflower.
Well, they spent an hour on the DNA matching on the shirt, and then they had to concede that when they did confirmatory tests for blood, they were all negative.
Right. 12 times, as memory serves, from the preliminary motions. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. And on all these guns, which are not the murder weapon, we found Maggie and Alex's DNA. I'm like, but what does it matter? If you had found the murder weapon and only found Alex and Maggie's DNA, that would be a lot more significant because, well, who else handled it? Maybe someone with gloves, but it's a lot more suggestive if you only find Alex Murdaugh's DNA, as it were, and don't find someone else. But we found their DNA on not the murder weapons, and I'm like, why do I care?
Well, there was another interesting part where there was a blood swab, and I believe this was around the receiver of the shotgun, and they identified Maggie's blood or Maggie's DNA and someone else's DNA, but not Alex's DNA on the shotgun, which is really weird.
I don't remember that
That would be there.
part, but I zoned out for a while, so I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was number 22.5 or whatever. Their numbering system is so confusing. I mean, I guess if I had created a spreadsheet and numbered
Yeah.
all of the 500 pieces of evidence so far, we could have done that, but I couldn't do it.
There was a timeline that someone put out on Twitter where they put all the things together and tried to like say why they think that Alex did it on Twitter. So I don't know if you had seen that image, but I went over.
I've got it. I'll pull it
channel.
up.
Yeah, and I just thought it was interesting because I think it makes the case pretty well that Alex Murdaugh didn't do it because it's so tight in time frame. It's like he would have had to have this thing planned out. He would have had to have a checklist. He would have had to have Plan Omega, in a folder somewhere ready to go, and decide that this is the day he's going to break out Plan Omega in order to make this work. He's got 16 minutes tops to do the murders, do some cleanup, get rid of the clothes, not contaminate everything else in sight with blood everywhere, get rid of the guns somehow, put them inside the rain tarp jacket, whatever thing that's too small to fit him anyway, but not get blood in that because we didn't find blood in there. We got that piece of information. So somehow not blood in that, despite they transported the guns in their theory. Get rid of the guns, get rid of the clothing, possibly shower and not get blood anywhere inside the house, and then make the trip to mom's house. And I'm like, I don't think so.
Yeah, so here it is. Here's the timeline. We've got the pre-kennel activity at the kennels.
Yeah. So 8:49:27 is the last time this text message is read. So 8:50.
Mm-hmm.
And at 9:06, he is in the car on the way to his mom's house. So he's got 16 minutes tops to do all that with basically a perfect execution.
And the disposal of Maggie's phone.
Yeah. Well, no, according to this person's timeline, that happened on the way back. He according to this person's timeline, he came, found the phone, ditched it, then called 911 in that 6-minute interval. So fine.
Wait though. That doesn't make any sense. How does
well, because you see, if you go to 10 o'clock,
here it is. Yeah.
His park, and then it's out of park, and then park, out of park, and in park. And this person says that's where he parked at the house, grabbed the phone out of the farm truck, drove to the road to toss the phone, parked to toss the phone, drove back to the house, and then called 911 6 minutes later.
Wasn't it a half mile away?
It was a little bit of a hike. Yes.
And you're not driving a half mile in 12 seconds or 17 seconds. Yeah,
No.
17 seconds out of park drive, 12 seconds.
No. So I believe that these times are correct, and I believe the events are correct, but the conclusions this person are drawing, I do not believe are supported. Certainly not to a beyond a reasonable doubt standard.
3 minutes at house, wiping down farm truck, possibly moving it, tying up any loose ends before authorities arrive.
Uh-huh.
Then he spends 61 seconds driving to the kennels.
Uh-huh.
Okay, in park, calls 911. Alex parks for 19 seconds before the 911 call, but tells them he's already been up to it and it's bad. 19 seconds, go to Paul Murdaugh, check pulse, try to turn him over, pick up his son, phone, put it back down, go to Maggie 30 yards away. What? In 19 seconds he does this?
Yeah, that's a lot. It's technically possible, but it's a lot. It's a lot of things that would have to been done essentially perfectly, and no one is this good. No one is this good. They would have to have been planned out with a goddamn checklist, and we'd have to go over it step by step, like we're launching a missile to get this level of perfection.
In 19 seconds,
sure,
he goes to Paul, checks the pulse, tries to turn him over, picks up a phone, puts it down, travels 30 yards to Maggie, checks the pulse, cleans off his hands, no blood on phones or hands, and then calls 911 in 19 seconds.
He had some wet wipes.
In 19 seconds.
He's a sprint runner. And it's a lot.
And this isn't an NFL player running a sprint. I mean, he's not moving 30 yards in 5 seconds. Like, it's just not happening. Even if he's fast. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So I don't know the significance of a great deal of the testimony today, which again is a consistent theme for the state's case, because you convinced me Paul touched the door of the shack he was at the location of the murder. Wow, amazing.
Thanks.
That's great.
Okay, so what do you think about? Well, I know I have my reasonable doubt thoughts. What do you think about Paul's DNA being on the shell of the shotgun shells, the spent shotgun shells?
I
We don't even
know
know those were the shells that committed the killing.
There's
The thing-
there's that factor. Good point.
That's true. Yeah. They just said they're shells from the feed room. I guess the presumption is that those shells, but yeah, you're right. I mean, there's nothing actually
hunting
specifically tying those shells to the murder. They match
Yeah.
the gauges though, right? It's a 12 gauge or no, it's one buckshot, one birdshot shell. And that's what he was presumably killed with. Of course, we haven't heard from the medical examiner for sure on that. But I mean, it seems like they didn't test the type of DNA, and if Paul's DNA is splattered all over the area from a shotgun blast, it's very possible that that DNA gets on those shells anyway, right?
I'm just amazed there's not more DNA. Murdaugh, all the Murdaughs, all their DNA everywhere. I mean, it was their property.
But don't you know that it was his DNA to a chance of 1 in 1 octodactylion and blah blah blah. I'm like, but why does this?
That was the worst
evidence-
part of the testimony because no one knows what any of those words mean.
Oh, I do. Because I'm a geek and I know things. But yes, other than me.
Yeah, but it's the only ones that were super relevant to me are the ones where they've got 3 people and the numbers get insane, right? Because okay, now we can confirm that those are almost guaranteed to be the 3 DNAs on there. But the one was like 1 in 3,800 or whatever. It's like that's not anywhere close to DNA evidence that's relevant at that point.
No, not really.
Because that could be, if effectively if it's 1 in 3,800 and you have 38,000 people in the county, you have 10 people that it could be. And if you go to 3.8 million, you have 1,000 people that it could be. That's not that's not very helpful. That evidence isn't that useful. But we'll see what the defense does with it. I have a feeling they're going to be very, very happy about it.
Oh yeah. It's like these are not the murder weapon, right? Okay, great. So moving on to other things that we don't care about. I'm just glad that the DNA expert testified that we actually found DNA, unlike the fingerprint expert testified to the non-fingerprints. So that was an improvement of the state's case.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Also, at several points in the trial, I lost the will to live. So
yes,
there was that.
mine is gone. Mine is gone entirely.
And the jurors have COVID. Maybe they fake their own COVID just to get out. It's like, well, we got 3 alternates left, baby. And the way things are going, man, we're going to wind up below 12. We're going to have to do this all over again out of manifest necessity. Yay.
Or like I said earlier, just add on new jurors. It's not like the existing jurors are going to remember what was said 3 weeks ago anyway.
Yeah. Anders says so.
Just use someone in the gallery the whole time. They're good. They're good.
So he did it or not? Your opinion besides the law. I mean, how am I supposed to formulate the opinion that he did it or didn't do it? The only way to do that is to either follow the case that the state is presenting or to infer a bunch of things from documentaries or podcasts or articles that are all written with an editorial perspective and bias towards one thing or the other. There's no way to make that sort of call. There just isn't. And I'm really sorry. And the evidence that I've got for that, my evidence for that is that everyone who says, go watch the HBO documentary, he definitely did it. Or go listen to this podcast. They've been covering it for years. This guy's a scumbag. He did it. It's like, okay.
The question is really that they're asking is, do you emotionally want him to be guilty or not?
And the answer is,
I don't know about others, but I don't do emotional legal analysis.
my answer is I don't give a shit. Like if he's guilty, then great, put him in prison forever. If he's not guilty, then he should walk. I don't care one way or the other whether he's guilty. And maybe that's the right or wrong thing. I don't know, but it's irrelevant to me. It's a South Carolina crime that doesn't involve anybody I know. I could give a shit less if he did it or not. Somebody killed these people, and that's a tragedy. I know that much. But
all the more
Do you though
reason
at this
not
point?
to.
Do you?
All the more reason not to convict the wrong person.
At this point, the state technically hasn't proven to me that they're dead. We need the medical examiner to come and explain to me how the birdshot going through the brainstem or whatever is death. But
so, how did you collect the brain? Oh, with a wet dry vac.
All the calls and texts to Rogan seem sus to me. Why? What is again without the presupposition that he's guilty?
Yeah.
What
Which is the opposite presupposition you're supposed to have, just as a friendly reminder. You're supposed to presuppose he's not guilty. So
right. Without the presupposition that he's the murderer, what does a volume of calls or texts to any particular person at any particular time mean? This is a problem with circumstantial evidence cases in general, is you can have a bunch of circumstantial evidence that could lead to something, but it's almost always, I shouldn't say almost always, it's often a could lead to something. But what it could lead to usually requires you to assume the outcome and then backtrack and fill in facts to get the narrative as to how you got there. It's that's what inductive reasoning. Yeah. And it's like these facts don't lead to the conclusion. The conclusion could possibly be supported by this fact set. But if there are other conclusions that could be supported by the facts, then that should fail in a criminal trial in the United States. And that's the problem you have with that sort of reasoning. And it's why I don't really like to get into the speculation about all of this other stuff and bringing in what could be and what couldn't be, is because a whole lot of things could be or couldn't be. But the state's job is to show me what almost definitely is. Yep. Beyond the doubt of any other definite or
I have many reasonable doubts at this point. That's where I'm at. I have many reasonable doubts. There's evidence certainly that's somewhat suggestive, but I need more for the double murders.
Yeah,
of the wife and son he loved, according to every state witness.
Yeah, there's that.
Right. And again, if you want to go with the theory that Maggie was talking to a divorce lawyer, was mad at him, was fighting with him, we don't have much supporting that in evidence. And there's nothing with the divorce lawyer in evidence. Nope. The only thing in evidence is that she apparently, her wedding ring was on the floor of the car, according to a housekeeper.
The car that SLED had searched and apparently not found the wedding ring there, incidentally.
Right. So you've got that, and then maybe a conversation about the color of crown molding or whatever that you were talking about, Andrew. Fighting about paint color.
Yeah, right. They were. Yeah, she had like 40 different shades of white. Eggshell white, ultra white, and he was like, "I don't care, pick anyone you want." And she was a little irritated that he wouldn't sit down with her and talk about the 50 pallets of white.
That's literally a romantic comedy like scenario. Woman has infinite palette colors that all look the same to man. He's like, I thought we agreed on white. Yeah, but which one? Kill me. Kill me.
Now that we've settled that question, let's look at the 50 variations of white.
Yeah. Oh, God. It's giving me nightmare flashbacks. Venray Lal says, so the state's case is that Alexander Murdaugh is reverse Flash and did what they're charging him before going back in time to make Barry come. Oh my God. Venray also says, missed this morning. Has the state finally put on an actual case yet? I mean, I don't know. It's so drawn out and disjointed, and the questioning from this attorney was in my opinion, really bad. It was poorly executed. She's asking a lot of extraneous questions. She's asking for weird like clarification questions, but they don't clarify, and she wasn't getting answers from the person. It's like she
I mean,
just
how is any of this testimony relevant in the sense of being probative, in the sense of it's helping the jury arrive at a verdict of guilty or not guilty in this case? It's all useless information the way it's being presented. I mean, maybe if they had demonstratives with boards and stuff and they were putting up the answers in some kind of graphical representation of odds, I don't know, maybe that would be useful, but this verbalizing of quintillion and Sicilian and nobody knows what any of that means.
right. And again, when she asks the question, well, can you, so that means you found this, and the person literally cannot say yes to that answer. And she should, the lawyer should know that she can't say yes to that. Like the lawyer should know that follow-up question is a weak follow-up question, will not produce a result that she wants the jury to hear. She should follow up.
Someone in the comments is correcting me. They say, Andrew, eggshell is not a color of white, it's a sheen. Thank you for proving my point, sir. Thank you for proving my point.
Yeah. But she should be asking questions like, so there's an extremely high likelihood that this came from Alec Murdaugh. Yes. Okay, there you go. I mean, 590 quintillion to 1 is huge odds. It's if you line up everybody on Earth 1,000 times, it's more likely that Alec is the person who killed whose DNA is on there. Yeah,
it's Alec.
But you can't say that because there is some distinct possibility that it could be somebody else. It's so remote, but it's possible. And the point is the attorney should be asking questions.
It's hypothetically possible that all the air in the room will just spontaneously all go into one corner at the same time. It's not going to happen, though.
It does if I inhale
through
my nose. That's why I only breathe through my mouth.
Okay,
very dangerous to everyone around. But but yeah, you just like the attorney's questioning it bothered me because it didn't seem to factor in the fact that she knows she can't say yes or no to these things. And you don't want that waffling in front of the jury, or I wouldn't. I would just want a simple answer. So it's extremely likely to be Alec, right? Yeah. Yeah. Like so likely or whatever.
I mean, you're trying to convict somebody of murder, a double murder beyond a reasonable doubt. You'd think before you ever showed up in court, you'd say, all right, so what's our pitch? Right? Like a movie pitch meeting. What's our general pitch for how this was done? So you at least have the basic structure framed out. They didn't even do that in their opening. In the opening, they just said, we will show you over the course of the trial that he's guilty. All right, but you're not doing that.
No.
At this point,
I'm going back to playing Harry Potter after the break, though. That's what I'm doing. I think I'm going to stream it and play Harry Potter Legacy and upset the libs or something, because that's way more fun.
Yeah, I guess. I haven't played video games since Johnny Depp trial, so I have no interest. But I know a lot of people are doing it, and a lot of people are getting mad about it, which is pretty funny. But
Harry Potter Turf Edition.
Yeah. There's a trans character in the game. I don't know why they hate J.K. Rowling so much. But at this point, I specifically want them to return a verdict of not guilty. Like, I want that to happen now. Only because I'm pretty sure it's the only place on the internet right now where not guilty verdict is like the predominant thought in the chat. I think that would be funny. That would make me happy. But
I think that's the correct verdict. I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, I don't know what.
At this point, I think it's the correct verdict.
The correct verdict.
Maybe the GPS location data shows him
I'm sure
doing all sorts
really
of weird
crack
stuff.
The case. I also love that. Yeah, we subpoenaed them and they said, we don't have it. And now suddenly we have it. It's a miracle. And I did like the defense's point. It's like, well, obviously all someone had to do was push a button and it was instantly there. So
we're not saying the state dropped the ball here, but the state didn't get this evidence that they obviously could have gotten. Like we need to watch the body cam footage. Oh, why?
No, I watched it. I didn't do anything for me, but you know.
Let me pull it up.
It's like 34 minutes long.
Is it?
I think so. In the car?
Oh, this one's 2:19. No, the body cam is from when the police show up on scene.
Oh, okay. All right.
Just a second. Da, 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 da. Okay, here's this is 2 minutes 19 seconds. Here we go.
They are dead, aren't they?
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Where are you now? All right. Yeah, the police are here now. The police are here now. That's my brother.
Okay. When was the last time you were here with them, or talked to them, or anything like that?
Just before I shot him.
It
Wiped
was
a bunch
earlier
of
tonight.
DNA on his
I don't-
shirt.
I don't know the exact time, but
Okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
Okay.
I rode around with Paul for 2 hours this afternoon in the pickup truck.
That's your son, Paul? Okay.
Somebody going to check him?
Yes, sir. They've already checked him.
They did check him?
Yes, sir.
It's official that they're dead.
Where's Paul now? He's on the shed.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. It's-
I'm very sorry. Gotta call her parents.
What's her name?
Her name is Maggie Murdaugh. Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh. How you doing?
What's her birthday?
9/15/68.
Okay. And what's your son's first name? You said Paul?
Paul Terry Murdaugh.
And what's his birthday?
Four.
Coming through town, if it stop and pick up that tent, I see lighting off in the distance.
What are they covering them up?
I got some getting dressed now, Sheriff. I'll have somebody stop and grab it.
Tell them they don't have to do that. They don't need to.
Okay, so that's one of the bits of footage from Law and Crime. I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to infer from any of that other than, I mean, he either did it and is acting, or he didn't do it and he's not acting. So
If he's an actor, he's a better actor than Amber Heard, which I know isn't much of a standard, but still.
yeah, I don't know. I know people want to draw conclusions from things like that, but
Yeah.
I just don't see what conclusion you could draw from that one. Like, which definitive conclusion you could draw from it and say, okay, this is what this means by watching.
Yeah. I don't
watching
know
this.
how any of us would respond to this scenario. And like any kind of response seems valid. And this is like also what I was talking about too when we were talking about him being at the kennels that day. It's like I don't think you can realistically attack the video on the basis it's not his voice on the video at the kennels. I don't think that's really possible. But what you could do is you could realistically attack it when he said, well, I didn't go to the kennels. He was confused. He forgot. He made a mistake. Why would a person do that? Well, he just went through what is possibly the most traumatic episode any of us could ever contemplate. And what does that do to a person's thought process or memory? And it seemed like, well, some people might remember everything in sharper focus. Some people might forget things. Some people might, just say all kinds of things because their adrenaline or whatever is so high that it's like they don't even know what they're saying because it's just so confused. So any kind of scenario makes sense to me. And also just human memory just generally sucks anyway. So that doesn't particularly help as you're trying to do that. So just doesn't mean anything to me by itself.
If his recollection was perfect after a traumatic event, whether he killed them or not, I would be suspect.
And so are the police. So I'm seeing people say, well, it wasn't 90 minutes that he was at his mom's house. Okay, it was 68, 71. What? I mean, he was only at his mom's house for 20 minutes, but you got over 20 minutes of drive time each way. So how long was he gone? I don't know. It was 8 something to 10.
Because I think at one point he had said 40 and the housekeeper said 20. And that doesn't feel like that huge a difference to me, especially when it's like, unless you're staring at a clock, like those two time frames seem like a reasonable estimate of the same thing. If you and I did a thing and you said 20 and I said 40, that seems like we're talking about the same thing.
Wait, so 9:06, the car, he leaves, and then he's back at 10 o'clock. Okay,
Yeah.
so about an hour that he's
Yeah.
gone.
Hey, Nick, Steve Gosney just emailed me a PowerPoint presentation. He says,
"Ooh, exciting.
Somebody
God.
prepared. I haven't vetted it, but it looks interesting. PowerPoint of the case from one of my fans for your use. You want me to send it to you?
Sure.
He says it's good. I'll take it.
Since we're on lunch anyway, I'll need to email it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, it says it's too big. Use mail drop. I guess I'll use mail drop. See if that works. It's got a lot of pictures in it. Looks like they put some work into it.
So wait, what is this a PowerPoint of allegedly?
It's got like timelines. It has images embedded. It's more production value than I've ever put into a PowerPoint presentation. That's for sure.
Let's see. Prosecution timeline, sans narration. Okay, let me see if I got this. Oh God. Can't believe I even have PowerPoint on my computer. I feel 130 years old. Okay. All right. Here we go. So June 7th, that morning, she confronts Alex about the $790,000 in one of his case accounts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then here's 5 p.m. We jump to 5 p.m. Alex and Paul arrive separately at Moselle. Video of police interviewing Alex.
I think that means where they got it from.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So here's where got it. And then to 6:45, Paul and Alex are at Moselle by about 6:45. So somewhere in there they arrive. Alex fells a tree in khaki pants, blue button down, and loafers. Paul is there. Simpson testifies she hasn't seen shoes since June 7th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Maggie arrives at Moselle. Maggie, Paul, and Alex have supper at the house between 8:17 and 8:33. Then we go to this one. Maggie and Paul at least go to Kennels. Paul's there by 8:38.
Mm-hmm.
By no later than this time, 8:44, Alex, Maggie, and Paul are at the Kennels alive. Alex's phone is turned on at the house and moves about 283 steps at 9:02. Okay. Gotcha. So quarter mile between the house and the Kennels. Alex told the police that Maggie and Paul went to Kennels in Paul's truck and took a nap. He took a nap. In opening, defense counsel indicated that Alex was at the kennel and misspoke due to shock trauma. So this is in regards to that, the video. Paul made a video at the Kennels at 8:44 and Alex's voice is heard. Unless defense presents evidence on this, Alex is at the Kennels at this time.
Yeah, I don't think you can attack the video in that way.
Right. Unless there's something showing that it was like on a speakerphone or something, which there doesn't seem to be, but that would be some weird hypothetical they could try and present. But yeah, I'm going to assume at 8:44 he's at least at the Kennels. Alex is back at the house at 9:02 p.m. Alex did not take his own car to Kennel, States evidence of times when Alex's car turned on and off is the indicator that, right. So he did not drive down there and back. Paul's truck was still at the kennels when the police arrived. So next we've got their phone time, I guess. Then we go to Paul records a video. All of their voices are heard. Stops filming the video. Text sent in red. Phone locks. Incoming ignored after this. On both of them, 8:49. And then hers moves steps at 8:53 to 8:55. Portrait, landscape, portrait, face recognition attempt. That's what the one guy said. We don't know that that's true, but he just said in his opinion the camera activated, and that would be possibly why. And then there's movement again at 9 o'clock to 9:02 on her phone. When does he arrive back?
9:06, I think, is when he calls 911.
10:06.
10:06. Oh yeah, but he leaves at 9:06 or something like that. So he leaves after this.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so movement 9:02 to 9:03. Alex's phone moves 283 steps. Calls dad. 9:03 to 9:05. His SUV turns on. There's an orientation change at 9:06. He's driving to mom's. Time out of parked. 2 minutes call to Wilson. 3-minute call from Wilson. And then here's at his parents' home. Drives to Moselle. 9:45 to 10. Calls Maggie, no answer, 10:03. Driving again, 10:04 to 10:05. Time out of park to parked. And he calls 911 shortly after, which would potentially, I mean, this could be him driving. He gets to the house where he left and then drives down to the kennels, for example. Okay, so here's this. In 17 minutes, defendant cleaned himself, tried to open Maggie's phone, got rid of the 2 murder weapons, and possibly changed clothing if that change was after supper.
Yep. That's a lot of stuff to remember, get right, and execute in a short time frame. So,
yeah, let's see. I was driving 9:45 to 10, calls Maggie, driving, calls 911, driving. This is allegedly where he would go back to the house, pick up the shotgun, and come back. Calls Randy and John Marvin, texts Rogan and FaceTime, calls Rogan. Okay, so this is at some point in this time, Alex changes out of work clothes and he and Paul head to the farm together. Some point, 7:39, 9:24, he changes into shorts and a t-shirt. Okay. Police interview video says Maggie and Paul went to the kennels in the truck after dinner. Dove testimony. Maggie took 40 steps. Paul took 283 steps. Paul's phone pinged at kennels. 8:38. Okay.
sorry about the background noise issue. That's someone at my apartment cutting a tree outside. For those of you complaining about the issues.
Sounds like motocross.
Okay.
So, and then we've got the same thing.
I'll mute myself while I'm not talking so it won't bother people.
This is all the same stuff that we've got in the previous ones. I'm not seeing anything new. Let's see. And then the last one is here. So again, the video, these things are just where these are all coming from. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's got to be very, very efficient to do all this stuff and to get it 100% right and not to leave any evidence anywhere. I mean, the levels of evil genius involved are high. But I mean, maybe they're there. I don't know. He certainly could have done it, I guess. It just seems really unlikely, and I don't see evidence of him doing it. I just see that he could have done it because there's not a competing theory. So, Redneck Ram says, I got into an argument on a behavior panel video last night with someone. Apparently, I have idiotic comments by stating she presented no evidence of his guilt beyond her feelings based on the body cam footage. Scary to think feels are how some will convict on murder.
How come all these behavioral people aren't all millionaires from playing poker in Vegas?
Maybe they are, Andrew. Maybe they are. I don't know. Behavioral analysis, again, it's they're trained and perceptive to see when someone changes, when they do something, but they can, and a lot of them will tell you that they can't tell you what it means. Like they can say what it might mean or what someone has done, or some people look away when they lie or something like that, but they can't tell you if that person is looking away when they lie because people are different. So unless they would have to have a massive profile built up on the person prior to the current incident to make comparisons about their behavior. And I just do not find it worthwhile, honestly. And it's not admissible in court at all. You cannot bring in a body behavior panel specialist, a body language expert. These are pseudosciences, and they're not replicable. They're not empirical, and they don't let you do it. It's one reason why the tool mark analysis we heard of earlier should not be allowed as well. I mean, you heard the guy say it's an art. Well, if it's an art, it's not a science. If it's an art to the tool mark thing, then it's not replicable, and two people can look at the same evidence and draw different conclusions. That's not useful. Right. So, yeah. Anyway. But they can assume he is lying, not why he is lying. I don't even think they can assume he's lying, honestly, from any of it. I don't know. I don't put much stock into that stuff as far as trials go. Entertainment, sure. Analysis of politicians, like when they're doing speeches and trying to draw conclusions, great. There's no stakes there, right? And all of our little biases get to play into that stuff anyway, and that's super fun.
All right, I'm going to sign off for now so I can get some lunch, but I might be back this afternoon. I'm definitely not streaming this myself at this point because I can't. I want to live, and so I'll find some encouragement, but I might be back later.
Yeah, very cool, buddy.
All right,
Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Hey, Nick, I still got robot voice problems. I'm going to do a complete reboot of my computer and then come back in.
Sounds good. I'll see you when you get back.
Yep.
Well, guys, it's just you and me now. Dang it, what the heck? Hold on. Sorry. I can't spell, which is my problem. What you heard, before. Wait, what was this? Will you explain lie detectors and how reliable they really are or aren't? I know there isn't one in this trial. Lie detectors is the same thing. Lie detectors are subjective analysis of someone's response to questions, their stress responses that are being recorded by a polygraph. So polygraph reads different biometric data through sensors that are hooked up. They attempt to get a baseline of the person's analysis by asking them non-stressful questions. What is your name? Stuff they can verify the answers to. What is your name? What is your address? Where'd you go to school? These sorts of background information questions. And then they'll start asking questions designed to come up with potentially some sort of lie. And then what they'll do is they'll measure the recorded stress responses and interpret that to mean something. But polygraphs are not admissible in court as far as the data and analysis are concerned. What is admissible in regards to polygraphs are things like the questions that are asked and the answers to those questions can be admissible. But a polygraph test itself is not admissible as evidence, nor its results. Because again, it's an art. Polygraphs are an art. They're not a science. Let's see. But what you heard, I mean, you heard something very important in the background. just before Kurt left. And that was the execution of one of God's beautiful creatures, which is a tree. A tree. And we fully support the execution of trees on this channel. That's why this channel is sponsored by Tack Right Mini Chainsaws. That's right. Tack Right is back. Here you go. You can go to tackrightnose.com. There are links in the descriptions, both on YouTube and on Rumble, either one, and get your handheld mini chainsaw today. You just go ahead and grab one of these bad boys, and you go out and you chop the shit out of some trees. Who cares about trees? Trees are stupid. Oh, they help us with oxygen. I don't even want them. You know what they help me with? Being warm. Burn them in the fireplace. Trees are dumb. You know what else they help with? Building stuff. You know what's cooler than a tree? A house. Can't live in a tree. You're not a squirrel. You can live in a house. And houses are way awesome. So you take your Tack Right mini chainsaw and you get out there, get 2 of them, and start chopping anything and everything that you can find. You know what else? If Alec Murdaugh had a Tack Right mini chainsaw, think about it. They have even found these people? No. Not even close. Why? Well, he wouldn't have had to call 911. He is the own body disposal unit. You just go in at the joints. Actually, I mean, these things have legit chainsaw cutting teeth, probably go through bone if you need them to, but always go for the softer parts when you're dismembering a body. You just chop those up, take them out into out into the boat. I don't know. Who cares? Take it out wherever. Throw them in the ocean. Doesn't matter. No more Paul, no more Maggie. All you need to do to dispose of your murdered bodies is get yourself a Tack Right mini chainsaw. No big unwieldy chainsaws like you heard in the background of Kurt's thing. You hear how long that was going? You know how tired that guy is in there with his arms going probably above his head, chopping like an idiot, violating every OSHA regulation in existence. No, you get one of these bad boys, put it right to the limbs. No big deal. You'll save yourself time, save yourself money. You'll have a lot of fun while you do it. You can get one at tackrightnose.com. That'll get you a little discount on these things. And they are really cool, folks. I've got 2 of them, and I'm going to be recording a video of myself using them. It's been getting a little warmer outside, so I'll get a chance to do that. But
maybe use it to cut this trial short.
Oh, I wish we could, but go check that out, guys. It'll be, they're fun. They're good. I also got one for my father-in-law for Christmas. His eyes lit up like crazy when he opened the box. He's like, what is this? Very excited to have a chainsaw right in the power of your hand. So, Mandy says, Bronca's shirt is either light blue or baby blue, but his camera lighting might betray the shirt to be periwinkle blue or even sky blue. Kurt's eyes are definitely steel blue. Thank you, Mandy. Thank you, Mandy. I really appreciate that. Oh my gosh. So now we just, what did they say, 1:30 or 2:30? So another 30 minutes on lunch.
I missed it. We could always, however, do my book plug now. Now's a good time.
Of course. Absolutely. Now is the best time.
I'll pull that. Now is the best time for a good time with Nick.
For the best time, though, right
the
here.
Best time. All right, folks. Get that. All right, here we go. Get this best-selling book for free. Check it out on Amazon. Law, Self-Defense Principles, bestseller in their criminal law segment. But don't buy it on Amazon. They'll charge you for the book and shipping and handling. I only ask you to cover the cost of getting the book to you. We eat the cost of the book. The book is free. Real physical book, folks. You can get this at lawofselfdefense.com/Nick. Get more than one if you want. And if you'd like the beautiful hardcover edition, we have these available as well. They make beautiful gifts. They look great on the bookshelf. Same book, Law of Self-Defense Principles, but in hardcover. And you can get this one at lawofselfdefense.com/gethard.
There you go, guys. Make sure you go get your book. Make yourself hard to kill, hard to convict. The Law of Self-Defense. There's 2 aspects of self-defense, 2 phases of it. You have your self-defense that is physical when you're in physical danger. And then you have the second issue, which is defending yourself from the state. And if you are engaged in a self-defense use of force incident, it is highly likely that the state will use every effort available to prosecute you. By understanding the principles in the law of self-defense book, you may get much harder for them to do that because you'll be acting prudently. You'll be acting within the law to the best of your ability, and you'll be not giving up a whole bunch of evidence against yourself that is not supportive of a conviction for, rational people, but would be used by the state to do so. So that's the critical element, is protect your life after you've saved your life.
For sure, for sure. And if you don't think the state will prosecute you on whimsical grounds, just look at Rittenhouse. Just look at this case, for example, whether or not you emotionally believe Alex Murdaugh killed his family. You can't argue that the evidence is overwhelming.
Yeah. You can't. There's no way for them to say that it's overwhelming. They're not even beyond unreasonable doubts at this point. They're not beyond anything. That's the problem.
Hey, how are things looking for Vegas?
They're looking very, very good.
All right.
We've got actually, speaking of, I'll need to step away for just a minute in a bit and make a phone call confirming the wire instructions for the venue. But the venue is at the Ahern Hotel in Las Vegas. I actually have this. What's up? Here we go. Fear and Law in Las Vegas, February 26th.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, this is made by Ducky Tats. He's awesome. And we'll be there in Vegas at the Ahern Hotel, February 26th, 8 to midnight. Someone left a comment on one of my YouTube videos, and they're like, 4 hours is all? What the hell, Nick?
Oh my God, I'll be dead probably in 3 hours.
It's like, okay, hold on. The ticketed event is 4 hours. The ticketed event is the 4 hour show. But, I'll be in Vegas. I will probably be out and available to hang out with at a bar or a club or whatever. I just don't know where any of those places are or what the dates and times are going to be specifically around that. So this is just for the show, but there tends to be a ton of activity around the show time. After the show, people can hang out because I don't go to bed at midnight. So usually I'll probably be up for a while, either drinking at the bar or going around the casino. I don't know. I've never been, but there's more to it than just the 4 hours. Plus, there's going to be a whole bunch of other people that you can meet up with who have this sort of common interest. And you may find some friends to go out and get into trouble with in Vegas. That's on you, not on me. Go get in your own trouble and then, call up someone to defend you later. You'll meet plenty of lawyers at this event. I believe the wonderful Ron Coleman is now coming as well.
Oh, nice.
One of the again, so assuming Mark Randazza is able to show up as well, we'll have two of the best First Amendment lawyers in the country, there at the event. It'll be fantastic. So you really get a good chance to meet a lot of people who are both content creators as well as fellow consumers of content, and yeah, have some fun. Is Nate going to? Apparently, Nate said he is coming. We've got
Nate the lawyer.
Yeah, Nate the lawyer.
I just spoke to him. I think on Friday. It sounded like he wasn't going.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or maybe it changed over the weekend. I don't know.
Well, he had said he was prior, but maybe he's not now. I'll check with him. Lead attorney is going to be there. Andrew's going to be there. Steve Gosney's going to be there. We've got, all the people. Dick Masterson and Camelot are going to be there as well. So there's going to be some comedy show stuff. Maybe we'll do some law presentation. I have no idea. Not Ron Perlman. Gross. Ron Coleman. I don't know.
Ron Perlman's been there at that hotel as part of a low-level sci-fi convention thing. Yeah.
There you go. I don't know about Robert Barnes. He and Viva were going to come, but they changed the date of their event. So now I'm not positive. I got to follow up with them. Danny on Direct is going to be there as well. So should be lots of fun. There's gonna
where's
be,
the link for people to buy tickets?
the link is in the description to
There you
both
go,
the
folks.
Rumble video and the YouTube video. And we have sold, I gotta do an update on how many tickets we've sold so far. 144 tickets sold so far. So we're getting there. I think the kind of the target for the venue is around 200 people. So we're getting close to that sort of area. But we'll be having a lot of fun. So come out and do that. How about Attorney Tom? Is he giving short notice? Attorney Tom may or may not be there. I don't know. Because he's got some other obligations right before that, and I don't know if he's going to be able to or not. So, but yeah, it should be a fun time. So come out and hang out, get autographs from people. I'm not charging for autographs in Vegas. I don't charge people for that. I may have some merchandise that you could purchase. I don't know. I don't prioritize doing that at these shows. I really just go to hang out with people and have fun. I'm not there to like shill a bunch of stuff. But I'm happy to sign whatever, shirts, shoes. What do people sign these days?
Boobs.
That one you got to get permission from Lady Raggets for. But you never know. You ask her, maybe she'll say yes.
Yeah, and folks, I'm not doing like a book signing or anything, but if you have my book and you bring it, I'm happy to sign it. By the way, someone asked as a super chat, folks, if you go to get the free book, you're also offered an audio book version and a electronic book version, all at the same place. lawofselfdefense.com/Nick.
So there you go. Donnie says, imagine asking for Nick's autograph. Hundreds of people did it at Anime Matsuri. So I don't know. it's believe me, it's as shocking to you as it is to me. This time. That's one reason I don't charge for it. I know a lot of other people do, but I find that to be, for me, I find it weird. So I'm just happy to meet people. That's all I like to do. And someone says you also sign penises. Well, you don't have to ask Lady Raggets about that one. You just have to ask me. So the answer will depend on how much liquor I have. But can you get a nose print? Sure. Where do you want it? You want me to stamp, like put ink on my nose and stamp it on you? But yeah, actually, shoot. Should I make that phone call now? I probably should. You good holding down the fort for just a minute while I do that?
Sure.
Okay, I'll be back in just a minute.
Okay. Yeah, folks, if you come to the show, I'll sign most anything you bring, as long as it's, I don't know. Don't bring me any weird stuff. Books are best. Happy to sign those. I'm not bringing any books, though, so you have to have ordered your own. And if you're going to do that, I would do it sooner rather than later, because this thing is, when is it? It's when is it? Oh my gosh, it's only about a week away. Well, it's a little more than that. I'm flying out a few days early to spend some time in Vegas with Lady Emily, who is officially Lady Emily now. I bought her one of those Scottish title things for Valentine's Day. So she's officially a lady. Has a small patch of land in Scotland, in the Scotland Highlands. It's probably about a square centimeter, but that's how those things work. And let's see. Yeah, of course they're a scam.
I was gonna say, I'm dying. I love it. Okay, I'm off. I'll be right back.
Of course they're a scam. They're exactly for Valentine's Day. What, the flowers aren't a scam? Come on. Let's see what else. I can't pick out super chats, folks, but I'll try to answer some questions in the chats. In the normal chat, have you put them in? It's like buying stars. Yes, of course. Of course. Of course. Can you sign my gun holster? Sure. I'll sign your gun holster. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So we have a law self-defense class coming up. Our law self-defense advanced class, Saturday, April 15th. The only advanced class we're teaching so far for 2023. The only one scheduled. This is our full day class taught live by me over Zoom. Plenty of opportunity for Q&A. The best way to become hard to convict in a single day. If you sign up for the class and you can't make it on Saturday, April 15th, either because something comes up or you know ahead of time you can't make it, we do make the recording of the class available to you. So if you can't make it on Saturday, April 15th, now the recording obviously is not live, but you'll get the same class that was delivered on April 15th, but for the opportunity to do live Q&A. Of course, you'll hear everyone else's Q&A. And generally, most people tend to have the same questions in a full day class. So you can sign up for that at lawselfdefense.com/advanced or lawselfdefense.com/Nick. I think it's /advanced now. And if you sign up this month, in the month of February, for that advanced class, in fact, I should change the little headline here, shouldn't I? You save 25% off the registration for that class. Law Self-Defense Advanced Class. Well, that was quick, Nick.
Yeah, I had sent the wire instructions already to the bank. They just, they need verbal confirmation of them. It's like I sent it in a secure message that requires a password that only I have, but I'm okay. Sounds good. But yeah, so the venue the venue is already reserved. Now it's paid for and life is good. Life is good. Whew. Okay, so people were asking, I heard right before I took my earphone out, people were asking about super chats, so I can grab a couple of those. We can answer some questions maybe. Oh, RDX says because DNA is junk science. So talking about all this DNA evidence. I mean, I think people have a very rosy view of DNA, that it's like, oh, we found this DNA, it's conclusively this person, but that's not how DNA evidence tends to work. It's much more akin to what we get here, which is where there's this scale of likelihood that this DNA belongs to a particular person. There's a bunch of complicating factors in that, but they're getting better and better. And really, like when you get to the numbers like 1 in a quintillion to 1 chance, you're talking about levels of certainty that are beyond almost anything that we do in life. It's just they can't say definitively what it is or isn't. It's
not the same as a finding of guilt. You have to contextualize that information. So is there a reason consistent with innocence for why that DNA might be there? If so, it's not helpful for purposes of determining guilt.
Exactly. Like in this case, I mean, if we had gone, so we have a big distinguishing factor. If we have the DNA coming from blood spatter on the shirt, it's like a high impact blood spatter versus a blood smear. Well, then it makes a lot of sense. If the DNA is Paul and Maggie's, that it would be related to the crime. So you got blood impacting the shirt at various like splatter points rather than being smeared across the shirt, following a shooting that involves a bunch of blood spraying everywhere. You go, okay, this blood evidence matches the DNA evidence. If you don't have that, though, you just have DNA that's not from blood. Maggie could have sneezed near Alex. She could have
sweat, touching.
Yeah, she could have just put her hand on her chest, say, hey, nice to see you, walking by. Like when I walk by behind my wife, I'll like rub my hand across her shoulders or something. Just like having that physical touch with your spouse is something you might do. And so, yeah, I get DNA all over the place with that. It's not related to blood. So that doesn't help anybody, just the presence of DNA. But the state has to raise the specter of this. They have to show that there's, some DNA present, but it may not matter at all. But if they had some reason why the DNA being there is weird, that would be something else. And like you said, if this were an intrusion, like a home invasion, where the person's DNA should not be present, but is, you have a very, very different scenario. Or if Maggie had some blood related DNA under her fingernails that belonged to Alex and he had corresponding scratches. Okay. Now you have some type of evidence, but even if Maggie had just had fingernail or Alex DNA under her fingernails, which she apparently didn't, But even if she had, that would be perfectly explainable in a married relationship
Sure.
too. So it's like you said, it matters on the context.
The sweat alone. So this is South Carolina in June. The average high is 90 degrees. They're working on a hunting property. Everyone's going to be sweaty.
Yeah. Lucy says, how did he check pulses, plural, and not get blood on his hands? His hands look clean in the video. Well, I believe that there's blood on his pants. And the inference is that the small amount of blood that he got on his fingers is transferred to his pants through blood smear. However, did he say he checked their pulses? Also, we don't know necessarily how he checked their pulses or where he checked their pulses. If he competently checked their pulses, we don't know where the blood is on the bodies. Do we have corresponding fingerprint smears in the blood that was on the bodies where he checked the pulses? Like if she's got a river of blood on her wrist or whatever, and he puts his fingers there to check her pulse, and then there could be a smudge or something. And here's the thing you have to ask yourself. And this is a critical element. What does it mean if he said he checked their pulses, but he didn't? What does it mean if he checked their pulses and wiped the blood off? What does it mean if he checked their pulses and there was no blood where he checked them? Like, what is that? That's the jury's job. That's what the jury is supposed to do, as a finder of fact. However, the jury is similarly charged with, and this is the part everybody forgets. They're like, the jury is supposed to find the facts and determine what facts have the best credibility and the most weight. Yes, the jury is supposed to do that, but the jury is also charged with presuming innocence until the state has come to a conclusion beyond a reasonable doubt. So both of those charges exist. So
even if they're misstatements, like he says that he checked her pulse and he didn't, it's not a material misstatement. It doesn't make it more likely he was guilty. It's different than if he'd said, I was at my mother's house in the car and they can prove the car never left the property. That would be a material misstatement of fact.
Huge.
These things under stress, your brain, it's the most common thing in the world is that what would normally be easy decisions and easy actions become very complicated, and your ability to remember and recall them accurately becomes severely degraded. He could easily have thought, I should check their pulse, realizes their brains are all over the building. It's pointless to do that. But because he thought it, his brain now thinks it checks off that box. And so he recalls it as having done it, even though he only ever thought about doing it. Be perfectly understandable under this kind of scenario, consistent with innocence.
Right. And that's the question. Does any of this stuff point to guilt beyond reasonable doubt? If there is a question between two things and the reason, and there's the alternative option to murder is reasonable, then you are not beyond reasonable doubt. And that's a hard thing to get into people's heads, is that if there is something consistent with innocence, which is what you're saying, then that's the presumption you're supposed to go with. Does it mean that the jury will? No. That does not mean that the jury will do that. It just means that's what they're charged with doing. Okay, so we've got, is this the full body cam video now? Okay, so we've got the 8 minutes body cam. This should be able to take us right up until the end of the break, so we can check this out and get that full amount. Lacey says, Rekieta Law and Bronca equals dynamic duo. Thanks for covering this catastrophe. Hey, thank you, Lacey. And also there was another big super chat from Starving. Says, can you give a shout out to my wife? Oh, Starving, I did earlier. You must have missed it. Sorry, I got your locals chat. You didn't have to send another one, man. Says, she likes your show and was cracking up over your jury watching rant. She's an author that writes romance novels under the pen name Alex Grayson. So sorry, Nick, I'm being told you already mentioned this. No need to repeat it. Thanks a bunch. Of course I would repeat it. You sent the super chat. I'm going to repeat it. But people should check out alexgraysonbooks.com if you're into romance novels. I looked at them, and from the titles alone, I literally want to buy some and read them. They seem very fun. So she's a best-selling author, and I wish her nothing but a massive success in her writing career with the romance novels. So thank you very much for sending that in, Starving030.
And
okay, here we go.
Where's that website?
It's alexgraysonbooks.com, I believe, was the one. Yeah.
Oh, good heavens.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah. The titles that Sean and I were saying were from the website.
They're pretty steamy.
Heads together, knees apart. Awesome.
Yeah, right.
I definitely want to read them. Okay, here we go. Here's this. This is the full body cam footage.
Central Sub 111 scene is secure. Got a Whiskey Fox, Whiskey Mike, both gunshot wounds to the head.
Sir, I want to let you know because of the scene, I did go get a gun and bring it down here.
It's in your vehicle? Do you have any guns on you at all?
No, sir. It's leaning up against the side of my car.
Okay. You're fine, man. You're fine. Turn around for me.
I don't have any.
Okay. Yes, sir. I see that. Okay. This is your wife and son?
Oh, and son.
Okay.
It's bad. It's bad. Check the pulses.
Yes, sir. This is the firearm you brought from inside the house?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I went and got. This is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck a few months back. He's been getting threats. Most of it's been benign stuff we didn't take serious.
Okay.
You know, he's been getting like punched. I know that's somebody. I know that's what it is.
Okay. When did you get home? Right when you called, or did you go to the house first? Where is the house?
I came to the house first. My mom has late stages Alzheimer's, and my dad is in the hospital.
Okay.
I left. I don't know what time. I can go back on my phone and tell you the exact times. Did you check?
Okay. Did I check what?
Did you check them?
We got medical guys that are that's what they're gonna do. Okay.
Oh man, how horrible.
Can they hurry?
They are. Yes, sir. That gentleman that was out here already, he's one of the battalion chiefs. Okay. How did you pull up? You from back there?
I went to the house and they weren't home, which was odd. I tried to call.
Okay.
And then I knew they had been down here before I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
And so that is loaded.
Okay.
You might want to unload it. But
Is this the only firearm with you? This is the only one, or is there any more in the truck?
Real quick, I love seeing in the chat. This sounds rehearsed. This is an act, and then right after that, this is definitely real. This guy's not guilty. He's distraught. This is the problem with like trying to draw something out of emotions. You draw one thing, the person next to you draws a completely different conclusion, because that's all based on our life experiences, our cultural norms, our upbringings. You know, if this is a guy who doesn't think it's proper to cry and make a mess of himself in front of people, and his actions of trying to like not do that and try and be composed and contained, something that lawyers often do because your clients go through really nasty scenarios, that all makes sense at that point. Now, I'm not saying that means that it's not rehearsed. We don't know. I don't know anything about this guy, but importantly, neither do you. So the question is this evidence consistent with guilt or innocence? And if it's consistent in any way with innocence, you should be presuming that innocence.
I believe that's it.
You think that's the only one? Okay.
I'm 99%.
Do you normally
certain that's
have
right.
any other firearms in your vehicle?
I don't, but
Okay.
occasionally there's a pistol in there.
Okay. Just wait right here for me for a second, okay?
Kill your front lights, I can't see.
And the cop got himself a shotgun. A nice Benelli Black Eagle 3.
15 to 1,800 bucks, something like
I
that
think
is what I
so.
saw.
Yep.
Even checking, they're dead. They are dead, aren't they?
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Randy.
Yeah, Cabela says $1,800.
Where are you now?
And that's a lot of money for a semi-auto shotgun.
All right. Yeah, the police are here now. The police are here now. That's my brother.
Okay.
Here comes the infamous "How you doing?"
When was the last time you were here with them, or talked to them, or anything like that?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but
Okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
Okay.
I rode around with Paul for 2 hours this afternoon in the pickup truck.
That's your son, Paul? Okay.
Somebody going to check them?
Yes, sir. They've already checked them.
They did check them?
Yes, sir.
It's official that they're dead?
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I'm very sorry. Gotta call her parents.
What's her name?
Her name is Maggie Murdaugh. Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh. How you doing?
What's her birthday?
9/15/68.
Okay. And what's your son's first name? You said Paul?
Paul Terry Murdaugh.
And what's his birthday?
Jason, do you have anybody
4.
coming through town that could stop and pick up that tent? I see lights off in the distance.
What are they covering them up?
I got some getting dressed now, Sheriff. I'll have somebody stop and grab it.
Tell them they don't have to do that. They don't need to. Preserve what we can.
653. Where's it at? I'm in town.
I actually tried to be the old 8 because he's going to be the only one that's got access.
What's Paul's birthday?
Copy.
April 14th, 1999, sir.
Put it up as wide as you can. That's fine. You said 99?
Sir?
He was born in 99?
He's born April 14th, 1999.
Okay. What's your first name, sir?
My name is Alex Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
You familiar with the location?
No. Hey, Cody, come around the truck and then go to the building. Come around the truck and then. Yes. What's that?
Stop walking all over the footprints.
Yep. $1.5 hours to and from his mom's house is a lie based on witnesses, says T Lady, or a mistake. The guy's not reading the clock constantly. People misestimate time all the time.
I see quite a few tire tracks in here. Were any of these you going in and out?
No, I came in here and I left one time and I came back.
So this cop knew to watch out for tire tracks.
Mm-hmm. Lots of them over there.
Okay.
From earlier, but
Okay.
only 2 are mine.
Did you go out this way at all?
No.
Well, that's right.
Hey, stay here. Got a whole.
Okay, there we go. Whoops. So that's that.
When he says right there, did you go this way at all? Is that what people are interpreting to mean he didn't go to the kennel? Because that would just, if I heard that, I would just hear, that's not how I left the house to go to my mother's.
Right.
I used the other driveway, the main driveway.
Yeah, he mentioned going up to the house. So I don't know. I think again, I think it's really easy to And this is what they do in court too. I mean, you pick apart what people say because you don't necessarily, I mean, you don't know if they're telling the truth or not. You don't know. But just saying 90 minutes is a lie when it was an hour. Well, I mean, again, are you checking the time from start to finish? When's the last time he checked the time? When is the last time he looked at his phone? Does he know when he actually arrived back? All of these times are confirmed later by cell phone data, but tell me exactly how long it was that you did things yesterday or even earlier today, and then verify it by an objective source. And you may be surprised at how long. I know whenever I go into Target with my wife, I'm there for 18 hours. I know that for a fact. And there's no amount of cell phone data you can produce to show me that I've ever been in a Target with my wife for less than 18 hours. I know I go into Target alone, I'm in there for about 7 minutes. And I know that for a fact too. And if you ever asked me under oath to swear to those things, I would 100%. So human perception of time is not reliable. Just go back to my cousin Vinny, right? How long?
You got magic grits?
How long are you cooking breakfast? Oh, about 5 minutes. Really? Do you use instant grits? No self-respecting Southerner uses instant grits. Oh, well, that's wonderful. Now tell me, why does everywhere on earth grit takes 20 minutes? There you go. And if you want to know, like, again, if you ever want to know what probably the best movie on evidence is, it's My Cousin Vinny.
Yeah, hands down. Not even close.
It's yeah, he nails it. He nails and they do the scene really well. Most shows do not, but that one does it again. And I don't care if Alex Murdaugh is guilty. I'm not like on his side. Nothing about his story is compelling to me. He doesn't seem like a great person. He seems like someone who stole a whole bunch of money from a whole bunch of people in really nasty ways. But I only care that the state presents a case that is consistent with guilt if he's going to be found guilty.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy if he goes to prison for the rest of his life because he's found guilty of the financial crimes. I don't give a crap whether this guy's in prison or not, as long as it's a just conviction.
Right. Whew. Speaking of which, I mean, we can do that poll right now. How long was that DNA lady testifying, y'all?
Yeah, no kidding.
6, 7 hours, 10 since yesterday. I have no idea anymore. Ugh.
Guilty, not guilty. 81% not guilty on your poll. 10,000 votes. Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Yep. It's quite a bit of people. And I think that's interesting. And maybe that'll change this afternoon.
And, you know, folks, the reason we have all these rules of evidence, things like character evidence and proclivities evidence, prohibitions against hearsay testimony, unless you match up with one of the 500 exceptions to the hearsay prohibition, is because the normal way people evaluate these kinds of stories is the emotional way you see people on other channels evaluating this trial, where they have the reverse of Nick's poll, where they have 83% guilty. And that's why we structure our criminal justice system, that trial process, those rules of evidence, to try to strip away as much of that mob emotional torches and pitchforks approach to evaluating someone's guilt, and try imperfectly, but to the best we can, to base it on actual demonstrable evidence that's been filtered for quality before it's presented to a jury.
Right. Because if we didn't have the rules of evidence, then everything in every podcast, everything in every documentary, every single person who's ever met them, anybody with an opinion that lives around them would all be potentially, inserted into this trial. And a lot of the people and a lot of the evidence just isn't relevant to whether or not the ultimate question occurs. Did the murder happen? And not just did the murder happen, but more importantly, how, when, where, and who the real questions about the murder have to be answered beyond a reasonable doubt. We don't even have a murder weapon here. And we have a really inconsistent concept with one of the murder weapons being presumably missing. Well, both of them being missing, but one of them being from the property and the other one potentially not. That's a real unresolved piece of this. You'd think that they could point to that Benelli or something like it as,
Before we get started,
as evidence.
just wanted to alert the court that after this witness, our next witness will be the pathologist. So obviously I wanted to make the court aware and the defense aware, which they are aware, and the gallery aware of the graphic and sensitive nature of that testimony. Additionally, obviously all those exhibits will be under seal or we would request they be under seal to protect those particular images because of their graphic nature.
And Your Honor, it's, they're extraordinarily graphic. They're autopsy photos. And so both Mr. Waters and I are concerned that no display, whether anything, we're going to cover our monitors, but need to make sure no monitor is visible to the public. So we're just concerned about it. It's the kind of thing you don't want to see replicated somewhere else.
Yes, sir. Okay, very good. You may bring the jury.
Yeah, we will not see those autopsy photographs. They've been very careful to keep anything gory out of view. So it is possible. I don't think so, but I guess it's possible that they'll be released at some point.
There's plenty of forensics textbooks out there that have identical photos. It's typical of when someone's shot with a high-powered weapon through the head, you end up with a bowl.
Yep. Yeah, so the pathologist is going to testify to how they died, which it's annoying because it's going to take a while and it's going to be probably pretty dry testimony, but the state does have to prove, in fact, that they are dead and how.
It may actually be some of the more straightforward testimony. It's not complicated.
The jury is present, sir.
Very good.
You
Thank
just don't
you.
know who did it.
Cross-examination.
Let me just reiterate, this guy is probably my favorite defense attorney. I know a lot of people like Harpootlian, but I like this guy the most. I think he's really good.
This is the guy with hair?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good. What the hell is his name? Baron? Barringer?
Good afternoon, Agent Zapata.
Oh, I don't know.
Good afternoon.
We've gone through a pretty long list of things that you did analysis on. Did you do any analysis on any clothing or anything from the victims' bodies other than Maggie Murdaugh's fingernail clippings?
I analyzed Margaret Murdaugh's fingernail clippings, Paul Murdaugh's fingernail clippings, as well as their buccal swabs.
And when you say they're buccal swabs, that was simply to collect their DNA to perform analysis. Is that correct?
Bill Barber.
That was the known
is his name,
standard that I used to make comparisons. Yes.
apparently.
And under Maggie Murdaugh's left finger nail clippings, did you found unidentified male DNA?
Foreign to Margaret Murdaugh, there were some alleles present, yes.
When we say some alleles present, was there DNA from an unrelated male under her fingernails?
How do you not know the answer to this question?
For item 70, yes, one of the alleles indicates a male contributor.
And this was an unrelated male?
Do you mean unrelated as in unrelated?
Well, let me strike that and rephrase. Were Paul and Alec Murdaugh excluded as contributors?
Yes.
So male DNA under her fingernails, not from Paul, not from Alec Murdaugh.
The foreign DNA to her, yes, they were excluded as contributors.
Bum.
Would it have been possible to perform any further analysis on this, a Y chromosome profile?
It is possible, but because there were so many male individuals who were related to each other as standards that were submitted, it was decided that that would not be the best course of action to continue analysis because the Y chromosome testing that you're discussing is inherited along the males of a familial line. And so there will be no way to distinguish between any related people, any related males.
When I guess making this determination, were you all aware, I had previous testimony that Maggie Murdaugh had been to a nail salon late that afternoon?
I did not have any information about that, no.
So if her nails were quite clean coming to Moselle, she doesn't have a lot of opportunity to have contact with unrelated males.
Overrule the objection.
So if her nails were clean coming to Moselle, it doesn't appear that she has much opportunity to have that kind of contact with unrelated males, does it?
It could be DNA, DNA under fingernails. You're picking up DNA anytime you touch an item potentially. If she did get her nails done, it's possible that somewhere at the nail salon, there was DNA that she picked up under her fingernails. We can't really tell you how or when the DNA got there, but at any point in time between getting her nails done and arriving home, she could touch an object and potentially DNA from that object could be under her fingernails, or she can touch an individual and their DNA be under her fingernails in that way.
Are you familiar with something called coalesce?
Yes.
And what is coalesce?
coalesce is a database that we use to enter unknown profiles from a crime to attempt to identify links between different cases and also between individuals who maybe have been arrested or convicted of a crime.
So it's a database that you can submit DNA samples to and see if you get a hit and can identify whose DNA it is.
Correct.
Was this unidentified unknown male DNA found under Maggie Murdaugh's fingernails submitted to CODIS?
It was not because, like we explained earlier, there were only 3 alleles present that were foreign to her, and that does not meet the threshold of information necessary to enter a profile into CODIS.
And it was decided not to do this further Y chromosome analysis on it.
Correct.
Is it unusual in your experience to not test the victim's clothing for DNA?
It depends on the situation of the case.
A situation where an unknown person has killed 2 people in close point blank shootings?
It would depend on the question that you're trying to answer when you are processing the clothing. Typically, victims of gunshot wounds, their clothing will be saturated in their blood, or there'll be lots of their blood present. And so if you're looking for touch DNA from maybe an individual, we would need to know the specific area of interest to attempt to gather that touch DNA from, because the potential blood from the victims would be on the clothing. So we need to be able to isolate a specific area. If that information is not known, then there's not very much that we can do with that clothing because there's just no specified area for us to test.
What about their hands? Wouldn't their hands always be an area of interest?
Again, it depends. If there is evidence of a struggle, then perhaps, which is why we would take the fingernail clippings. If we don't know, then sometimes you take the fingernail clippings just to see if we can get some DNA from the fingernail clippings. But
And the one time something was taken from them, it revealed unknown, unidentifiable male DNA.
a very partial low-level profile.
Why are you being
forwarding
argumentative?
to Margaret.
And you found Maggie Murdaugh's DNA on the 300 blackout shell casings that were recovered. Is that correct?
Are you referring to item 7.1?
Yes.
She was included as a contributor to that item, yes.
And your report doesn't separate between individual shell casings, does it?
No.
Nice.
And is your report consistent with one of those shell casings being found in physical contact with her body?
I believe there was information from the crime scene that one of the shell casings was recovered from underneath her body.
And is your
Okay.
report consistent with that DNA could be transferred by physical contact?
That's possible, yes.
And for the shot shells found in the feed room that had a presumptive blood test positive, you found Paul's DNA on those, is that correct?
Paul was included as a contributor to that item, yes, 10.1.
And is that consistent with those being found in a room?
Interestingly,
soaked
Alex
with his
wasn't.
blood?
It would not be unexpected.
And for the steering wheel of the Chevy Suburban, there was a positive human blood test, and I believe you found Maggie and Alex Murdaugh's DNA on the steering wheel.
Oh, come
For
on.
item
Even I
56.
remember.
Yes.
For item 56, which was a mixture, was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals, both Margaret and Richard Alexander Murdaugh were included as contributors.
So, yes.
They were included as contributors.
Yes. And is that consistent with someone who has handled Margaret Murdaugh's deceased body, which is unfortunately covered in blood, and then driving the vehicle?
I can't ever tell you exactly how the DNA was deposited onto an item. I can just tell you what the DNA profile
And I'm
is.
not asking you to, I'm
He
just
asked if it was
asking,
consistent with
is
that.
it consistent? Is there anything in your report that would exclude that explanation?
It's a possibility.
And
Oh,
for the
yes.
two shotguns, neither one of those had Paul's DNA, is that correct?
Can you give me an item number,
I
please?
can, sorry, just a sec.
Dirt oil, they don't have to treat the expert as hostile witness. She's an opposing witness, so she is hostile already.
The first one is item 15.
Item 15 were swabs from the Camo Benelli 12-gauge shotgun from receiver forward of the loading port, and Paul Murdaugh was excluded as a contributor to that item.
And the other shotgun was item 22.
For 22.4, which was interpreted as a mixture originating from two individuals, Paul Murdaugh was excluded as a contributor. For item 22.5, due to the relatedness of the contributors, I was not able to offer a conclusion regarding Paul Murdaugh. So that's a situation that we talked about earlier, where sometimes if there's a small amount of DNA present, we cannot distinguish between related individuals. And so I was not able to make any comparisons to Paul to that item.
But you're not able to say for either one of those shotguns that Paul's DNA was detected.
He was excluded as a contributor for 22.4. For 22.5, I couldn't make any comparisons to him either way.
And again, is there anything in your test results that would be inconsistent with somebody who, with Alec Murdaugh, having Maggie Murdaugh's blood on his hands, having just visited the crime scene and handling those two weapons?
Again, I can't really say exactly how the DNA was deposited onto an item.
Answer the question. Is there anything inconsistent? Not how did it happen?
And then later you did
What's up,
some
Danny?
DNA testing on the white T-shirt he was wearing, correct?
Yes.
Did anyone ever tell you why you were being asked to perform those tests
Which tests do you mean?
on his white T-shirt?
The DNA analysis on the
So
T-shirt?
the DNA one. DNA.
It was submitted with a request to, for DNA, for blood. And so when items come in with a request for DNA blood, we will test it. If it is presumptive positive, then we'll move forward with DNA analysis on that item.
So did anyone say, we believe he's wearing this shirt that night? Is that why you're testing it for blood? Just to see if that, right? Someone's asking you to do this work. Did anyone say, we think he was wearing this shirt that night during these murders, let's test it for DNA and for blood?
I know that the shirt was removed from his body when it was collected. As far as when he was wearing the shirt, I don't have any information about that.
We pull up what's been previously admitted as the Defense Exhibit 32.
Mike the Dad Crosby says if they convict him of the murder because they don't like him, but he is only guilty of the financial crimes, there will be a murder on our society. Or there will still be a murderer out in society. That's correct. Correct.
Okay. You recognize this, correct?
Yes.
And this shows where the cuttings were made from the shirt, right? The A, B, C, D, E.
Yes.
And just kind of going through very quickly, cutting A down here in the bottom.
Very
Did you
quickly.
find,
I doubt it.
Maggie or Paul's DNA in cutting A?
Cutting A.
Flip,
Is item
flip, flip, flip.
19.4?
Yes.
Flip, flip, flip.
For 19.4, Margaret Murdaugh was excluded as a contributor, and
You need to
Paul
whiff a
Murdaugh
ball
was
bat.
Paul Murdaugh was included as a contributor.
So we have Paul in A. In B, did you find Maggie or Paul?
For item 19.5, Paul was excluded as a contributor, and Margaret Murdaugh was included as a contributor.
And for C, which is going up a bit, so now we're off the bottom of the shirt, did you find Maggie or Paul?
For item 19.6, again, I was not able to make any comparisons to Paul due to the relatedness of the contributors. But Margaret was included as a contributor to that mixture.
Okay. For cutting D, now we're up at the right shoulder. Did you find Maggie or Paul there?
For item 19.7, I could not make any comparisons to Paul due to the relatedness of the contributors. And Margaret was included as a contributor to the mixture.
Did you also find Nolan Tootin in D?
He was also included as a contributor to the mixture.
Going over to the other shoulder, did you find Maggie or Paul in E?
For 19.8, Paul Murdaugh was excluded as a contributor. And Margaret Murdaugh was included as a contributor to the mixture.
Okay. So no Paul but Maggie there.
Guys, I
Now
wouldn't
coming
take her
down
size
all the way
as
to the
like
bottom, G.
some sort of
find Maggie or
disdain or anger, it's probably her sort of relaxation to answer the question in a clear way.
Paul
kind of
was
prepping to do
excluded
that,
as a contributor to the
is
mixture.
my guess.
Now, finally, for both F and H up here, did you get any results for either one of those?
For 19.10, Margaret was also included as a contributor. Sorry, just to finish that result.
Sorry.
You were asking about?
F and H, did you get any results for either one of those?
For F, which was our item 19.9, a DNA profile was developed, but due to the inability to determine the number of contributors, no further interpretation will be offered. For H, which is our item 19.11, Paul was excluded as a contributor. And for Margaret, the comparison to Margaret, an uninformative statistical result was obtained. No conclusion can be made regarding Margaret Murdaugh as a possible contributor to the mixture under the listed propositions, which in this case, the propositions were Richard Alexander Murdaugh and Margaret Murdaugh contributed to the mixture versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh and an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed to the mixture. And that's a situation I described earlier where the seesaw is balanced, so it can't tell me in either direction which scenario is a better explanation of the DNA profile.
So the only part of this chart that we see right here, the front, where you can say that you did find Paul's DNA is down here at A, the bottom right part of the shirt, correct? Don't see.
Hey, Joe.
Yo. Test my mic levels. Are they good?
That's a little low.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you if you can jack it. I don't know.
You can ask me to jack it all day.
I'll bet you say that to all the boys.
I turned you up a little high, but I got you.
For item A, I did have an inclusionary likelihood ratio for Paul. For several of the other stains, there was, I could not distinguish between him and other related individuals, so I could not make comparisons to him.
But the only place you definitely did find Paul was A, is that correct? In the front of the shirt.
I like this attorney.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
He's one of my favorites in the whole trial.
I mean, as an attorney, he sounds like he'd be really unpleasant at dinner.
No.
That was the only item where there was an inclusionary likelihood ratio for
Now
Paul.
clarify for me in this salad, is this kale or arugula?
Do you remember when you did this, when you reported these DNA results? Do you know the date?
Is salad dressing consistent with ranch?
The date that you reported the results for the shirt for DNA.
For the shirt, there were two reports that had the shirt because there were two times that it was processed originally. The first report, which had the results for item 19.2, was June 25th, 2021. And then the second report was originally issued July 25th, 2021.
July 25th, 2021. On July 26th, the day after, did you attend a meeting with President was Major Huey? I apologize if I'm not saying the names correctly. Captain Riley, Captain Reinhardt, Lieutenant Wallace, Lieutenant Schenck, Lieutenant Hash, yourself, and Mindy Worley. Did you attend that meeting?
Yes, I did.
And was the purpose of that meeting to discuss the DNA report?
Yes, it was to explain the results of my report.
Were you at that meeting asked to perform hemotrace tests?
Were you
Not
asked
at
to
that
lie?
meeting, no.
Okay. When were you asked to perform hemotrace tests on the shirt?
Danny, I think you're muted. You're not coming through on here at all.
Yeah.
Might have the wrong mic selected on your StreamYard.
This is why people say Danny's the perfect woman.
I was trying to think of like the right woman
10th,
line.
2021.
And you beat
Is
me,
that the day
brother.
that you performed them?
Yes,
And I think you previously testified your test results were negative.
correct.
So there was again no blood.
Tell us a little more how you did. Well, let me ask it this way.
Spend
To
time
perform
on
the
this.
test, did you make smaller cuttings from the larger shirt cuttings?
Yes, so I took the cuttings, opened them, and then cut small portions of the larger cuttings to test for hemotrace, and then place those cuttings into a solution, and then that solution is added to each individual card for that individual cutting. So there's a test performed for each item.
Unlike the cases.
Show you a series of photos, if I may, and ask if you can identify them. This is what's been previously marked, and the marks are on the back. It can be confusing. As Defense Exhibit 96, you recognize that? I apologize. So do you recognize the photograph?
Yes.
And that's one of the cuttings after you made the small cuttings?
Can I see the other? It's hard to tell which was before and which was after without the other cuttings, because there's cuttings for DNA, and then I cut along the cuttings for DNA for the hemotrace test.
Yeah, I don't have before and afters to show you. Would it perhaps be helpful to look at some of the other ones? Would that help you?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked. I'm going to read these off so I can give them all to you at one time, if that's okay. That might help you.
Yes.
Been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 97.
Mm.
98.
Rustle those papers more right next to that microphone. Yeah, get it.
99.
Guess you jacked this mic too hard.
There's also still one over there.
100.
Yeah, correct. No blood was found
101.
on the shirt. Kind of matters.
102. 103. 104. 105.
Oh my God.
The last one. And I'll go get the other one. It's over there. We already have this. This is a separate copy. So now that you have them all, do you recognize them?
Yes.
And these are the larger cuttings with the smaller cuttings made after the hemotrace test?
I know that we took photos before the cutting was taken for hemotrace and after. It's hard to tell from these pictures if it was before or after, but they were taken during the hemotrace processing of the shirt.
Okay. I see them, please. Your Honor, at this time, I would offer defendants exhibits 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, and 105 as evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted without objection.
Permission to publish. May I publish?
You don't need my permission to publish anything that's in evidence.
Can we bring up,
Thanks, Judge.
go get the whiteboard, please.
See, the smart guy. Get a whiteboard.
There you go.
Start providing some structure here.
See, this to me, this is immediately more useful. They're putting up the picture of the evidence with the number. I'm so tired of just hearing a number on this evidence. And again, the jury's not taking notes. It's got to be confusing for them. So you put up the picture on the Elmo. Here's this.
So this one, it looks like you made 5
That's what we're talking
cuttings,
about.
is that correct?
So some of these cuttings were originally taken for DNA. I tried when I cut for hemotrace to also cut along where the cuttings were taken for DNA.
Okay, so but there's 5 there, right?
Yes.
The next one. And let's see if we can count how many are here. Were you able to count how many?
It looks like 14. It's a little hard to see the very small ones. It's hard to tell
Okay, be
on the small
conservative.
screen.
If you're not sure, don't count it. So 14. No, don't do that.
I don't think he said don't fuck it up. I'm pretty sure that's not what he actually said, but
It looks like 14.
Okay. Next exhibit. And here.
we counting all the little marks that are on there? Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it working?
Yeah, we got you now, Danny. Welcome.
Thank you.
I thought
Joe,
you were
are
just
you
being
coming
quiet.
to Vegas?
Next one.
Man, Joe just ignores women.
I know.
I guess.
It's amazing.
It's like my
Oh,
second
sorry.
time.
No, I was trying to just take care of
7?
audio issues myself here.
That's okay.
Hi, Danny.
Hey, Joe.
So did Nick took care of your mic also?
Mm-hmm.
Everything's good?
9.
Yeah, she's good now.
Next
You can hear her so clearly. It's good.
Seven.
7. Next exhibit.
Add them all up. It's going to be 183, but they only tested 5 of them.
I should probably sigh more
Looks
so
like
that way
9.
I remember to
Again, it's a
breathe.
little hard to see.
Again, be conservative. Don't count one if you're not sure. The next
I mean, I won my hearing this morning, but still, I was like passing out halfway through my argument, and I'm like, "What's going on?" Oh yeah, I forgot to breathe.
Next one.
Got to slow it down.
Thumbs up.
9.
9.
Next one.
Two.
That's it. Those are all of them. So now we'll just add these numbers up.
Good call, Andrew.
I mean, it's an obvious play.
5 plus 14 plus 8 plus 2 plus 7, plus 9, plus 7, plus 9, plus 4, plus 9. So what's the total?
74.
74.
We had to ask her.
And in your test, on none of these did you detect human blood with hemotrace. Is that correct?
For all those cuttings for the different items, they were all put together into that tube for that item. And for all of those tests, the result was negative.
So we're 0 for 74 detecting human blood here.
Correct.
The result was negative.
Moving on, then on August 16th, did you attend a meeting to discuss DNA results or outstanding DNA reports?
Yes.
Were these results discussed at that meeting?
For that meeting, we were discussing the items that were, that still had pending DNA assignments, so that they had submitted for DNA analysis, and we were waiting to see if that analysis was still required. There's nothing in the discussion about those results being discussed. I don't remember anything else about that meeting.
You check out that 0 for 74 he's got up back
That's
there.
this. Who asked you to
That's
perform the
great.
hemotrace test?
He's
on
so
August?
good.
Yep.
There was the request for the hemotrace result was relayed to me by my supervisor,
And who's your supervisor?
Lieutenant Laura Hash.
And on August 10, did you relay to Lieutenant Hash the results of your tests?
She was actually the reviewer of my hemotrace test. So when we perform card tests, there needs to be a second analyst to review the card test and sign off on the review of the test. So she was present when the test was performed.
Did she sign off on it? Have we heard testimony from Laura Hash?
I'm not sure.
In 2021, were you ever informed that SLED was seeking a blood spatter analysis of the shirt?
Oh, yeah, get into
I was
this.
told after the shirt had been sent that it was going to be sent for blood spatter analysis, but I don't know anything about how that came about or where it was being sent to. That was once I was.
Okay, so
done
this
with
is
my
interesting
analysis.
because
When you
SLED's
say when
initial
after the shirt was sent, what
blood
do you mean
results are
by
that there's no blood.
Or however they did the
And they contracted outside
blood
to get a
spatter
blood
analysis.
spatter
I know that there
analysis
is
that's been allegedly
documentation that
changed
the
after it
shirt was
found no
being taken
results.
for that in the narrative, but I don't know how that came about.
And at that time, I guess I'm a little confused, were you aware at that time that it was being sent for blood spatter analysis?
Not until it was already sent.
And by sent, you mean that somebody had asked for the report to be made, or that the shirt had physically been sent somewhere?
I don't know anything about how the blood spatter analysis came to be. I don't know what they required for that
Could you just
analysis.
tell me a date, the first time you learned that there was going to be a blood spatter analysis? Even a month, if you don't know the exact date?
I really don't know because it didn't have anything to do with me or my analysis.
When was the first
Interesting. So
time,
she did her test before they even sent it to be looked at by
your
a blood
hemotrace
spatter.
test
Okay,
appeared on a
I get where
report
they're going.
that you issued?
Took me a second.
And there's no blood on the shirt. They know there's no blood on the shirt. They sent for blood spatter analysis anyway. Pretty sure the guy returned a 0 blood spatter, and then
The
they
report with the
sent it
hemotrace
back and made
results
him, and it
was
came back
issued
with
on
blood spatter
November
later.
10th, 2021.
Really shady.
Were the results for the blue raincoat also on that report?
Yes, they were.
Did you discuss the hemotrace test results with anyone working on this case?
I don't think that I discussed it with anybody else. I don't think so. I would have discussed it with the person who reviewed the results.
Did you discuss the blue raincoat results with anyone investigating the case, any agents on the investigative side?
I know for the raincoat, I was asked to give an update on when the results would be issued. Once I developed the DNA profiles for those items, the DNA profiles were technically reviewed, and then I was able to make a phone call to relay those results. And I was able to speak to Agent Gent and just give him the preliminary results for the items from the raincoat.
But you did not discuss the hemotrace results that are on the same report?
I think this is an open book test.
Goodness gracious.
According to my notes, I only updated him on the findings from the raincoat.
Let's move ahead then to March 22nd of 2022. You just said that you were aware at some point that a blood spatter report had been requested. Were you aware in March that one had been received claiming that there was high velocity impacts blood spatter on the shirt? Were you aware of that report?
I didn't really know anything about the report or the results of the report.
So you weren't aware of it in March 2022, is that correct?
I don't know when.
I mean, just look at the shirt.
I was told or what. I know that I didn't really get much information about the report or when.
I don't know when.
Okay. Well, moving a little further then, on April 11, 2022, the Attorney General requested a meeting that occurred on April 20th, 9 days later, to discuss reports.
Yes.
And in preparing for that meeting on the 20th, did you access your November 10 report on April 18 and April 19, a couple days before that meeting?
I wonder if this chick had any idea she was going to be in a hot seat on Cross.
I mean, did I
Like-
look at the report in preparation for the meeting? I would have reviewed the reports in preparation for the meeting, yes.
At that meeting, was there any discussion of blood spatter?
He's pounding her with one hard question after another.
I do not remember.
Okay, this is the first meeting with the AG's office after the report is received saying that there is blood spatter. Was it
But that had
discussed?
nothing to do with my testing, so I don't really know.
You just didn't listen then at the
Did
meeting?
you notice that 6 days after that meeting, there were media reports that high velocity impact spatter had been found in Mr. Murdaugh's t-shirt?
I tried very hard to not look at any media reports involving this case at all, so I tried to avoid that information.
Well, at some point, did someone come to you and ask about the hemotrace test results that you performed that say no human blood, 0 for 74, in relation to this report seeing that there was blood spatter that had to come from a gunshot on the t-shirt?
At some point, I know that we discussed the hemotrace results on the shirt.
And when was that?
It probably would have been in the meeting where we went over all of the results of my reports. I know that we had several meetings to discuss the results of my reports.
Any idea when that was?
Let me flip through my notes for 38 minutes.
To be fair, there's a lot there.
Yeah, that's like her book on things she needs from a husband.
It's amazing to consider. We have 0 blood on the shirt, according to the hemotrace test. We better go somewhere else to get a blood spatter report that says that we have
Does
high
appear that
impact
that
blood
April
spatter.
meeting was the first meeting after that report was issued,
That's what he said, lady.
where we had a discussion about the reports.
It's literally
So
what he
would have
asked you
been that
before, and you
meeting
said
that had
no.
been discussed for
And the
Hematose
fact that they sent it elsewhere is an
results,
indictment on their own,
report
on
discussed
all the other
in
findings. Like, what are they not competent enough? They had to send it
Possibly,
somewhere
but I
else.
don't know that, I also wasn't present for all of the meetings all of the time. I know there were some times when there were meetings with specific individuals first, and then I would come later, so I don't remember if there was specific discussion of blood spatter there when I was present.
Handing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 95. Do you recognize that?
Yes. It is a memorandum to the file for this case.
And you're the author of this memorandum.
Yes.
And it concerns Hematose and it relates to this case?
Yes, I was asked to do some research into the scientific literature to see if there was information
Hematose can
about
disagree with
Hematose
blood spatter.
and potential effects of other kinds of testing prior to Hematose, as well as list some reasons for possible negative Hematose results.
Amazing.
Undermining their own study.
Exhibit 95.
So it's
Trying to weasel around the fact that she knows.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
She knows exactly why she's asked to
Were
do
you
that.
asked to write this memo?
Yes.
Who asked you to do this?
Creighton Waters asked for me to do this research and then summarize my findings in the form of a memo.
Prosecutor in the room.
Tell you why he was asking you to do
Can you
this.
point to Creighton Waters right now here in the room?
That's a lead.
You really know
prosecutor.
him?
Can you identify?
Because there were negative Hematose results in this case from the shirt, he wanted just some more information on negative
No
Hematose
positive
results.
results is what he wanted.
Was it specifically because of the report saying high velocity impact spatter?
I don't know that.
Was that discussed when he asked you to do this?
We discussed the negative Hematose results on the shirt.
Did you discuss a report by a man named Tom Bevel?
I don't think we specifically discussed the results of that report because I don't know.
Put
I'm
Creighton
not
on
a
the
blood
stand.
spatter expert. I don't know anything about what that report would say
Yes.
or what the findings in that report would mean. I just know that there was a report, and then I was asked to
Conflict him out of the case. He's now a
give
witness.
some more information on Hematose.
We can bring in all the
Were you,
financial crimes. Might as well
aware of
bring in
a
Creighton
report-
Waters.
Use of Hematose on things had been previously tested with LCB.
I was made aware of a report like that after I had already, obviously it was after my analysis had been complete. I don't remember specifically if it was before or after I was asked to write this memo.
And you attached some articles to this memo, correct?
Yes, I attached the articles that I found regarding Hematose so that all that information would be present in the memo.
And this first article from the Australian Journal of Forensic Sciences, am I characterizing it correctly to say that it reports that Hematose tests are generally effective after treatment with LCB?
Flip, 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 flip. Looking forward to Vegas, Danny?
Very much so. I just got back, actually. My husband and I went down to visit family and have a good time, and it was a
For that
blast.
article, there were many tests performed comparing testing Hematose after the use of several other kinds of tests beforehand. Their results were positive following LCV for 17 out of 17 tests with a blood dilution of 1 to 10, and for 16 out of 18 tests with a blood dilution of 1 to 100.
So it usually works. hematrace when you're testing something that had a presumptive test with LCV.
Right, it shows that it did work the majority of the time that they tested it, but they did obtain 2 negative results as well.
Out of how many total?
Out of
This is critical because
17 plus 18.
the state's
So
35.
More 2 out
Jesus
of
Christ.
18 times.
the state wants to show that the presumptive blood test, the hematrace test, destroyed the evidence. Or no, the
LCV.
Yeah, the LCV
Of
test
the 35
destroyed the
times they
hematrace
tested
evidence.
it, they obtained a positive result 33% of the time, according to the article.
sorry.
33 times, sorry, according to
Since
the
you have a
article.
calculator, what's the percentage of that?
There's a lot of math today.
She said 38%. She meant 33 times, and the percentage is
looks
somewhere
like
north of 80.
94%.
94%. And here we're at 0 for
94.3.
On the next article, on page 4 of the next article, there's a little chart. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Which article?
In the exhibit, the second article, page 4.
Is that the courthouse audio?
Yes, yeah, that's not me. Normally it's me, but not this time.
Page 28. Okay.
Next one. Next
The
page.
next one.
This activity by the state is so
Am
damn
I reading
shady.
this chart correctly to understand it to mean that hematrace detects blood at dilution levels in which LCV would not detect blood?
According to this study, which was performed by the Michigan State Police, they were able to obtain positive hematrace results for some samples that were negative LCV.
So the hematrace test is more sensitive than LCV, at least according to this study, correct?
It appears to be, according to this study. LCV is not a chemical that I use in the DNA casework department. It is a test that's performed by the crime scene unit, so they would be the best people to answer questions about sensitivity of that test.
According to this, you would get a positive result even if you couldn't see anything with LCV. According to the previous study, after LCV, 94%, and here we're 0 for 74. Is it fair to say that there's no human blood on the t-shirt?
Like I said earlier, the test that I performed was negative for the presence of human blood.
I need to make a quick
32.
phone call. I'll be right back.
This will be very quick. Zoom in on the pocket. Sorry, I don't have an image of the back of it, but I believe this is the name of a fishing boat, and there's a fishing boat on the back of the t-shirt. Were you aware when doing this is a fishing t-shirt?
No,
Have you ever gaffed a fish?
I don't even know what that word means, no.
Neither do I. Does that mean like
Let
gutting?
me ask it this way then.
Big hook.
If
Hook to
someone
the
were
fish to
doing
float up on
something
the
while
boat.
wearing this t-shirt that would cause non-human blood to spray onto the shirt, could that be a reason why something would have a misting pattern with LCV and test negative from hematrace, 0 for 74?
I can't really answer anything about the misting pattern because that is not my area of expertise, but one possibility for a negative hematrace test is that the blood present on the item is not human blood, because hematrace is a confirmatory test for the presence of human blood. It also reacts to ferret blood and higher primate blood.
Does it react to fish blood, does it?
No.
Did you attend an evidence viewing meeting on January 5th of this year?
January 5th is this year, honey, for this trial. Come on.
A month ago. The defense is doing a great job of explaining to the jury, like, all the different bases as to how this blood could have gotten
Yes,
there,
I
which
did.
has nothing to do with this
Was blood
trial.
spatter discussed at that meeting?
I know that we talked about the
be
results
fair,
of the shirt.
I don't pay attention in
As far
meetings
as
either.
blood spatter, again, I'm not a blood spatter analyst, so I cannot give any information about blood spatter on an item of clothing.
He didn't
or
ask
on
you if there
anything.
was any information about it. He asked you if it was
Specifically, were reports
discussed
by
at
Tom
all.
Bevel discussed at that meeting.
I really do not recall.
Even though it was just this month, well, last month, time's flying.
Yeah, it's hard to remember specifics.
Reports by Deputy Kinsey discussed regarding blood spatter.
I don't recall that name at all.
Was the T-shirt discussed?
I don't remember the exact items that were discussed specifically.
Has anyone, I'm going to ask this. It looks like there's been a lot of work done on this T-shirt,
Yes,
and that's fair, right?
yes,
Put a lot of work into this T-shirt. There were the little cuttings in the beginning, the small ones in the hem, right? And then those are tested with
phenolphthalein.
right? And then DNA tested. All of these large cuttings, we haven't even gone over, there were a couple in the back of the shirt as well. These small cuttings, then you went back and made more small cuttings for the hemotrace, right? Lots of work, and then you're doing this big memo about hemotrace because of the shirt, right? A lot of work, and this is going on from a period of June 21, the month of the murders. It looks like all the way up until a month before trial. Is that fair?
Well,
On the shirt?
my analysis was complete before that, but
I mean, you're doing this memo to file because of the shirt results, correct?
yes, correct.
So, I mean, so for all this work on this shirt, it appears that the theory was that he was wearing that shirt that night.
There you go.
Same.
Good question. Because remember, their theory is that he must have changed shirts because it was so clean, but now they're trying to say there's blood spatter all over it.
Just ask
State-
maybe this. The
State
meetings
doesn't
that
get to
you've
do that.
attended Where the shirt was discussed and blood spatter was perhaps discussed. Was there ever any discussion of a blue button-down shirt?
Not that I recall.
Never discussed? Okay. But the court's indulged.
Look how much more orderly and structured the cross is. And by the way, if this were a defense expert and I were the defendant, I'd be pretty pissed that was my expert. This is not a good
I know you
performance.
said it's not your area, but are you familiar with the term high-velocity impact spatter?
Not really.
Don't
you know what that
lie.
is?
No, I'm not a blood spatter expert.
How would you
you
know?
think that you could
You
have
need to be an
blood spatter
expert
without
unless you
blood?
knew what it was.
So anyone who watched 10 minutes of Dexter knows what a blood spatter expert is.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
That was really great work.
And redirect, she just starts cutting her wrist physically with scissors as fast as possible.
Yeah, it's going to take some
First thing he does is
to rehabilitate that.
first thing he does is hide the over 74.
Right? She better not spill any hemotrace on herself.
Watch her become
when
a
you
blood
analyze
spatter
something,
expert.
Do you try to be thorough in your analysis?
Yes, I do.
And are you aware that before you analyzed this shirt, that there were presumptive positives for blood?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you analyzed the shirt with the hemotrace, what were your findings?
The hemotrace results were negative.
All right.
Over 74.
The defense also asked you about touch DNA. When you analyze those cases and
All
shot
lawyers are
shells that
Karen's
were found
people.
at the scene, what were
She
you
doesn't sound like a
analyzing
Karen.
those
She's
items
paid to
for?
be one.
Flip, flip, flip. So, Danny, you go to Vegas regularly?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's only
Maybe you
6.
could message me some
For
fun
item
non-gambling
7.1,
stuff to do there.
The
Definitely
request
will.
was
I hate
for,
gambling.
touch
Yeah.
DNA analysis.
As exciting as
For
putting money in
items
the
9
toilet
and
and
10,
flushing.
the request was also for touch DNA analysis, but because
To be fair, that's what I do at hotels.
There was staining on the swabs.
Nick
when,
making it rain on the throne.
Rachel Wynn did her processing. She presumptively tested those swabs and they were presumptively positive for blood, and so they were forwarded for DNA analysis.
But for touch DNA on items like that, would you be looking for possibly whoever loaded those items into a gun?
Objection calls for speculation. She can't determine where it came from. She said it.
Whose other DNA could you be looking for when you're analyzing those cases for DNA?
Typically, when cartridge cases or shotgun shells are submitted for touch DNA, we are looking for DNA of an individual who may have handled those cartridge cases or shotgun shells.
And is it common to find touch DNA on fired cases or shot shells?
In my experience, there's not been a very good yield of DNA on those items. From my understanding, when a bullet is fired, it is being put through a lot of intense heat as it's moving through the firearm. At least that's how firearms analysts seem to explain the process. And so
You're talking about shell casings.
the heat can affect the recovery of DNA from that item.
And also
The absence of
touch
evidence is not
DNA,
evidence.
Do you know when touch DNA gets somewhere?
No, I can never say
Gets
how or
somewhere?
when DNA was deposited on an item.
So if I shook somebody's hand at some point in the day, could I have their DNA on my hand?
It's possible, yes.
And you would know when that got there?
No.
Now, do you determine what evidence is analyzed in a case? Do you look at all the evidence and pick and choose what you're going to analyze?
No, we are requested to analyze items of evidence.
So some requests for you to analyze evidence.
Correct.
Whoever requested for you to analyze the clothes of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
I was never requested to analyze those items.
And do you analyze items that you've not been requested to analyze?
This is not a great line of questioning for the state.
Yeah, how did that help the state?
You were asked about touch DNA. Is it common to find touch DNA on an object when that object is discovered touching a
Maybe he
person?
had to use the restroom, so she was just filling in for him.
Can you repeat that question?
If an object is found actually touching a deceased person, would it be uncommon to find that deceased person's touch DNA on that object?
No.
And would it be uncommon to find a wife's touch DNA on a husband's shirt?
It would not be uncommon, no.
No further questions.
Step down. Ladies and gentlemen, you can go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Well, that was nasty, nasty results for the state there. In my opinion, I don't know. You guys may think differently, but I think Cross kind of took her to a place where she didn't want to be.
So I didn't get I missed most of this morning. So what was the narrative that the state was trying to use this expert to portray with respect to, was he wearing the shirt? Was he not wearing the shirt at the time that he allegedly committed these murders?
Well, there's no point. They don't make a point. They just share like raw data. Like it was a quadrillion times more likely that this was Paul's DNA than some unknown person's DNA on spot A of the shirt. And then spot B of the shirt, it was a quadrillion times more likely it was Maggie's DNA than it was some unidentified person's DNA. And they're just going through these like spot B, spot C, spot D, but there's no, why does it matter? There's no cohesive context to it.
Right. And the so what they apparently were trying to do is draw an inference from the presence of DNA on the shirt that they will likely try to conflate with the errant blood spatter analysis that's to come. That they've actually filed for sanctions over because they believe it's so egregious. But that's another story.
Oh, have they? I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, they have a while back. Because again, I believe the blood spatter report initially came back negative and was sent back. It's like that bad. But what they're likely trying to do is show that there's Paul and Maggie's DNA present on the shirt and try and just hand wave away the fact that none of the blood on the shirt is human blood, or the presumptive blood, I should say, because it's presumptive blood. It doesn't even mean it's blood. It could be mud. It could be any number of things that the test tests positive for. The test could have an error. Who knows? But there's a presumptive blood test. And then when they tested it for blood, there's no blood present. So all of the DNA that's on the shirt must be from some other source. Touch, a sneeze, cough, I guess. Something like that. And their overall narrative, which is not confined to today, is that Alec was either wearing the shirt when he committed the murders and he got stuff on him, or he wasn't wearing the shirt and he's so clean because he changed. But they've never hammered that out because they can't. They can't do it. If you look at the shirt, you go, there's no blood on this damn shirt. And this guy is iced with a shotgun at close range. There should be a mess somewhere.
I was going to say, it seems crazy to think that he could have been wearing that shirt and he wouldn't look like Carrie, for crying out loud. There would be so much blood.
You'd think,
even if he's wearing a raincoat that his maid never saw that he owned, which is what she testified about. But even if he was wearing a raincoat, there would just be some that would drip. It doesn't. It's unless. It's
the state's position is literally incoherent. There's no coherence to it. It's like arguing with someone who knows they're wrong. So they come up. We've all had this experience, right? You're arguing with someone, and they actually have 3 different narratives of their explanation of why they're not wrong. And every time you catch them in a falsehood in the narrative A, they flip over to narrative B, and then you catch them there and they flip over to narrative C. And then when you catch them in C, they flip right back to narrative A, like you haven't already had that conversation before.
Right.
That's what the state's doing here.
And interestingly, the defense can do that. The defense isn't doing that. Right. The defense is just going, how's he the murderer? That's what they're asking. The state is actively, they're running 2 theories right now because at the beginning of the case, they wanted you to believe that he changed clothes. They made that, it was almost impeccably clear that was their narrative. Now, later on in this case, they're going to try and bring in blood spatter testimony. If there's blood present on the clothes, it would be reasonable that even if he was the murderer, that he changed clothes and then went down and then something happened, he gets a little blood on his clothes. But high impact blood spatter would only come from blood that is spraying out due to some sort of reaction to force, like a gunshot causing a concussive pressure release in a head, for example, something, or, where the blood is actively flying at him rather than him incidentally touching it and maybe touching his shirt or something like that. They're trying to run this dual narrative. They won't be able to reconcile them, and they're going to just hope everyone forgets.
And it's really, and they're so overt in how they're running different narratives. Just the whole thing about how the shirt smelled freshly laundered, which, implying that he was not wearing it, that he put it on specifically when he came home from his, visiting his mother, and then 10 minutes later trying to imply that he was wearing it for hours and that he was wearing at the time that he was killing his family. I don't even understand what they think they're selling. It's very confusing.
I don't know if they think they're selling anything.
It feels almost like they're just trying to drown the jury in a bunch of details that are totally unconnected from each other. And then at the end, in closing, try to stitch together whatever narrative seems most compelling based on what they've been able to get into evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like you're expecting that their closing arguments to be like, look, we don't know whether he was wearing that shirt when he killed. We know he killed him. There's so many different signs he killed him. Here's how you know beyond a reasonable doubt he killed him. Because the shirt was freshly laundered, so he clearly put it on. So something there is hokey. There's even, and if you think, we're not sure if he was wearing this shirt. Maybe he was wearing this shirt at the time that he killed him. And that's why we have this DNA evidence. And one way or another, it's just got to be. It's just got to be. Look, it has to be he killed him. It has to be he killed him. And I think that's consistent really with like what the perspective in the area is. It could be that they're figuring for their audience who are just like, look, we don't know how he did it. We just know he did it. And that's the audience, that sort of audience they figure may accept that, like, hey, we don't know whether he's wearing the shirt or not, but one way, whether you believe he's wearing or you believe he changed, either way, he killed them. And it doesn't make sense to any one of us, because we're like, that doesn't make any, why would anyone think such a thing?
Well, this explains why they don't have many demonstratives, right? Why the prosecution hasn't put forward many demonstratives, because they don't have a clear theory. And I think they would have benefited from the very beginning, when in the onset of, or at the outset of this case, to have actually drawn up a timeline, right? A physical timeline that stretched out, and they could sit there and pinpoint, okay, here's when this occurred. Here's when this occurred. Here's what the cell phone data shows. And then connect each one of their exhibits, their evidence, to that very clear timeline. Take a snapshot of that, have some, intern who's doing their summer clerkship over at the office, draw it out, make it a big, blow it up, and give it to the jury. So the jury's not having to sit here and connect dots based on what we've heard from, people who are there. DUI guy, and what's the Justin?
James.
They're not taking notes. So you can't expect the jury to draw this out. And frankly, even if they were, they would struggle to do this. I'm struggling to keep track of where they're going with what evidence. And I'm like, why am I listening to this expert talk about these things? It's not even making sense to me. So if they had that demonstrative available for the jury and for themselves to reference back to, they can keep hinting on, hey, this is why we have this expert here. This is why this matters. This is why you need to pay attention. And this is where having an overarching narrative that's very clear and very structured is extremely important for the state, and they just don't have it.
And I agree with you on that. That's why I'm saying I think that this entire prosecution is geared specifically for the audience that they think they have in this jury, meaning they feel like they have an audience which just feels like he did it. And some of them might think he was wearing the shirt. Some of them might think that he wasn't wearing the shirt. And whichever way your theory is, here's evidence to support it that you can hang your hat on. But when you put it all together, they're so contradictory with each other. To anyone like you or me who's actually watching this, we're like, what the hell is your theory of the case? We have no idea what you think about this case. And I don't think they're tailoring it for you or me. I think they're tailoring it for an audience that they believe they have sitting there in their jury. And it could
not
ultimately
even
be effective.
Not even coherently for the whole jury, because the jury, they just have to agree it's guilty, right?
Yes.
They don't have to agree why.
Yes.
So if you throw enough nonsense out there, enough pieces of confirmation bias, each juror could select a different dozen.
That's my point. That's my point.
And
that
then
one
all
person in the
arrive
jury,
guilty by a different path, whichever path they're most comfortable with.
Yes, that's exactly what it feels like they're trying to do. They're like, I want to tailor it for whatever theory this guy in the audience is sitting there. But they must have walked in here assuming he was guilty, because everyone in the area thinks he's guilty. So here's the evidence we'll give you. That for you who believes he was wearing the shirt, here's your evidence. For you who thinks he changed shirts, here's your evidence.
We'll know that's what the state's doing if when they get to closing, the state says, look, we don't know exactly how he killed him, but we showed you 100 different ways.
Right.
He could have done it. Just pick whichever way you're most comfortable with.
Yeah.
Yep. Fill in the blanks for us.
I mean, it's crazy. Again, even if you go back to the original timeline of this case is supposed to be 3 weeks long. We're into our third, we're ending our third week of full testimony for just the state. There's no way, if they had a coherent case, that they're not putting together a demonstrative with a timeline that lays this all out. If they think they've got a rock solid case, it would be insane for them to think that 3 weeks of testimony is going to be sitting, fresh in the jurors' minds after presumptively 1 to 1.5 weeks of testimony from the defense. Remember that the prosecution knows that their case has to survive the defense's case in the mind of the jury. So all of their facts have to be there. They have to have their demonstrative. They have to put up a timeline of everything. And it would be extremely helpful if they were doing it throughout the entire case, and they're not doing it. I think they're very, very scared of the timeline in this case.
Yeah, and that's why they're like, cherry pick which evidence you like for you and find him guilty. That's what their agenda is, and that's the worst way that we should ever possibly have any kind of genuine justice, because the whole point is that the state should be able to tell us what happened, not have people walk away finding him guilty of murder and guessing, and each of them guessing as to how it is that what evidence led them to that conclusion.
What I'm really going to be curious about is how the state on close handles the financial testimony, right? Because they're bringing in all this financial testimony, presumably for motive. That's their purpose that they've argued, is that it helps prove motive. I just can't wait for them to just maybe even not address the financial crimes on closed. Yeah, because it doesn't point to motive in any way yet. There's a way in which it could have pointed to motive, but there's a way doesn't mean that is the thing beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think they're going to have a real problem with that on their closing argument, because maybe they say, well, we knew his financial cards. You heard how his house of cards was crashing down in on him. Therefore, he murders his wife and son. Wait, what?
Yeah, this almost reminds me of those when I was a kid. They had these series of movies that were pretty popular, Death by Murder or something like that, where someone is killed in a mansion with a whole bunch of people staying for the weekend, trapped on an island, because there's a storm, they can't get away, and like somebody's killed typically, and each of the people staying there comes up with their own theory of who did the killing under what circumstances. Professor Jones in the library with the candlestick kind of thing, and all their theories kind of fit some of the facts, right? But of course, they're all also defective in important ways. It almost feels like that's what the prosecution is doing here. Hey, here's 30 different theories of why this guy's guilty of this crime. We don't know which one it is. We know each of them is defective in some important way, but there's so many for you to choose from.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Welcome aboard, Sean.
Hi, guys.
How you doing, buddy?
Doing all right.
Well, you missed actually a pretty good cross of the DNA chick.
I heard about half of it as I was driving home.
Yeah.
God, they worked her over pretty good. She was not. If they knew their case, like, I think they had to have known these were going to be things that were brought up, so they didn't prepare her. And either they were that lazy, you can't put people up like that and let them hang them out to dry, or they are that confident that they can just let her go up there and bullshit her way through it. I mean, it's got to be one of those two, because she was not prepared. I'm just listening. In the car, I can hear her thumbing through her notes, and it's like,
yeah,
those aren't going to save you. It's too late. Like, you have to know this stuff.
I like I really like the one question. It was irrelevant to the case, but he said, "Are you familiar with the term high impact blood splatter?"
Mm-hmm.
And we're supposed to believe a forensic technician who checks the presence of blood in murder crimes isn't familiar with the term high impact blood splatter.
And wasn't part of her undergrad like in criminology or something like that?
Probably.
Yeah, they 100% would know that stuff. It's bullshit to think that she wouldn't understand it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that last question they asked where it got sustained, that was a perfect one to ask right there at the end.
Right, about the conflicting shirts.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
Good.
This stuff that's suspected blood. I mean, if it was blood, to wash it off, you would wash off all the gunpowder residue, and you would wash off all the DNA. Like, that would have all been gone.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got, if it even is blood, and they don't even know, did they even establish did the blood come from a hominid, or is it from a bird, or from
the hemolyte test says it's not human. I mean, so they know it's not human, not ferret, and not higher order primate.
It might be Italian. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
So they killed a WAP. But if that's the case, then okay, then why do we bring this up? Oh, it's freshly laundered. None of this makes sense.
But if it's freshly laundered, you got Maggie and Paul's DNA on it still.
Which still makes no sense.
Right, that doesn't make sense.
And it's still covered in gunpowder residue, which makes no sense.
Yeah, they've got a real mess on their hands on this one.
Mm-hmm. But I do think Bronca's right. They're just going to say, fuck it. And they're going to say, close enough. He's a bad guy, so he did something.
Mm-hmm. I thought that was interesting that that Creighton Waters specifically requested a memo from her about the blood splatter, the HEMA, whatever the fuck it's called, the HEMA testing, and and following the use of the LCD, whatever it is, that prior test. I mean, that was just amazing.
He's 2023's answer to Mark Furman.
I wish they would. I wish they would put him on
guy?
the stand. I think we need testimony about this. I think we need to know what the timeline was when you guys knew about the blood splatter, when you guys knew there was no human blood present, and why you would order a high impact blood splatter analysis afterwards. What's the purpose of that? Why'd you ask her to present a paper on the conflicting answers there?
Isn't that part of why you said they had the sanctions? I didn't know.
Yeah,
about
there is a sanctions. There is a sanctions motion out there.
This judge won't do anything about it. Like, they're trying real hard. They're government workers. Give them a break.
Yeah. I wish I don't know where it is off the top of my head. Do I have it here? Nope. I'll see if I can find that motion for sanctions. But yeah, I skimmed it before and it was damning. Like if it's true, it's really bad for the state, and I would love it if they could get into it. God, it'd be great. Jonathan says, after 2 weeks of trial, we now know 1, Murdaugh owns guns and he used those guns. 2, random stuff around the house has his fingerprints. 3, he had some of his wife's DNA on his clothing. 4, he's stolen money. Anything else? We're back. Morgan Dawson says, I work at a duck hunting lodge in Arkansas. It's a large property. Guns and ammo are everywhere. I'm the chef and don't hunt, but I pick up casings and shotguns all the time. I'm sure my DNA is everywhere. Be careful, buddy. Nunzio says, check out YouTube channel Eric Allen. He has a great series on the Murdaughs discussing family history, the boat case, Stephen Smith, and P&M numbers, P&M murders. Also financial crime.
I like Eric. He's good people.
Yeah, I've had him on the show.
Me too.
He's a nice guy. Living on Love says, I sent a super chat Friday to Joe asking, but he didn't read it. I'm very curious if there's any evidence Maggie didn't know about the financial misdeeds. Everyone assuming she didn't know. What if she knew all along?
I don't know how that would change anything. That's why I didn't know how to answer that question.
And the problem with that is, if she did know, and we're supposed to draw that that's a motive, show us the evidence that she did know. That's on the state to prove that she knew, not on the defense to prove she didn't. Right.
How do you? Yeah, there's no way to prove she didn't know, because that's.
If she did know, how does that change?
Yeah.
What would that change?
If she did, and if she were going to turn him in or something, then you could establish motive, right? Okay. Like, but I don't like going down that rabbit hole too far, because the first if is the first if is the deepest, right? Like, we don't know if she knew, so it doesn't matter to speculate on why it would matter if she does know afterwards. The state's got to show that she knew.
No, but what I'm saying is, even if she knew, why would we assume that she's going to turn against him also? Like, why would anyone think that? Like, you think most wives who have been benefiting from his corruption for years would just say, hey, I'm going to have you thrown in jail for all this money you got us? It just seems very unlikely to me.
The great way for them to do it would be as if they had, a state's attorney that she was negotiating an immunity deal with. For immunity from the financial crimes or her knowledge thereof.
That clearly never happened that we would have heard about.
Right. We would have heard about it in opening statements. It would have been probably the first thing they said.
No.
Maggie was about to bring Alec down. Because that would be the
that's a motive. Statement. That's yeah.
Right. That'd be your first opening statement. Maggie was going to bring Alec down. Let me tell you how he killed her and why. Like that's exactly.
Yeah, to save his own butt from conviction.
And she was going to save her son Paul in the process.
And he's like,
Together, they were seeking justice, and he killed them for it.
Come on, Judge. Where you at, homie?
do we know who's next in the box?
Forensic pathologist.
Yeah.
Testimony about open head wounds, chest wounds.
I hope the defense hits on how much blood there must have been.
Going to be a lot.
Well, they're going to have crime scene photos. There's blood and
Thank
brains
you.
everywhere.
The next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Ellen Reamer.
I mean, I guess the crime scene photos won't appear here, but
I think on a meta level in this commentary stuff, this is the difference between true crime and legal podcasting or whatever.
I hope so.
It's because there's, the law shows are typically focused around the facts of the cases, whereas true crime shows are trying to focus on how to solve the whodunit a lot of times. Solve the crime. Even if you know the answer, that's kind of what they do. Here's how it pieced together. Here's how this all occurred.
My name is Dr. Ellen Reamer, R-I-E-M-E-R.
Oh, this is going to be painful
How are you doing
testimony.
today?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and get right to it. And if you would, just tell the jury a little bit about your education that led up to you becoming a physician.
That's not getting right to it at all.
Well, I
That's the
graduated
opposite of getting
from
right to it.
medical school in 1997.
What medical
With a
school?
Doctor of Medicine degree.
I was in Harvard.
Following that, I did
We'd
a
know.
residency in pathology at New York Presbyterian Hospital, Columbia University Medical Center in the city of New York. Following
New
that,
York
I
City.
did a
That's not bad.
forensic pathology fellowship at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of the state of Maryland. Following that, I did an additional fellowship training year at Johns Hopkins Hospital.
She tells you the names of the schools she wants you to know about.
Also in Baltimore. And I am board certified in forensic pathology and anatomic pathology. After I completed all my education and fellowship training, I took my first job as a forensic pathologist at Wake Forest University Baptist Medical Center, Wake Forest University School of Medicine in North Carolina, where I remained for almost 6 years. But before being recruited by the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston, where I've been for 14 years as a forensic pathologist.
All right, and at the Medical University of South Carolina, you said you're a forensic pathologist. Do you have any professorship or teaching responsibilities there?
Yes, so I have also the title of Professor of Pathology and Laboratory Medicine. And because Medical University of South Carolina is a teaching institution, I am responsible for educating physicians in training as well as medical students. And that's an integral part of my job. So a lot of the work I do is observed by students and trainees.
I do always
Some
respect
board
these
certifications.
doctors.
Can you tell those
who
to
like
the jury, please?
seem
Yes.
to have like
so,
4 full-time jobs at once while
in order
teaching.
for somebody, there's the American Board of
Oh, it worked less
Pathology
if I were
is
them.
the organization that certifies specialists in different fields. And well, the American Board of Pathology certifies specialists in pathology and requires them to take very long examinations and demonstrate and pass those examinations. And you can't just sit down and take them. You have to have achieved, gotten through your residency training.
Well, she's not
and
confident
fellowship
enough in her
training as
medical
well.
schools to deal with living patients.
I managed to do all of that. And I'm board certified in forensic pathology.
It's hard to cause a lot of harm when they're dead
Membership
already.
or involvement in any professional societies that are relevant to what we're
Pathologists
talking
are so
about?
bad. You got
Yes,
a
well,
malpractice
I'm a
case.
member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. And I also am responsible for editing journals. I have various academic responsibilities as well.
Right, and you mentioned editing certain journals. Have you published in the field of pathology over the years, given your professorships?
great
and your,
bedside manner.
educational
Yes.
expertise?
Great Gurney-side
Because I'm
manner.
interested
Her
in
medical articles. Dead people are dead.
educating the medical community. I published close to, I don't remember the exact number, but approximately 30 publications in the fields of pathology.
I know the
and
resume
forensic
testimony is
pathology.
boring, chat.
And this is
but they
also
have to
something
establish
that's
that she's an
valued
expert
at an academic institution. So
sufficient
you're not just
to
practicing, but
have the
also
defense not
contributing
object.
to the body of knowledge in
So she
your
just has to
field.
say why she's an
Over the
expert
years with this,
for their training and
this
experience.
have you had called to conduct a number of autopsies?
Yes, so the principal responsibility of my work is to perform autopsies on deceased individuals in order to determine the cause and manner of death. And over the course of my career, don't keep exact track, but I estimate that I've done approximately 5,500 autopsies.
5,500?
Correct.
All right, and we'll talk more about what an autopsy is in a minute. Over that course of time doing 5,500 autopsies, have you been qualified as an expert and testified in courts
It's
of
10
record?
less
in
autopsies
the
than
nation?
she has cats.
Yes. So again, I'm not keeping track of every single one, but if a conservative estimate would be approximately once a month for more than 20 years, which would put me in the mid 200. So about 250, but that's probably a little bit more than that.
And that's times you've been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes.
And is that just in South Carolina or there have been other places?
Yeah, the majority have been in South Carolina, but also North Carolina, where I practiced for 6 years prior to moving to South Carolina. And I've also been admitted as an expert witness in forensic pathology in federal court a couple of times where I autopsied individuals who died on tribal lands.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to qualify Dr. Reamer, Professor Reamer, as an expert in forensic pathology.
No objection, Your Honor.
She's so qualified.
All right, Dr. Reamer, before we get to your
wasn't
specific
so bad.
findings in this case, can you quickly describe to the jury what is pathology and what is an autopsy? What is it that your science and being a physician, what are you trying to do?
I think 5,500
Yes.
people
So
died
the
to bring this woman
purpose
here.
of an autopsy is to obtain as much information as I can from examination of the tissues of the body, and in order to come to a determination of the cause and manner of death. And the autopsy examination is basically a specialized surgical procedure. It starts with an external examination. So before any cuttings get started, I look from head to toe. I look for anything unusual. If there's injuries, I review them. I look at them carefully and document those findings, as well as establish an opinion on how injuries may have occurred.
And obviously, because in cases where you have traumatic injury, there's no getting around the fact that it's very graphic, the things that you have to look at and the things here today that you have to describe to the jury.
Yes, that's just part of it.
Did you have call in this particular case to examine the victims of these murders, Paul Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, I have, the name is Margaret Murdaugh. I know she goes by Maggie, but Margaret Murdaugh as well as Paul Murdaugh. I performed the autopsies on both of these individuals.
All right. And do you recall what day that was?
I'll have to refer to my notes. Both of the autopsies on both Paul and Maggie were performed by me on June 10th, 2021.
And is it typical when you're conducting an autopsy that you have assistants there that assist you in performing these procedures and that sort of thing?
Yes, so I have assistants to help me with whatever I need, and the autopsies, I do the autopsy, and any assistance I need is done under my direction.
Sure. And then is it common that photographs are taken of the various injuries and your various findings as you do the autopsy?
Yes.
All right. And if any physical evidence is recovered during that autopsy, is law enforcement present or some official there to take custody of those sorts of things?
They're not always present, but if they're not present at the day of the autopsy, they'll come back, and I seal all of the evidence up and with in secure bags, and then those are transferred to the appropriate investigator.
Well, let's go ahead and get to it, and we're going to talk about Paul Murdaugh first, okay?
Okay.
And we also, do we have some poster boards behind you? And the first one is marked as States 500. And can you explain very quickly what this is to the jury, please?
Okay. So you may have seen these kinds of diagrams. These are blank body diagrams. And so when I autopsy a man or male,
They usually have a head on them.
I start with that diagram, and it's basically a vehicle for me to take notes during the autopsy, so I can incorporate findings into my final autopsy report. But this is not, something that this is really for my edification, and so I can
Silhouette
write
looks
things
inaccurate.
down, and it helps me when I write the autopsy report and to make sure I've covered everything.
And will this
Should have
assist
little
you
vertical
as we,
lines shooting out the
if
top
you
of the head.
explain to the jury the injuries that the two victims suffered?
Yes.
Where's the ice cream scoop missing out of the back of the guy's
Dr.
head?
Reamer, let's again, starting with Paul, if you could very quickly, how many, did you observe any gunshot wounds to Paul?
Well, actually, there were 2 shotgun wounds, so that's different than a handgun or so a shotgun is where there, there's basically pellets that are enclosed in a wadding, and the wadding, after it's fired from the shotgun, kind of opens up and allows all these pellets to be released from the wadding. And so the features of his injuries told me in no uncertain terms that he was shot with a shotgun.
And if I could ask you with the court's permission, if you could step down, I'm going to hold up this board, and if you could bring a marker with you, I've got a red Sharpie right here if that helps you. And let's talk about the injuries that you observed to Paul Murdaugh. And then if you could, for the jury, if you could draw on this board that the first shotgun wound that you observed on Paul. All right, let me put mine up real quick.
Okay. Okay, so in order to make things as clear to you as possible, I'm going to use a black marker for an entrance wound and red for exit, okay? So just arbitrarily. Okay, so had 2 shotgun wounds. One of them was to the left side of the chest, approximately this location.
Oh, we get pictures.
The wadding containing the pellets traveled beneath the skin through like the soft tissue of the left side of the chest. It didn't actually go into the chest cavity, but traveled beneath the skin and through the muscle and fat before exiting.
It's going to be rough on old Alec.
Left axillary.
I was going to say, this is traumatic, whether he shot him or not.
Left to
This
right.
is very
I'm sorry,
descriptive.
right to left shot. And
That's weird. And just real quick, when you say right to left, you're talking about Paul's right to
yeah,
left.
that's right. So I'm always thinking about like the patient's right to left. Okay, it's not, if we look at it, it's from, would be from left to right. But we always, for consistency, it's always relative to his body.
Down here by the hands, could you put an R on one side and an L on the other? Just because I know I get confused.
Yeah, no, it is. And honestly, we all do this during autopsies as well, because especially we have the back and it's very easy to make a mistake.
And also, just real quick, could you write Paul up at the top there?
Could you write Alec murdered him?
All right, thank you. All right.
Right below that.
All right, so you were talking about that first
If you're right,
shotgun
that's
wound
nice
to the
boy.
chest and where it exited.
by
Were
Alex
there any other
here.
injuries associated with that? Please continue on.
Yes, so remember we have wadding enclosing pellets. the wadding actually got stuck, didn't completely exit and continue to fly out. It got stuck right underneath the skin of the left side of the chest, like close to the armpit area. And we have a photograph of that pink wadding that remained in the skin of the exit wound. From there, multiple of the shotgun pellets started going through like the left arm, okay, starting from the underside of the left arm. So the wadding terminated in the skin, and then pellets kind of went out and went through the left arm. Okay, so this is the left, remember this is his left side, his left shoulder, his left arm. And then we've got a bunch of exit pellet wounds on the left side of the arm, and some also a little bit on the back. So that you can see this is going through, and then this is actually on the inside of the arm, and the exits are kind of on the left side. So
was there any stippling associated with this particular wound?
yes, okay, so there was stippling, and I'll draw that over here, okay? So when a projectile comes out of the barrel of a weapon, be it a shotgun, a handgun, an assault rifle, what propels that projectile, we call, projectile out of the barrel of the gun? Okay, it's gunpowder, and gunpowder is basically ignited through the action of the shooter on the gun, and so gunpowder is basically burning and projects.
You can tell she's a teacher. It's annoying.
It's the upspeak.
A projectile can potentially travel a very long distance.
And then,
many feet or, yards or long, depending on the projectile, until it hits something. Or if it doesn't hit anything, it could eventually lose power and go to the ground.
Well, it eventually hits something.
The gunpowder that leaves the barrel of the weapon can travel not too far. It only travels about up to 3 feet, depending on the weapon. So in this case, we actually have some particles of like abrasions from particles of gunpowder. And this is called gunpowder stippling. Okay, so we have stippling, which indicates that this wound was fired at a fairly close range. We can't say exactly, but probably no more than 3 feet, because that's our standard, could be anywhere from 2 to 3 feet. Interestingly enough, there was some markings on the edge of this kind of cookie cutter type of defect from the wadding going in that shows that some of the petals of the wadding are beginning to open. So this is very classic for a shotgun entrance wound, and at the autopsy shows that it went after going through the underneath the left side of the chest.
Yeah, there's a very fine line between being educational, engaging.
And let me ask you this, and before we look at some of the pictures, which are very graphic, is that correct?
Yes, it's just the nature of the beast.
If this particular injury, was it immediately fatal?
No, amazingly enough, this really, if that was all he sustained, he would have needed medical attention and some stitches and irrigation of the wound to clean it out, make sure he doesn't get infected. But it actually did not pierce the chest or cause any internal bleeding. It did, however, cause a bruise or contusion of the left lung, and that's because there's a lot of energy associated with this, but didn't actually go through the ribs, but caused a contusion of the left lung. But he would have been expected to continue to be standing after this. It would not have sent him to the ground.
All right. If you could, there's a dowel stick over by your witness stand, and I'm going to make sure the jurors down here can see what you're talking about.
Hence the under the chin shot that followed,
And then we'll look at some
and put his brains on the ceiling.
Well, I just wanted to show it to these jurors down here, just to make sure they could see what you were doing.
I mean, it's nice to see a person love
Then,
their
if
work,
you could just
but
stay standing for
damn.
me, I'm gonna, give them an exhibit to stand by real quick, Dr. Ruth.
It'd be funny if she took out a big bowl of Jello and threw it up on the ceiling so it splattered back down on the floor.
Oh God!
As a,
Oh,
just as a demonstrative.
Yeah.
I saw a shaken baby case when I was an intern, and the coroner was shaking the baby, like to show, like shaking a baby to show how hard you'd have to do it, and almost
Yeah.
broke the head off the doll he was using.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But he didn't use a real baby.
No.
No.
I don't think so.
If you would be very careful to keep these pointed
so easy to
this
get.
way if you could, but I'm gonna have you
For
just
those
look
who are
through
wondering why she's smiling, it's
states
because she's
478,
a professional and she's just
479,
in that very
480,
logical mode of
481, and
thinking.
482,
It could also
and
be a
see if you
defense
recognize those
mechanism that
images.
she has to maintain in order
so
to
these
not
are,
get emotionally invested in this
She's
Just
case.
look
happy.
at
She's
the
doing her
fair.
job.
Yes.
That's fair.
Not that I'm trying to excuse her, but I'm just trying to explain why.
All right, and
I've
these
seen it a
images that were
lot
taken
before.
during the autopsy you conducted
She
in
got
Murdaugh,
she got to leave the basement of her
would
office.
they
She's
assist
probably
you in
thrilled.
explaining the injuries to the jury?
Yes.
That's
Your Honor,
true
this
too.
time I moved states 478,
like
479.
They don't normally let me out
481 and 482 into
She
evidence.
prefers the company of the dead.
Rid without objection. All right.
because they
Now,
haven't been
Dr. Reed, if
involved
you
yet.
get the dowel stick and come around here to this
Thanks, you ever
screen,
took a
I'm going to
bite,
put this first image up on the Elmo, and then if you could, we'll talk about these injuries and describe them.
Okay. So we can see, it's not great focus here, but this is the entrance shotgun wound on the left side of the chest. His left nipple is over here. So it's the left side of the chest. And there is some stippling
And
around
Dr.
it.
Rumor, I apologize.
Okay.
If you could come around and work this way so that all our jurors who
Oh,
are that way can
absolutely.
see.
Okay. All right. So the shotgun wound is going in this direction. Remember, it exited that left side of the chest and then continued through the left arm. So that is a photograph of that wound, to the shotgun wound to the chest.
And we'll see some more close-up images here in a minute, but this is the entrance wound right here, is that correct?
Yes.
And then we have some injuries right here. Is that where those
Yes,
petals exited
that
into
is
the arm?
where the, yes, the wadding, which is the plastic piece enclosing the pellets, terminated in the skin. It just didn't manage to get out. But all those pellets kind of got released from the wadding and went through the left arm.
I'm going to move, that was states 478 for the record. I'm going to move now to states 479. And what is this image?
Okay, so this is a more close-up view of the entrance wound.
Worst
And
dinner
you
conversation
can see
ever.
that looks like there's little, almost squares or pegs sticking out of the edge. And
Square pegs,
that
but round
tells
holes.
us that the wadding is starting to open, because it opens up, it kind of opens up, there's petals. And this is a classic. I could put it in a book to say that this is consistent with a shotgun entrance wound. Okay, and we can see the dots around here. Those are from pieces of gunpowder that have basically impacted the skin because it's within a distance of 3 feet or so.
Moving now to states 480.
Okay, so usually when I take a photo, I don't want to go too close because then you won't be able to see where it is on the body. But here, this is recognized, this is the nipple, right? His left nipple. And we saw the entrance wound over here.
I always use my
And
nipples as
so
reference.
here we have
for photos.
this is an exit wound where this pink wadding is basically stuck right there. And you can see these are the petals on the edge, and that's what gave that unique appearance to the entrance wound. Now, this is basically a cylinder that encloses lots of pellets. And then the pellets here, we start to actually have some of the pellets coming through the surrounding skin and then along the left side of the lateral side of the chest, kind of below the armpit area.
All right, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 111, already in evidence at this time. Do you recognize that?
Yes, so that is the wadding that I recovered at autopsy and took a picture of it before I recovered it. So that's the wadding that was from Paul's chest.
And just again, point out where that is in that image, please.
Yeah, so here it is. It's kind of peeking out through this big hole in the left side of the chest.
All right, let me move on to the next exhibit. I'm going to put up on the screen now States 481. And tell me what this image represents.
Okay, so this is a photograph of the same wadding, but I'm taking it from a different angle, okay? So he's lying on an autopsy table, and I've moved his arm up to show the relationship of this wadding with the entrance pellet wounds on the underside, the underside of the left arm. And interestingly enough, a lot of times pellets just go through the skin, but here we have some abrasions around the skin, and it actually corresponds to abrasions. We normally don't have abrasions with an exit wound such as we have here, but the fact that we have abrasions on the underside of the left side of the chest corresponding to the inside of the arm indicates that his arm was down at the time of this injury.
So let me ask you about that. In your expert opinion, having done 5,500 autopsies, is there any way that Paul's hands were up when he suffered that shotgun wound to the chest that you've been talking about?
No, the autopsy answers that question, that his arm was down by his side at the time he sustained this injury.
And again, highlight the specific features that you observed that caused you to come to that expert opinion.
So let's just say hypothetically, if his arm was up, you see all of these abrasions around this exit defect and the abrasions around these pellet entrances. We wouldn't see that because those are caused by when these pellets and the wadding is pressing up against the skin is very elastic. So this is just kind of logic. I think you're all going to get this. It's kind of going to push the skin before it actually exits. The skin's going to stretch a lot.
So arms down is supposed to tell us that he knew his attacker?
Other portion of the skin.
That's what they want us to draw the conclusion of.
Which are kind of scrapes on the skin around where it exited as well as where it entered. So these are sometimes called it's a shored exit wound. So the skin actually struck another area, and in fact, it corresponds exactly. It's like a reflection. We can see this is reflected. This one is reflected over here. So if we can only get that kind of a mark if his arm is down. Now, this is the kind of thing that, is the logical conclusion, and I'm confident that was the position of his arm at the time he was shot. And this is based on my training and more than 20 years of experience doing these cases.
All right, let me look at the next exhibit, which will be 482 for the
If someone
record.
wanted to do a retribution
And
killing of Paul over the boat accident, he'd
tell
probably
us
know
what
who
you
that
see
person
here, and
was.
also, if you could, how that also supports the conclusions you were just talking about to the
Yes.
jury.
Okay.
Or
So
he lived in that
these
town all his
are,
life.
I mean, it happened so quickly.
exit
He could have
pellet
turned around
wounds
half a second
on
earlier
the
and not had a chance to
outside
put
of
up his
the
arms
arm
either.
in this area,
Right.
So this is kind of like his armpit here. And we can see these are kind of these pellet exit wounds don't have the kind of abrasions around it. This is
The way
just
she
kind
says
of
abrasions.
finding its way through the
I mean,
skin.
think about it.
And
Even
then
if
this one is
he knew
over
his
here.
attacker.
So,
The guy's
and
holding a
the
shotgun
further the
on you.
pellets
You
travel,
probably
it
put
kind
your
of
hands up no matter
splays
what,
out.
even if it's your own
So
father.
after the pellets
Saying, like, what are you doing?
the wadding
say, like,
goes up
stop.
and they're spread. So, but these are exit pellet wounds, and we don't have the kind of abrasions to suggest that his arm was pressed up against anything at the time that those pellets exited.
All right.
Oh, I'm gonna die from this
One
woman's
other thing
voice.
as well is when talking about his arm
More
being down,
dangerous
of
than a
course, the
shotgun.
wadding stopped in that wound still in his chest, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's move on. Just give me 1 second here to get some other exhibits and show them to defense counsel.
I guess it's hedge trimming day at court.
Yeah, Danny, this will be my wife's first trip to Vegas, and neither one of us gamble. So if you have suggestions for things a lady might like to do in Vegas other than gambling, shows or whatever, that would be appreciated.
I'd be delighted if you want to drop in the private chat your number. I'll go ahead and text everything over to you if you feel comfortable.
Great.
All right.
I'll just have
All
you
right,
text
Dr.
her
Reamer,
directly.
if I could get you maybe to stand that way just a little bit. I know we're in tight confines, and then we're trying to be as respectful as we can with these images. I'm going to show you now what's been marked as 483, states 484, states 485,
Let her know to expect the message.
486, and 487. And just quickly tell me if you recognize those, and then I want to go back to the board before we talk about those pictures.
Yes, I recognize these.
All right, and those autopsy photographs that you took of
Yes.
Paul Murdaugh?
These are photographs that I took at the autopsy of Palmer.
And would they assist you in explaining to the jury the injuries that he suffered?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I'd move states 483, 484, 485, 486, and 487 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
They are admitted.
And Your Honor, I think all these exhibits, both he and I, 90% of them that we're introducing will be under seal.
Yes, sir. And for the record, these are under seal, and I provided the cover sheets to the court reporter. Every exhibit except for the poster board that we're doing, the state would request to be under seal because of their graphic nature. All right, Dr. Reamer, that was, and we'll come back a little bit more to that first injury, but there was a second shotgun injury as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and I'm going to go back to States 500, which is the poster board, and if you could explain to and draw on this diagram that second injury, and then we'll look at the pictures.
So there was a large shotgun wound defect to the top of his left shoulder. And there were lots of pellets recovered in the left shoulder area. And from there, the kind of just went across the top of the left shoulder and then went into the left side of the neck and face. Okay, and from there, his face actually was not destroyed from this, but there's a big exit wound on the top of the right side of the head. So this wound went from his left toward his right and upward, and with a slight front to back deviation. Now, what does that tell us? We don't really know. It's kind of going toward, it's sparing his face, it's going behind the face. Now, one thing that makes sense to me, how could that happen? If he was just standing, not everybody gets shot like standing like these diagrams, right? But if he was shot and his face was forward, it would have taken off a lot of his face. However, if he is turned toward the shooter, then it's going to go into the face here and go out towards the right back of the head. So to me, it makes sense that his head is turned to the left. Not necessarily completely, but partially turned to the left. And what happened here was an extremely severe, immediately fatal injury, because what it did was that after it went through the left side of the neck and face, our brain is basically held up through the skull. So we have bone at the top of the skull, but then we also have a bone that kind of holds up the brain. It went through the base of the skull, okay, which is kind of like in this area, the brain is up there. And this wound, actually, his brain was ejected out of the top of the right side of his head
Oh,
and
gross.
actually arrived at the autopsy in a separate bucket.
Oh,
So
damn.
the force of this wound actually pushed the brain out of his head.
Good. That's
It was
good
only
detail.
just a small piece of
Bad for whoever had
brain
to scoop
remaining,
that
and
up.
that's
In
the
your
brain
professional
stem
opinion, was that
attached
fatal?
to the spinal cord.
All right, and real quickly,
brain showed
going
off
back
that
to
bucket?
the first wound to the
Was that
chest.
sterile- was
if
that
Paul
shot
was
was
standing
sterile?
when he suffered that, could he have remained standing after suffering that wound?
Yes.
The second wound, the one that starts in the shoulder and goes in here and then out the top of his head, what would have been the effect of that wound?
That would have been immediately fatal, and he would not have been standing.
He would have been a
just
meat bag.
fall into the ground.
All right, and would he have been capable at all of bracing his fall or anything like that with a catastrophic injury like that?
No, that's instantaneous death.
All right. Did you notice any abrasions on his face or anything like that?
Yes, he did have, and it's depicted in one of the photographs. He does have a kind of a scrape on his face, and very frequently scrapes on the face that it has a slight directionality. It's consistent with a terminal collapse. So if he's hitting the ground with some movement, there's frequently kind of a linear pattern. And, all of this really makes sense. Once you see these things, you can understand that if somebody's going to fall with the force of their body, and they're going to hit their face on the ground, and we get some abrasions that correspond to that.
All right. And let me do this real quick. If you could grab that dowel stick for me, and I'm going to make sure the jurors down here had a chance to see what you've been drawing.
But when your face hits the ground, it weighs a lot less
That's
if
the
your brain
shoulder
is
right
already
there,
out of
and
it.
then
Yeah, I should have made a red mark here to be consistent. This is the exit wound on the right side of the head, and the brain came out of that exit.
You mentioned a little bit about being consistent with Paul kind of having his head tilted to one side. If you could use the dowel stick, maybe use me as an example and show me kind of what you're talking about. You can position me however
Use a
you want.
shotgun. Show him as an example.
Let's watch his brain like loop
Like
loop
a
out of it.
different idea. Okay? In order to understand how that's the case. So,
Permission to get Alex Murdaugh to demonstrate how he did it.
A shotgun wound is entering
None
the
of
top
this
of the
has
left shoulder.
impacted Nick's
And
appetite at
let's
all.
say his head is turned like that, it's going to go right through the face, right? But
I'm eating
if
too, but
his
people
head is
give me shit
turned
about
like
being fat,
that,
so
it's
that's why
going to
I'm not.
spare the face and be able to go behind the face. So if somebody's just standing looking straight ahead, this most likely would have done a lot of damage to his face. But the fact that the face is remained intact tells me that his head was, I don't know.
Was he shot over the shoulder? Is that what she's trying to say?
Direction from where
Pick up the dowel, lady.
the shotgun was being fired.
I think she's trying to not block the jury's view.
Yes, so it's kind of on the top of the
Like she ever
shoulder.
eat steak
This
tartare?
also did not injure his chest cavity. It kind of went through a lot of the skin and muscle and fat of the left shoulder. And there were
Such one of the
there-
good parts
there were a
about
lot
Russian
of,
MREs. They have
pellets
lots
that
of
were
tartar in them.
recovered from the left shoulder area as well
Let's say
as
this again.
the head and neck.
If a father kills his
I'm
son,
going to
and
show
has
you
to
very
kill him,
quickly what's been marked
it'd
as
be so brutal.
States
They do
110.
it so
And do you
brutal.
recognize this item already in evidence?
Yes, these are the pellets.
Even if you
that
buy
I
the
recovered
court,
from,
the state's
the left
justification,
shoulder.
it makes no sense for a dad to kill his own son this way, this brutally.
All right.
Unless he was a little shit.
I'm going to go ahead, and if you could stay on that side so the jurors can see, and I'm going to
This side?
Maybe ate the last
on
good
this side
ramen.
so that the jurors down on that end can see, and I'm going to look at some of these. All right, and I'm going to show you first what's been marked as states 483, and can you tell me what's on this particular image, particularly as to some of the things you were just describing as to the abrasion and things like that?
Yes, so we can see this is basically an abrasion is a fancy word for scrape. So there are scrapes on the right side of his face. And you can see they kind of have, you can kind of see that there's a little bit of a linearity. So if he just fell completely flat, we might just get like dots, but if there's some movement, we get, it's kind of, he's hitting the ground and then moving a little bit as his face hits, so we get this kind of vertical direction. And this is a very typical type of injury to the face that somebody might suffer from a terminal collapse. So after they sustain a fatal injury, what are they going to do? They're going to fall to the ground. Now, depending on the surface of, if it's concrete or, grass, we might get some. But this is very typical of, I don't know what kind of surface it was, but a terminal collapse.
Okay. All right, if you would, with this image, and this would be stage 484, please explain to the jury using this image some of the concepts that you've been describing to them.
So this is the top of his left shoulder, and this is the continuation of the ammunition through the left side of the lower face. And from there, it proceeded behind the face through the base of the skull and exited the right side of the top of the head.
Is she showing the jury actual photos of Paul?
Sort of toward the back.
Sometimes. I think now she's back to the
Those
schematic.
sort of together they are. That's kind of what you're describing for when you had positioned my head in the manner in which you did.
Yeah, that's right. So my feet turn to the left like that. I think that makes the most logical sense, and forensic pathology is really logical. So when we look at these things, we have to think, well, how could this have happened? And, after the, it's not always immediately obvious, but, with some thought, we can come to these conclusions with confidence.
Turning now to stage 485. So it's just another perspective.
Yes, so this is the same injury. This is formed by a single piece of ammunition here that went through the top of the left shoulder. It tore it up, right? And then went into the left side of his face and neck. And some of these pellets also did a lot of damage in the neck because they kind of splay out as they go further. And some of them went actually through his airway and other structures of the neck, as well as continuing through the base of the skull and propelling the majority of the brain out the right side.
Oh, that's an old school reference.
All the base of your skull belonged to us.
Based.
Okay.
And now going to the sort of
What you say?
end of that particular one, and tell us what
Community
this
skull
image
now.
So, you can kind of see, it looks like this piece of his head. We're not really seeing the entire
Okay,
thing.
well, this is
because
why
his
I don't
forehead is
practice
basically
criminal
still
law. I
intact.
will be
But
back
you
when
can
this testimony is
appreciate
over.
at this
I will see you
point
guys.
that, the contours of his
All right,
skull
bye.
are disrupted.
Go grab a
And that's
smoothie.
because there's
Get some hamburger
a
helper.
defect at the top of the skull, but not involving the forehead. So
She thinks it's going to clean out her memory. I don't think so.
It started at the shoulder, it's here in the back, so his head may have been like that, facing toward the left.
For the record, that was stage 486, and finally stage 487.
Okay, now this is, all right, so this is,
I can't.
Yes.
Sorry for me to see what I'm doing.
it's
but-
okay, yeah, so this is actually a photograph of the right side of, this is his, the face area, okay, and I know that because I usually, when I take a photograph of the number, I usually have it like right side up, okay? So this is the top of his head, and this is,
I apologize.
no,
Maybe
yeah.
Do it like that.
Yeah,
It might be a
that's
little
good,
better.
right. So now you can sort of see, this is the right side of his head, and it's horrible, I know. And there's a big defect there. And we can see the inside of the skull, but his face was spared, so.
Good.
His face was what? She say
Spared.
spared?
Spared. He had an open casket.
Spared.
All
Oh.
right, Dr. Raymer, if you would. That's all the images I have right now. Excuse me.
They had to blow up a balloon inside that skull.
The jury room for a few moments. Please not discuss the case.
Holy shit,
All right.
dude.
Hmm. Well, That's going to take a while to digest.
Wait, we're not Chandler Halderson here.
Well, apparently, you were sitting there just munching away throughout. Like,
I'm eating to stay awake. This lady's voice is melodically boring and droning.
So I guess he was facing his killer, or sort of turned away a little bit, but like his arms were, and we're supposed to think since his arms were down that he didn't know his killer. But if he just turned half a second earlier, I think if he knew his killer, he would put his arms up. Anyone who's got a gun on you. If I was in a room with you, Nick, and you put your arms on me, I'd put my hands up saying, "What the hell are you doing?" You know. So
I've had a gun pointed at me. I didn't put my hands up.
Okay.
I don't know. Probably should have.
Yeah, it's to me, it's very. We also, for all we know, he turned half a second before he got shot, so he didn't have a chance to move his arms.
Yeah, you can't infer anything from his arms were down or up or whatever. Like that doesn't mean anything. You never know how you're gonna react when you got a gun pointed at you. No matter who's holding it, right? Like, what do you suppose? I mean, you know how people react in movies? That's scripted.
Did you watch his body cam footage this morning from like when the police came?
Yeah.
What were your thoughts on that? Did you think he seemed sincere? Did you think he didn't seem sincere? What was your read on it?
My read was his activity was consistent with someone who found their wife and kid dead.
Okay, no, I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Do you think it was?
I mean, I don't know if it was. It was consistent with that. It could also be consistent with someone, acting or whatever. But I don't have evidence to believe that he's lying there.
Okay.
So I go with the, consistent with not guilt.
What I'm saying is, if you had put this trial aside and that's all you had seen, would you think this is a guy who killed his wife, or you wouldn't know, or you wouldn't think, like, no thought would go through your head at all about that?
I wouldn't know, but I don't think that would have made me think he was a killer.
Okay.
What about you?
I only got to see like 30 seconds of it. I didn't get to see the entire thing. I plan on breaking it down tonight on my show. I'm going to like go through it, like different moments and comments that he makes. And I understand that in that type of situation, people don't necessarily react in ways that you would expect them to react. It's almost, it's almost like you're trying to find normalcy. So you might even say things that seem so irrelevant, and you're talking about them and things like that, which afterwards someone who's looking to associate guilt with you with from reading it might say, aha, you see, this is what's on his mind. Clearly he's trying to redirect the cops. Like, for example, I saw the part where he said that he had been gone for like an hour and a half when he had not been gone for, he hadn't seen them. Like 45 minutes before he left is when he saw them, and an hour and a half later, and that he went to his mother for an hour and a half. He didn't go to his mother for an hour and a half. It certainly wasn't 45 minutes before, if we believe any of these ear witnesses who heard him in the background of that video. So, it sounds, I can understand why someone would hear that and say, you see, he's trying to plant seeds of lies from the moment that the cops first arrive. On the other hand, I think to myself, if your wife and son are bloody pulp on the floor and you just found them 15 minutes earlier, I don't think your time references are necessarily going to be so accurate as to where you were.
If you're going to plant lies, why would you plant lies that are easily discoverable?
Right. Well.
Yeah, I mean that's part of the dual theory here. Either he did this in a rush, or he masterminded the whole thing. It's like, well, if it's this beautiful, masterful plan, he left some really big holes for the state to look into. If he did it in a rush, I mean, he really seemed to clean up pretty well. But it's like he did half the job. I don't know. I'm just waiting for I'm waiting for what the state can show me and how they wrap it up on close. Because right now I'm just not there.
That would be a great side-by-side comparison to show for the defense to put up like a board and say, okay, Let's hear the different theories that the state wants you to believe at the same time. Here's all the evidence showing that he masterminded this from well in advance. Here's all the evidence they presented to show that he was acting last second to try to cover up his crimes. Here's all the evidence that he was wearing that T-shirt at the time that he supposedly killed him. Here's all the evidence that he came home and changed, and just start showing how, like, pointing out to the jury all the inconsistencies in their evidence and how they just want you to just say, oh, he's guilty, without thinking through, well, how do you think it actually went down? And if you think it went down this way, what about all the evidence that conflicts with that?
Right. Yeah, I think that'll be the defense's strategy right now, will be something like that. Just pose any number of alternative theories that all comport with the evidence and say all of these are consistent with the evidence. Some of these are more consistent with the evidence than the state's case. Now you've got reasonable doubt. There it is. That's the definition of reasonable doubt, is you have a reasonable alternative theory. Here's 4 of them. And just lay them out.
Yeah, and you start by basically talking about the different yardsticks for, like, doubt and, like, preponderance of evidence, all this other, and all the way up here being reasonable doubt, and that's what they have to get to if they can't get there. And then you start breaking down how all these different theories that we've heard over the last 4 or 6 weeks basically make it evident that there's no way that you can come to that high yardstick of reasonable doubt.
And it's amazing how many of the people arguing for guilt have to use so many exclamation marks. It's like, but don't you know Alex is a Pisces? It's like, okay, all right.
His last name even sounds like murder.
Murder.
Nominative determinism. He was meant to do it from the moment he was born.
Oh, God. It's nice to have your destiny laid out before you. Answers so many questions. What do I have to do? Well, you just have to kill 2 people. Oh, that doesn't seem so bad. Let me tell you who. No. Living on Love says, sorry, not what I meant. I was curious. Has the state put forward any proof that Maggie didn't know that there were financial crimes? Saying she was killed, so she didn't find out about the money. I didn't know if they've shown whether she wasn't aware of the theft. They haven't put forth anything into evidence that I've seen to indicate one way or another if she knew about the financial crimes. So, and I would suggest that if the state knew that Maggie knew about the financial crimes, we would have known a long time ago, because that would be very interesting. If someone knew about his misdeeds and that person ends up dying, that goes much towards motive than anything else that they've put forth, as far as I can tell. Brian Alleman says, as a reminder, handguns put holes in people, rifles put holes through people, shotguns physically remove a chunk of shit from your opponent and will throw that shit on the floor. Like a brain.
True.
Blaster Brain says, hey, Nick, I'm still a day behind, but can I get a toast for my 35th for when I hear the replay? Throw some Richards or Lemoyne in there. Dealer's choice. Warm winds, nose man. Yeah, let me get some liquor. Sure, that'll help.
Channel the autopsy lady. You can do it. That'd be fun.
Oh my God. What we have here is an exit wound from the liquor. It comes out the next morning, usually, in a mess.
Her voice was less annoying than the prosecutor, but the inflections were painful.
I really have to say, I kind of hate Creighton Waters. Like, I do not like him as a prosecutor. He annoys me. Here we go. A cheers to Blaster Brain. Your name is Blaster Brain. Really? After the testimony we just heard, your name is Blaster Brain. Okay. Happy 35th birthday to Blaster Brain.
We're happy to have you here watching the show, even though we know it's going to be tomorrow. Don't get West Nile virus. Just try good old-fashioned COVID. It helps. Cheers, buddy.
Okay. Oh, they just gave a discretion advised warning on law and crime.
Ooh.
Dude,
late in the game on that one, aren't you?
Events.
All the true crimers aren't really about that true crime shit.
Yeah. I don't know. For people asking for a new poll, I will put up a new poll on once we get done for the day. Once all of the testimony is good and the judge dismisses the court, I'll put up a new poll on how people feel after today.
Everyone's in the true crime until it's time for the autopsy photos.
Yep.
Right now, the poll is 81% not guilty, 19% guilty based on evidence.
Based.
Let me see. We have over on Law and Crime, they have 69% guilty, 7% not guilty, 12% hung jury, and 11% undecided.
Law
So
and crime people have some thoughts. They're not very good ones.
again, I think Legally Dirty Blonde, who was on the show briefly last week or the week before, she tweeted out something. I think it was her, which basically said, for those of you leaning towards guilty, what piece of evidence has brought you to guilty? This is a trick. What evidence is there of guilt? Not just how do you feel about it? And that's where I keep getting hung up. I haven't seen any evidence that he did this.
Yeah. I see a bunch of dots just scattered around that don't form any pattern to me.
Same. Kind of like, oh God, I shouldn't say that. Never mind.
No, now you gotta say it.
Kind of like India.
A whole bunch of dots.
I was trying not to, Sean.
Oh, sorry. I was using my French accent there.
Yes. See, you know what would seal the deal for me is if he crossed state lines, then I would convict him.
Then we would know. Yep. Illegally carrying.
He crossed from Waldoboro into Columbia. Close
Yes.
enough.
His mom gave him a gun.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. May it please the court. Dr. Reamer, before we took a break, we were obviously discussing the very catastrophic injuries from that second shotgun wound to Paul, and that would have been immediately fatal. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let me ask you this very quickly. Do you see any evidence of any defensive wounds on Paul?
No, I did not.
Can you describe quickly what a defensive wound is and then explain why you see none in this particular instance for this?
Yes. So a defensive wound is, sometimes somebody might sustain injuries that suggest that they had their hands or arms up while trying to defend themselves from from what is about to happen. And I don't see anything on his hands that would indicate, he had his hands up to his face in anticipation of the injury that was about to happen. So.
And in your expert opinion, as you described it to the jury before, his arm was down for that first shot.
Yes. So that first shot, his arm was down, and I don't see any evidence of injury to his hands from the second wound.
And then that abrasion on his face is consistent with that second shot and him just having terminal
Right.
collapse.
So falling to the ground, hitting the right side of his face on the ground with a little bit of forward movement. So we got that kind of linearity, and that would be consistent with collapsing to the ground after it's very frequently people, after sustaining any kinds of disabling injuries, if they're standing up, they're going to fall, just gravity. And so he fell, and he was face down at the time. So he had a scrape on the cheek, which is the surface of his body that impacted the ground.
What were toxicology results on Paul, if any?
Yes.
Anything that he might have had in his system?
Oh, yes. So every person that has an autopsy at MUSC, and everybody gets a full toxicology testing done. MUSC does not actually perform toxicology, but toxicology was sent to a toxicology lab that tests for any possible substances that may be in the blood. And the only thing he had in the blood at the time of his death was caffeine.
No alcohol or drugs?
No alcohol or drugs. It was negative.
were you able to reach any conclusion about the order in which Paul suffered these shotgun blasts?
Okay. Well, in my opinion, based on my education and experience, the first shotgun wound, the initial shot was to the chest, following which he remained standing and sustained the other gunshot wound to the top of the left shoulder and head. If we think about it, well, is it possible that the other one was first? It just kind of defies logic, right? So if he got that one first on the left shoulder and through his head, we know that one sent him to the ground. So he fell to the ground, hit the right side of the face. How is he possibly going to get that one to the front of the chest? So it's just hard to imagine a scenario in which the shotgun wound to the head was first.
Let's move now, if we can, to Maggie Murdaugh. And you did her autopsy as well as you described in the story. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
All right. And how many gunshot wounds, just very quickly, did you observe on Maggie?
So she sustained a total of 5 gunshot wounds from a minimum of 4 shots. So it could have been from 4 shots with 5 wounds or 5 separate shots. And I will explain once we do that.
I have what's been marked as States 501. And again, this is another diagram that will assist you in explaining these
Yes,
injuries.
so this is the female, the woman diagram. And and this is what I used to take notes while I performed the autopsy.
All right, if you would step down, please, and walk over here, and we'll do the same procedure with Maggie. You can start out by writing her name at the top, and then put the left and right on there too to aid us in understanding.
Okay.
All right. And let me do this just very quickly. I apologize. And going back to States 500, and this is Paul, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had an arrow right here kind of showing the direction of shot number 1. Is
Yes.
that right?
Right
Can you do an arrow for shot number
Sure.
2, please? And Your Honor, this time I'd move States 500 into evidence for demonstrative purposes. So I'll move it into evidence.
Is he going to just use it for demonstrative purposes, or is he moving it into evidence?
I move it into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
It's admitted without objection.
All right, going back to 501, this would be Maggie, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, if you could start to detail the injuries that you observed to Maggie and what is the most probable order based on your review of the evidence?
Well, first of all, this was a different weapon. It was not a shotgun with wadding and pellets. These injuries that Maggie sustained were they're completely consistent with an assault rifle. So it's a different weapon. And I'm going to go through the 5 wounds, and then we'll think about how I'll try to explain my opinion as to the likely order, just sort of like we figured out Paul's shotgun wound to the chest came first, but we'll do the same with her.
That's her
She's got
inflection.
a few more wounds, so it could be a little bit more, require a little bit more logical thinking. Okay, so she had an entrance wound that was right over there. Okay, it's kind of right below the rib cage, not far from the middle of her midline of her body. And that wound, okay, now we're going to remember, this is right and left. It's very easy to get the right-left situation confused, but that's going from front to back and downward. And there was an exit wound kind of like right down here. Okay, so it entered here. Okay, so we're in a kind of downward direction. It was actually 10 inches below where it entered. So it's pretty low. Down here was the exit wound. And on the way That projectile, that bullet, went through the abdominal wall. That's like our muscle and all that. And then once it got inside the body, it went through mesentery, which is the supportive tissues of our intestines. So it went through mesentery, has all the blood vessels and lymphatics, all that stuff that supports our intestines. The intestines take up a lot of room in there. Now it's continuing to go toward the back of her body and through the pancreas, okay, which is kind of toward the back. And then as it's traveling left, it went through the left kidney and left iliac artery, which is a blood vessel that leads off the aorta before exiting the left side of the back.
All right. And let's go ahead. Can we do the second wound, and then we'll talk about both of those together in a second, if we could.
So we've got two that are basically completely to the front of the body, directly to the front. And there's another wound that's kind of on the front inside of the left thigh, kind of like over there. Okay. And this one is also going from front to back and toward the left and downward. So these two shots follow a parallel path. They're both, so this is the left, okay, left leg, right, left thigh, and the exit wound was in the back of the left thigh, and it actually, this is a little bit too high, okay, I should, but it was lower down.
Put an X through the wrong one.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, so it's traveling in a downward direction and also with a kind of a slight right to left. So I'm going to draw an arrow to indicate the direction, okay? So that one's going like that. And then this one is also going in the same direction, downward toward the back.
All right. And those, you said, followed kind of a parallel trajectory?
Yes, they had a relatively parallel trajectory. Another feature of each of these wounds is that, remember we talked about gunpowder stippling when somebody is shot at a relatively close range. Well, both of these wounds had gunpowder stippling around them, okay?
And go ahead and remind the jury what stippling indicates about probable distance from a firearm.
So within 3 feet. We don't usually see it any more than 3 feet. Sometimes it's within 2 feet, but depending on the firearm, I can't say exactly, but it's somewhere in that range.
It's a fairly close range of parallel trajectories for these two wounds.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
And they both exited the left side of the body. One was on the, this is her left leg. It's really easy to get toned around here. Okay, left thigh, and the other's on the left side of the lower back. And the one to the left leg actually just went through. It went through muscle and soft tissue. It didn't actually break a bone.
All right. All right. If those two wounds, let's go ahead and do all the wounds. Can we go to the next wound that we have? And before we do that, was there a wound to the wrist in this particular instance?
Yes, there was a wound to the wrist, and it was on the left wrist. The entrance wound was somewhere around here. And, okay, so this is her left wrist. And then the exit wound was a little bit higher on the inside of the arm. So this is the kind of the hairy part, this part, and then the inside where there was an exit.
Hairy part.
All right. And using my left hand, can you kind of point generally to the jury about the location of those?
Yeah, so kind of going in.
Did he reenact the murders in court yet?
Yeah.
All right. All right. So that's 3 gunshot injuries at this point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now tell me about the fourth one, if you would.
Okay. So the fourth one was somewhat
it a 4?
unusual, because
For one of them, I wanted to say,
going
now
in
this
an
one's
upward
really
direction
exciting.
through the body. Okay, there was an entrance wound on the underside of the left breast that exited like the top of the left breast, okay?
How'd that happen?
And from there, we have some
you shot from
marks
underneath?
on, there's like bruising on the
Shot
left
through
side
the
of the
boob.
chest up here, the left
Weird.
clavicle, and that bullet continued through the underside of the left side of the face. Okay, so there's a wound kind of like over there, okay, and it's everything is kind of going up. So this was an exit, and then we have like a re-entrance. Okay, so we have a
Crankshaft, I was thinking
series
that.
of defects. We
Shot
have
through the
this is an
boob,
entrance,
and you're to blame.
an exit, and then the bullet continued through the left side of the face and lower ear area and into her head. Okay, now in addition to
And
that,
just real quick, those first two wounds that you described, the wound to the abdomen and the wound to the leg, and those are both to the front of the body, is that correct?
Correct.
And they both had a similar parallel trajectory, is that correct?
Yes.
Would either one of those wounds been immediately fatal?
No.
All right. The wound you just described, and how about the wound to the wrist? Would that have been immediately fatal?
No.
What about the wound that you just described that went in near the breast and then went into the head?
Yes, that would have been immediately fatal because when it entered the left side of the face, it basically destroyed the brain.
And was there another gunshot injury, traumatic gunshot injury aside from that one?
Yes, but I'm going to, before I continue, I did want to mention that there was an abrasion, kind of a scrape below that, which indicate below her left breast. So it indicates before it actually went through the left breast, it kind of scraped along the abdomen as it was going upward before it went into her head.
On the injury, the gunshot wound, the assault rifle wound to the abdomen and the assault rifle wound to the leg, you said there was stippling there. Is that correct?
Yes, the other wounds did not have any stippling,
Right.
so they were from further back.
The wrist wound had no stippling?
Correct.
And that wound that you just described going up into Maggie's head, that did not have any stippling either?
Correct.
You mentioned there's one more as well to her head. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Describe that to the jury using this chart, please, or this diagram.
Okay. So there was an entrance wound to the back of the head. Okay, that was kind of right over there. Okay, and it's kind of near the base of her skull, and that was going downward. Okay, now this is
She is making some
automatic
gruesome
rifle,
murders so boring.
Like it's a rifle ammunition, so it's not a single, cylindrical projectile that remains intact. These rifles,
I feel like had she made it more boring, I wouldn't be quite as disgusted with the glee and excitement by which she is explaining everything that is
now,
happening.
this wound was going in a downward
I prefer
direction.
a little more
and then we have
sterile
lots
type
of exit
delivery
wounds on
here,
the right side of
but-
her upper
Wait till she
back,
explains
where
hydrostatic
all
shock.
of those fragmented projectiles, fragments, exited. And this wound, it's in a clearly downward direction.
I think
It
she
was-
just enjoys
it entered
teaching,
the
that's
back
all.
of her head,
Mm.
I
went
don't think she's enjoying the
back of the skull,
Garrett Pace, like she's getting
through
so worked up over this.
brain
It's
stem
the
and
worst Me Too
cerebellum.
ever.
Okay, so these are vital portions at the very bottom of the brain, but it did not enter into her chest. It continued just scraping along the top of the back. So we know this is going in a downward direction. So how do we reconcile? How do we make sense of a wound that's going upward and then another wound that's going downward? Okay,
Don't ask
you'll
rhetorical
recall this wound that went through her left breast and into the left side of her face injured her brain, right? She's not going to be standing anymore. Now, how would this even go upward? Okay, those first two shots, right? The one to her, or we'll say the one to her, the right side of her abdomen, that went, remember, through her pancreas and the left kidney. Kidney pain is usually very painful. We can imagine this did not immediately cause death, that she may have been bent over.
I genuinely don't think he shot them, and I honestly feel a little bit sorry that he's having to listen to these very graphic, detailed descriptions of what happened to his family.
Yeah, it really is horrific.
That a gunshot wound that goes along. So when we look at her body in an upright position, and she's got a gunshot wound going upward, we know it's going upward because it ended in her head. Probably her body was bent over, and it may have been that she just sustained this very painful wound to her abdomen, not in addition to her thigh, and she was most likely, in my opinion, bent over or even possibly on the ground, but not completely lying flat, at the time, because then it would never have been able to go through the front, you have some like skip areas here. So
the breast has to hang down. Just say it.
Is she trying to say face down, ass up?
Plus it went through the underside of the left breast, exited the top of the left breast. So that would indicate that her breast may have been sort of,
She's all about this breast.
All right, so do you have that dowel stick anywhere? Unless if you would, just, again, use me, if you could, just describe some of the concepts.
Zaf Natameni says, I'm 100% convinced she did it.
Just kind of position me.
It's like she was there.
All right, so one wound.
Stand over here if you
Okay,
would, so the
absolutely.
jury-
Okay. Well, now I have to kind of, I'll have to, I can't show this. Yeah, I'm going to show this.
If you're going to get away with murders, being the medical examiner has got to be a pretty good gig.
And it went through the body,
Especially
exiting
if
on
you're
the
the
left
Vegas medical
while it
examiner,
was
which
in
we
the
should talk
body,
about at some
through
point.
the pancreas and the left
They're
kidney
coroner,
and
man.
a blood vessel nearby.
All right, and then the wound
So
to
the body's in
thigh.
like need.
Okay, the thigh was kind of on the
All right, this is getting.
toward the inside area, and that exited lower down on the left thigh, in the back of the left thigh.
That one to the abdomen, that has been very painful.
Yes,
This reminds me of that
I
medical
you know,
examiner that was like laughing while talking to the media at the
kidney stones are
one of
something
the
people
elementary school
pain
shootings.
medicine. People who aren't getting kidneys don't have to be on very high doses of morphine just to control the pain. Well, she had,
Valde.
like projectiles,
No.
ammunition going through her left kidney. We can imagine that was a very painful wound and may have caused
It's
her
the
to
Alex Jones.
fold over in pain.
Sandy Hook.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. And could it even been?
It's definitely a
she
psyop.
put to the ground and she's on her hands and knees, something like this.
Yes, that's
Turns
also
out we have
possible.
compelling
She
information
could
that
have
Paula
had
Maggie
her
Murdaugh
bent
never even
down
existed.
or, like sort of
Yes.
touching the ground at that point as well.
This shot, this
Alex
one right
Murdaugh
here
just a actor.
that you described right there.
Real
Was
Alex
there any
Murdaugh's
way
on
at
the
that
beach.
point in time, she could have been completely prone flat on the ground like this?
No, because then how, it's not just going to go up. So
Just
she
two
has
more
to
COVID
at
deaths
least
for
have
the
been-
U.S. government to
Can't say for
report.
sure, but it makes sense that after receiving those first two shots, she's going to be bent over at least, or possibly, even lower to the ground, enabling her to get a wound.
And if you could, about
Yeah,
bend over,
like
could
that.
you do
That's
this?
perfect. Okay, going through the front of the left side of the chest. And if your head is bent over even further, you can imagine it's going to go into the head. Okay, so when I first
Have him
looked at
bend
this
over
on
and
the
show how the
chart,
rod
it takes
go
a little-
right in
but
through
in
the back.
retrospect, now that I've made sense of this, it all comes together. So,
So far, at this point in time, we've talked about the abdomen and the thigh wound. In your opinion, are those two shots the first two shots she suffered?
yes, I think she was standing upright at the time, and then she only could have gotten the wound to the left side of, to the left side of the front into her head if she's horizontal but not completely on the ground. But after sustaining that wound, okay.
She could have been down on her
Yeah,
hands and
she
knees,
could have been
too.
down on her hands and knees or just bent over, right? It went into her brain. She's gonna fall to the ground completely. And that puts her in a position to get the gunshot wound to the back of the head. I can't really, you
right.
might not, you're too far away for that.
Sorry, I'm gonna go over here, but show me that
Yeah,
last wound.
okay, so the last wound was going in a downward direction, entered here, and it's kind of, enough to fracture the skull. and
These
go
two are
to
going
the
to start
back
dating
of
after
the
this
brain.
trial.
It's like a brain stem, and then have
Keep
just a
bending
bunch
over in front of
exit
each other.
wounds
It's
there.
bound to
So
happen.
That's, that actually is in kind of a downward direction. So we've got something going upward, we have something going downward, and it only makes sense that the one to the left side of the front occurred first, because if the one to the back of the head she basically was already had injury to the brain sufficient to have killed her. The one to the back of the head that went down was, an additional wound, but the one that entered the left side of the brain was already sufficient to have killed her.
If she had not suffered this wound right here, the one where she's hunched over her hands and knees, if she had not suffered that one, would this one to the back of the head also been immediately fatal?
Yes, either one of them would have been immediately fatal. That one went through the brain stem and the cerebellum. Those sections of the brain, their whole job is to keep us alive. They keep us breathing and set the cardiac rhythm, and without that, none of us would be here.
But in your opinion, abdomen and thigh is first. This one that went through her breast into her head is after that, and then this one is when she's prone on the ground to the back of the head.
So I do think this isn't something that I immediately realized, but after thinking about it, how this is gunshot wounds to one person. How do I make sense of this? And this is the most likely logical sequence of shots that she sustained.
It's the first time in this entire trial that we have anyone telling us a logical sequence of events.
Four we know about, right?
So for this
Unfortunately,
window
they
of
just
time,
don't
Right
tell us
side of
who
the
did
abdomen,
it.
left
Yes.
thigh, left.
This is what they need the entire trial. And they have it for this
and then we have
10-second
this
clip without us
last
knowing
one
who
while
did
she
it.
was prone on the ground.
I mean, that'll be the first question on cross,
We also
right?
have this additional
But you don't know who
wound
fired his shot.
to the left wrist that
have
exited
no
a
idea.
little bit higher. Now, is it possible that her arm was just somewhere and got shot? Yes. But remember, we know that she must have been in a lot of pain in her abdomen from that shot that went through the abdomen. And if she is bent over, where would her hand likely be? It makes sense she might be bent over with her hand right there. And so if her hand is bent, she's got her hand on her belly. The wound entering the left wrist could exit there before actually going up. So if she's got her hand on her belly, I don't know if that's actually happened, but that's why I described 5 individual gunshot wounds. But because the left wrist could have moved, it could have happened before another one.
And what you just described there with her wrist kind of close to her stomach after suffering that abdominal and thigh wound, that is consistent with the evidence what you just described. Is that correct? That having her hand right there, like
Yeah, that
No, it's
it would be
inconsistent.
consistent. I can't say 100% that that's what happened, but that is a gunshot wound to the left wrist, and it may have been sustained while she had her hand on her abdomen, possibly.
Give me one second.
Oh, wonder if they're going to do anything with her on cross. I mean, none of this points to guilt of Alec. It's just entirely.
This is how she. This is how she died. This is how they died. Right.
It's just grisly, straightforward descriptions. Maybe they would ask something consistent with height, or whatever. Alec was taller than Paul, from what I believe.
I think considerably taller from the pictures.
He's like 6'4". Paul's like 6 feet, something like that. So maybe there's something there. I have no idea.
All right, Dr. Reamer, I'm going to show you some images, and if you could stand back that way, just so we can again try to protect these as much as we can. These again are very graphic. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you, if you could, and I'm going to kind of give them to you this way.
Yeah, they could go for the
States
blood splatter. Say how much blood would be
488.
produced by these wounds.
489.
Would you expect someone to be covered in blood if they shot someone like this?
The chat's saying that Paul was only
490.
5'7". I remember in the pictures he was much shorter than Alex. So we think that if there's a
491.
shot to the chest, it should be on a steep downward angle.
I have no idea.
Although I guess he's holding a shotgun at a low level, probably.
492.
Only fire from the hip.
493. 494. 495.
You would imagine it would be hard for a 6'4" man to get his gun under the chin of a 5'7" guy. Like you have to hold it like really a weird angle to shoot straight up in the air.
And
Depends on the barrel
499.
length.
And do you generally recognize those images?
Yes.
We don't have a murder weapon, so.
Types of photos you took of Maggie Murdaugh.
Yes, these are photographs that I took of Maggie Murdaugh's wounds.
All right. And would those assist you in explaining these injuries to the jury?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I'd move into evidence states 488, 489, 490, 491, 492, 493, 495, 498, and 499.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
All right. Dr. Reamer, if you could
Patient
grab the
4x4.
dowel stick and come on down here, and I'm going to try to move through these as expeditiously as I can.
Because I think this lady really needs something to enter her body. She's obsessed with entering the body. Wow.
All right, number 488, tell the jury.
What? Okay, thanks. Okay, so.
Just stand on this side real quick.
Yeah,
So that,
oh, got it. Okay, that's good. All right, so this is a photo of her left thigh. Okay, this is the knee area. And we can see this is kind of on the inside area of the front of the left thigh. And we do have the stippling around it, which tells us that it was shot within a certain, like, relatively close range.
and we have the stippling as you've described. Moving on to
Okay.
stage 489. What is
All
this
right.
right here?
So you can kind of appreciate this is like the curve of her knees. This is the back of the left thigh where we have an exit wound.
Going on now to stage 490. What is this?
Okay, so this is the entrance wound on the right side of the front of the abdomen below the rib cage, close to the midline. And we do have stippling here. It's a little sparser and a little further spread. So that was also close enough within 3 or so feet to deposit the stippling, probably a little further back than the one to the left thigh because there's a closer, there's more tightness of the stippling on the thigh. So if we think of it as kind of going outward, it covers a wider area and it's more sparse on the right side of the abdomen.
Moving on to the next one. What is this right here?
Okay, so this is the exit wound to the left side of the lower back.
Just very quickly, you mentioned that there's stippling on both the abdomen and the thigh, but there's a little bit of difference in distance between the two. Is that correct?
Yes, a small amount. There's stippling on both, but the wound to the thigh is a more tighter, more closely packed bunch of stippling and doesn't appear as further away from the actual defect. So that was a little bit closer than to the barrel of the gun was a little closer to her body than the one to the right side of the abdomen, but both of them were within 3 feet.
And those were the only two wounds that you observed with stippling of the ones that you've described. Is that
Yes.
correct? All right. Going on now to this next 492. Tell us what this is, if you would, please.
Okay, so this is a wound to the left wrist, and we can see this is her left thumb, so it's kind of right over there, and it's going through the left wrist, exiting on the soft side of her left forearm.
Moving on now to 493. What does that look like?
Yes, so there it is. That's the exit wound. So she had the entrance wound to the part of her wrist near her thumb, and it's going through the left forearm area exiting at an angle, right? We know it's kind of exiting at an angle because this defect is oblong, right? If it's going straight across, we would just have a hole, right? But if something's exiting in an angle, we have more of an oblong exit.
Oblong.
Moving on to the next one, and again, this is graphic,
I'm
but can you
sorry, right.
tell me what this is, and I'm going to move the picture down as you describe it, please.
Okay, so here's her belly button, just to give you a reference point. And this was that entrance wound on the right side of the abdomen. This is another injury that kind of grazed, kind of abraded the left side of the abdomen before going through her left breast.
Moving down.
Yeah.
Was that
Okay.
sufficient? I can't really see.
Yeah, so it's fine. Okay, this is a very large destructive hole in the left side of her face, including parts of her left ear. And this makes sense to be a continuation of the one through the left breast. I was confident that this was all the result of a single bullet, single fired shot. And what we see over here is basically a bruise from, it didn't actually go into the left shoulder, but as it's coursing upward through the breast before it kind of go, and if she's bent over, then it's going to bruise this clavicle area, right? That's that bone right here, before going into the left side of her lower face.
All right, moving on now, and I'm going to go out of order just a bit. I'm at 499, and can you explain?
All right, I'm having trouble seeing what this, oh yeah, okay, yeah. So at the time I did the autopsy, and I have a wound to the left wrist and through the forearm, and a wound that's going along the left side of the abdomen. I can't be certain, I can't say with an absolute certainty that her hand was up against her abdomen at the time that the gunshot wound to her torso was going upward. But if her hand was on her abdomen, which she may have had there after getting shot through the abdomen and bending over, this would be a perfect line through the like through the wrist, out the left forearm, and like continuing in an upward direction for fatally entering the left side of her head.
An explanation for how the wrist and that gunshot could be related.
So I took a photo of the wrist and the scrape along the left side of her abdomen together because it occurred to me, based on my experience over decades, that this may have represented a single inflicted shot. Maybe the one to the wrist was a separate shot. And in my autopsy report, I described it as separate because unless I'm absolutely certain that it's from the same shot, I'm going to describe them separate. But I'm able to tell you, so we have 4 wounds to the body, and it may, 5 wounds, but if we count the left wrist as separate, but if the left wrist was connected to the other one, to one of the others, then it's there's only 4 shots to the body.
And then finally, states 498.
Okay, so this is also a very ugly shot. And this is the back of her head. And is a routine matter. She had hair there, but it wasn't apparent what kind of a wound she had back there. There was blood, but I'll cut away the hair and to display the entrance wound. And you can see how long it is. It's long. It's not just a hole going from back to front. It's going in a downward direction like that. And this ammunition breaks up into fragments, and we have like these fragments basically coursing along the top of her back, going through the skin and the fatty tissue beneath in her upper back. So, and this one, before it actually hit the back, it went through the skull at the back, right side of the back of her head, as well as the brain stem and cerebellum.
Thank you, Dr. Reamer. We're almost done. If you could have a seat
Oh
real
my
quick,
God.
and we will conclude the examination.
I hope so. Oh,
I wonder if defense is going to ask any questions, or if they'll put it off till tomorrow, or just let her go.
Also, at this time, I would move in to evidence states 501, which is the diagram that Dr. Reamer did of the injuries to Maggie.
Defense.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Dr. Reamer, you mentioned that there was a slight difference or a difference in the stippling between the abdominal and the thigh wound, and which one seemed to be a little bit farther away according to your review of the evidence?
Yes, the gunshot wound to the abdomen was slightly further away than the gunshot wound to the left thigh.
And that could be consistent with Maggie and the shooter changing their positions in relationship to one another.
Yeah, people aren't completely just standing still. It could be that the shooter was moving closer toward her or moving a little bit back or she could have been moving, or a combination of the two. So I don't know what happened there, but I do know that the barrel of the gun was closer at the time it struck her left thigh, because the stippling is more tight concentrically and doesn't cover as wide an area as the one to the right side of the abdomen.
You've described the injuries to the front, and then the injury to the breast and to the head, and then this final injury to the back of the head. Could that be consistent with the shooter circling his victim?
Yeah, I think that only makes sense if there's some movement on the part of the shooter. We know the gunshot wound to the front of the body that's going up. If Maggie was bent over, either in air or on the ground, the shot would have been fired from behind her, right? From behind her, that's the only way it's going to go up and through the base of the chin area into her head, right? She's bent over. That's the way that it logically makes sense. Nobody's sitting on the floor, and you couldn't do that. And after that shot was sustained, the one that went through the front side, the vertical one, okay, it's vertical through her body, but most likely occurred while she was bent over, or then that's going to be an incapacitating shot because it went through her brain and caused her to fall to the ground. She's bent over, she gets that shot, she's going to fall face down, and then the last shot to the back of her head is going in the other direction. So that's going downward. So we have one going, so that only can occur if the wound to the left side of the front is somebody shooting from behind her, and then the gunshot wound to the back of the head is going downward while she's on the ground, indicating somebody's standing at at the top of her.
Was there a lot of blood accumulated in Maggie's abdomen?
Not that much. The thing about these wounds is there's so much tissue destruction that blood is just basically in all the tissues. So it's not like sometimes with even a small caliber bullet, there's a single clearly defined wound path, and I can take out blood from the abdomen. But in this case, there was so much tissue destruction. There was a lot of blood in the soft tissues, but not necessarily something I can scoop out and measure.
Did the lack of a lot of blood in the abdomen tell you anything about how rapidly these all occurred together?
Yeah, so if
It'd be terrible. She would have died in extreme pain and abject terror.
she wouldn't say it like that. She'd be like,
had more bleeding.
yeah, and then she died in extreme pain
tissues
and agony.
Abdominal cavity.
See, and it's interesting because you could tell.
Both Maggie and Paul, did you make any observations about their stomach contents?
Yes, so part of the autopsy, I'm not just looking at the wounds, I'm examining all of the internal organs. And this is how I knew it went through the pancreas and the kidney, because remember, I'm not just looking outside of the body. I have to do everything, look at all of the internal organs and dissect each one. And when examining the stomach, I will document the contents of the stomach, and they each had a lot of recently digested food fragments. So, they had a full stomach of food.
Were those stomach contents consistent with one another?
Yeah, they looked identical to each other. They were kind of gray tan, couldn't tell exactly what it was, but it may have included meat. I didn't see any corn or, green beans or anything like that. But whatever it was, they were identical to each other. And I believe she had 600 mLs, which is it's 450 mLs is a pound. So it's like almost 1.5 pounds of food. And he had 500 mLs, which is a little bit more than a pound. But they looked similar, like they may have shared a meal together.
Oh my God.
Testified that
But she
there
ate
was no
more.
defensive wounds on Paul. Did you observe any
No,
defensive
he ate a
wounds
little
on
bit
Maggie?
more.
No, she had 650
Nothing
and
that would
500.
indicate any kind of a
How old did she chew her food? That's what I want to know.
Did you observe any damage to her fingernails or anything that indicated that she had been
I
in
feel
a
like this
fight
is how
with her attacker?
Fauci describes his
I know.
experiments with
That's
people.
also part of the autopsy. I'm, in addition to collecting
With the droplets.
clippings from the fingernails, I look carefully to see
then
sometimes
the
there's a
dog-
fingernail broken, sometimes there's obvious tissue or blood underneath fingernails, and she didn't have any evidence of, material visually evident underneath her fingernails.
What about her toxicology? Did she have anything in her system? Any drugs or alcohol?
She had caffeine only, the same as Paul, and no alcohol or other drugs other than caffeine.
Dr. Reamer, in your professional expert opinion, what was the cause of death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty for Paul Murdaugh?
For Paul Murdaugh, shotgun wounds. Let me see what exactly I said. I said shotgun wounds to head and chest. Shotgun wounds of head and chest.
And what was the manner of death?
Manner of death is homicide, which means death at the hands of another.
And Dr. Reamer, in your expert opinion, what was, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, the cause of death for Maggie Murdaugh?
Maggie Murdaugh died of multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of death?
Manner of death is homicide, death at the hands of another.
Death at the hands of another.
At the hands of another.
One final question. Did you recover any fragments from Maggie Murdaugh during your autopsy?
Yes. So this kind of ammunition breaks up into fragments. That's the nature of that ammunition. And so I recovered multiple fragments of projectiles.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as Stakes 112, and do you recognize that?
Yes. So those are fragments I've recovered from Maggie's autopsy.
Thank you, Dr. Reamer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Examination.
Your Honor, I'm going to have an extensive cross-examination. You
Oh,
want to begin that tonight or
no.
first
Do it
thing?
tomorrow. Tomorrow.
You want to begin it in the morning?
I think so. I mean, it's 5:45. It could go easily to 7. And I don't think the jury would, at this point, like to stay here. I don't, but.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we will recess for the evening and start at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case.
Well, I'm not looking forward to it, but I'm curious what they could possibly have an hour and 15 minutes of questioning on related to her that would be beneficial to the defense's case.
Like I said, I think maybe the whole height thing could be a thing. I shared with you a link which gives biostats. I mean, they say he was only that Alex is only 5'11". He looks taller than me, but that's what the stats say. But I mean, he's 4 inches. He's at least 4 inches taller than Alex. You would think that you could sort of get some sort of feel as far as the
Step
angle of the
down.
shot.
Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone. If everyone will be seated. As we anticipate other witnesses tomorrow, are there any matters that the court needs to consider overnight regarding any matters of controversy or in controversy or outstanding issues regarding any witness?
Shockingly, no, Your Honor. Not on part of the defense.
Not on part of the state. The new information from GM we addressed this morning, and obviously the defense has that, and both sides are analyzing that. But I'm not, aside from that right now, I'm not aware of any specific issues the court needs to address.
The only query I will have, because we're again trying to arrange for people to fly in, and Monday is not going to be a court day, is does the Attorney General have any
Monday's not a court day?
prognostication
I think it's
on when he
President's
might
Day.
finish his case? I
Oh.
think with the GM material, it will affect it somewhat. I just don't know how much.
Your Honor, we're still on target for Wednesday. That GM material is just confirmatory of the timeline that both sides have had, and it's being incorporated into testimony. We have a custodian coming, which I don't imagine will be an extensive witness. We're still on target for Wednesday, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll be in recess to 9:30.
All right.
All right. Well, there's that. Oh man, today was a tough day of testimony for me. It's just very dry. I mean, she was very upbeat, trying to explain it all in a nice, digestible way, but it was still kind of rough. Let me throw up a new poll. Okay, so after today, let's see, where are we? Start a poll. After today's testimony.
She's going to write a children's book. Maggie's Day on the Slab.
Oh, God. Is Alex, according to evidence. Okay, there
The
we
fact
go.
you have to specify that is annoying.
I know, but that's the way it goes. Mike the Dad Crosby says they had caffeine. That's why I don't drink coffee. Yeah, they apparently had caffeine. I mean, they had dinner.
They weren't wearing masks either.
That's true.
That's the big takeaway. Wear a mask.
Death was not a result of COVID. That also key.
Are you a doctor? Are you a doctor?
She
Whoa, listen
said
to
the
medical
cause of death
opinion
was
coming out of
homicide.
Danny here.
Hey, I mean, it says doctor on your degree, but
Yeah. Juris Dr. Danny. Oh my God. Well, I got to go through super chats. Does anybody want to say anything before I do that? I don't, it's going to be a little bit of the chats going through.
Hey, I'll
so
do
I
a
don't-
last book pitch.
Sure.
For the day. Here it is. Hey, folks, get your free book that teaches you how to be hard to convict if you're ever compelled to use force in defense of yourself, your family, or your property. Don't make yourself an easy target of prosecution just because you had to defend yourself against a bad guy. Check out the book on Amazon, 1,200 plus reviews, 5-star rated, but don't buy it there. Amazon will charge you for the price of the book and shipping and handling. Get the book for free. I only ask you pay the cost of shipping it to you, but we eat the cost of the book, real physical book. You can get this at lawofselfdefense.com/Nick. And if you'd like the beautiful hard copy edition, you can get this at lawofselfdefense.com. Get hard.
There
Thanks,
you
Nick.
go. There you go.
And it is a good book. It does a good job.
Thank you, Kurt.
And I would just like to remind people that the Las Vegas show, February 26th, links in the description to both videos. Lots of people will be there. I'm tired of trying to figure out and name all of them, but lots of fun people. It'll be a fun time. Plus, you're in Vegas, so you get to make your own fun. In addition to that, at least 3 people on this panel are going to be there. So that'll be great, plus many others. So get your tickets February 26th, which is Sunday evening, 8 p.m. till midnight. There will be a live show along with meet and greet and lots of liquor, food probably. If you don't want liquor, that works too.
Oh, I'll just mention I'm Good
Mm-hmm.
Logic, and I have my own YouTube channel, Rumble channel, locals, and that Nick's slacking off on Wednesday and Thursday, and I plan on filling in the void for him covering the trial those days. So if you want to have coverage in those days, I urge you to sign up, and I'll try and fill in that void.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, but let me just say yes, correct. I will not be doing the trial streams on Wednesdays and Thursdays. I have daytime commitments both of those days. But I should be having nighttime shows on those pretty much every day this week. So
is there court on Friday this week or no? Did I hear someone say no?
No court Monday of next
right.
week.
Okay.
It's President's Day.
It shouldn't be. Just philosophically, it shouldn't be President's Day. That's what I'm saying.
Why
Hit it, Danny. What do you got?
Yeah, go ahead, Danny.
President's Day is silly. It should be a People's Day. Anyway, that being said, I am Danny on Direct. I have my own YouTube channel. Come and check me out. I am being courted for potentially for a national gig. So since I may become a Fed/Glowy, I have held off on producing any videos as of late. For everybody who has been following, I really appreciate it. Please come and subscribe. And I promise I will have new content up soon. I hope to review the report from the Supreme Court. Their report on the leak has been published. So I'll be reviewing that on my show.
Very good.
And have fun.
Very good. Tonight, I'll be going through the lawsuit from Sidney Watson against Blaze Media.
Oh, how's it looking? Because I actually met him just last year.
Met who?
What's his name?
Glenn Beck?
No.
Elijah Schaefer?
Schaefer.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy.
Yeah. Well,
He
he's
said
not
he was
named in the suit. I mean, he's part of the suit, but he's not in the lawsuit. So she's not suing Elijah.
But you're in the suit also. So what does that mean?
Yep, I'm also mentioned. So
wait, what?
Yeah. Well,
I can't wait to tune in.
I think I was on your stream for the stream that she was referencing because I met Elijah on your stream in May of 2022, and she references that stream as when one of the incidents was, I don't know, made worse or whatever. So
yeah, as evidence of one too many dick jokes or whatever.
I don't really understand it because Shanusha is signing up for when she joined that gig, right? I mean,
well, she claims she doesn't. I mean, that's the whole thing, right? She claims that she was not expecting to be on a show that was full of raunchy humor, that it was going to be more of a journalistic show. I mean, whether anyone believes that or not, that's the claim, and that's why one of the reasons why I don't like lawsuits. I personally have a hard time thinking that you get paired up with Elijah Schaefer, the host of Slightly Offensive, a completely demonetized YouTube show because of just how offensive it is, and then be surprised when the show that you're on is offensive. But I don't know what her understanding of contract was, or of the contract or agreement was. So we're going to go through it. I'm incidentally in there, and I will have a statement about it because I assume people are going to assume things about me being mentioned in the lawsuit, and I will try and clear all of that up because I think people will probably jump to very incorrect conclusions about my involvement in the suit, which is very minimal, to be clear, but I'll make my statement. I was very worried that I was going to have to interject into this lawsuit and make a statement to the lawyers, and it turns out I probably don't. But I don't want people misunderstanding what's going on. So that's what I'm doing tonight.
Hey, Nick. I will not sue you, at least for my appearances on your show.
You will not sue me.
I'm letting you know right now. I'm putting it on the record. I will not sue you for making dick jokes on your own show.
Is that a challenge? Is that a challenge, Danny? So anyway, I think it'll be a good show tonight. So come check that out. And again, anybody else before I just start plowing through?
Well, I'll speak a little bit about my own channel because next week the Supreme Court's hearing 2 oral arguments that are pretty interesting, dealing with exposure to social networks for the recommendation of content via their algorithms. So this is a 230 case, but it's not a 230 case dealing with other people's content. It's a 230 case dealing with in this case, Google, via YouTube, I believe it was specifically, be held responsible for the content it promotes by its algorithm. So if it recommends in the feed something and pushes something out, does it gain liability through that recommendation action? So that's basically the underlying issue. That is next week at the Supreme Court. I'll be doing Supreme Court oral react to that. Huge case, has obvious major implications for social networking and the internet as we know it, and should be an interesting case to watch. So stay tuned to that.
Right. Is it mere third-party publication completely removed from the platform if the platform is choosing to then push that content due to any decision at all? That's a good question for the Supreme Court, I think.
Yeah, it is a very good question. And it
Sounds
seems
like
logically
publishing
that
work
they would
to
have
me.
to be responsible, because saying it's the algorithm, it's like, well, you're in control of the algorithm.
Right.
So, to the extent that because of your algorithm, the content gets exposed, that seems like action on your part. But that's what the Supreme Court says.
All righty. Well then, let's anything, Sean?
Next week.
Yeah.
There.
I just did a video about a reporter getting basically silenced by the Ohio National Guard and multiple sheriff's deputies while trying to report on basically kind of the Chernobyling of an area of Eastern Ohio. And it's very interesting because it was the head of the National Guard who was trying to shut him up in the middle of a press conference.
So glad you're
the whole thing
covering
in
that.
Ohio that's going on with that explosion is really interesting, and it does look like there's a lot of suppression of the press.
Well, there's a lot, and I know somebody who lives out there, and everything's dead as well. All the fish are dead, birds are dead, everything's dead, and the EPA is now saying, "Oh, by the way, Norfolk Southern, there's a bunch of other stuff in those train cars that they've detected." So,
what is in
That'd be
there,
great.
Sean? What is in the train cars, Sean?
Did you review? Are
no,
you
no
going
chemicals,
to review
no
the,
chemicals that rhyme with Biclon. I can say that.
Are you going to review the entire manifest online?
Well, I mean, here, vinyl chloride, butyl acrylate, ethyl hexyl acrylate, ethylene glycol monobutyl. Those have been detected.
And that's in addition to the bleach gas that they released.
Yeah. Yep. And not in addition to the phosgene that got released. Yep.
It's the EPA. What do you expect?
Chemistry isn't my strong suit. Are those things bad?
Yes.
Well, phosgene's a chemical weapon, but the other stuff's really bad. Yes. The other stuff's just cancer, basically.
It's just a cancer, though. I mean,
yeah.
It's also
I
rapid.
didn't hear the
onset
Japanese
cancer.
complaining after Hiroshima.
Yeah.
Well, it's because most of them just disappeared.
That was a joke.
Oh, they turned the shadows. Yeah, that's so. And it doesn't help. The Ohio River's only it's being detected in the Ohio River only 20 miles away. So, not looking so good.
There's also a train derailed down in Texas. Someone posted a picture of, and Hazmat is observing that one as well. So that's nice.
Yeah, we'll just be eating all the food in prime farming territory that all these chemicals are landing on. Great for the rest of the country. Yay.
Yeah.
So
the current poll results are at 92% not guilty based on evidence and 8% guilty based on evidence. So
it's really 92.1 because I voted guilty just to be arbitrarian. So.
Also, by the way, you can Google Timothy McVeigh PatCon. That's not an unsafe search. Just don't do it.
I was trying to balance out for the rest of the chat the same way, other people go into law and crime and balance out, it's got to be some
balance. Okay. Well, let me start this up. To any of my guests, you're all welcome to stay, of course, and interject wherever you feel. But if you do have to go, feel free to head out. I appreciate all of you very much.
I'm going to be stepping out, and I expect to be back here tomorrow. So
that's good.
So then, take care of yourselves. Great seeing you all.
See you, buddy.
Bye, guys.
Peace.
Yeah, I normally hang in, Nick, but I think I'm gonna have to take off too tonight.
No
but I
problem.
will be back tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. your time,
8:30 Central.
And good night, folks. Take care, everybody. Have a good night.
Catch you later. All right, here we go. Starting off with the Rumble rants. Matches Burn says she's a DA analyst collector. She does oral exams. Can I send her my DNA sample just to make sure I wasn't at the crime scene since I live in South Carolina? Just being thorough. He's got 3 in a row. Did you determine if Alex Murdaugh ejaculated on the 300 blackout rounds found at the scene? It says, hypothetically, if we tested your clothes for semen DNA, would we find any? Maybe. Turns on a black light and she glows like a Fed. Wow. I can Nillis Iconilla says, Your Honor, I have here documents showing my client is a Biden donor. This clearly shows he's too stupid to commit this crime in a manner that would not make his guilt immediately obvious. Damn. 2 more from Matches Burn. All this DNA talk reminds me of the scene from Superbad, and he's got a YouTube video link, which I'm not going to click on. It says, Bronca down. I repeat, we have a Bronca down. Someone remove his tie and get some vodka stat. 100-Star Chili says, this trial is so loud, I can't hear you. The volume keeps fluctuating, so I am trying to keep it in balance, but it does change from day to day. RDX says she puts a Baldo on him. Z-Man 84, 4.3 seconds is fast for the NFL. They expect people to believe when he was fat, he was doing that. Yeah, again, the timeline on Alex doing all this stuff is really crunched. It's really crunched. Char0093 says, as a note, the fastest half-mile drag time is 13.3 seconds at a speed of 346 miles an hour. So, yeah, again, that's going back to him going, the one, someone made the timeline and they have him shooting back to the house in the truck, and it's like 13 seconds. Even a quarter mile, 13 seconds in that truck. No way. No way.
Was he a
is he doing
NASCAR
that.
driver in another life? Like just hitting the gas, baby. That's insane.
Like, I mean, 13 seconds isn't the fastest quarter mile time, but it's not truck quarter mile time, and it's not truck on grass quarter mile time.
Exactly.
CAB66 says, can we please get this timeline? I like data. Maybe. I don't know. Matches Burn. Nick, are these chats about Alex being Murdaugh coming from YouTube? Because it sounds like retarded YouTube speculations. He says Alex being guilty. Jesus, the irony. Maybe. I don't know what you're talking about. I can Alex, where's Paul? Cop. He's over there, and up there. Gross. Matches Burn. Nick, I request you execute a bottle of Fireball with your mini chainsaw. That's a good idea. RDX says, where are your chainsaws, Nick? They're upstairs in my entryway in a box. I haven't put them together yet. RDX says, to sum up this trial so far, not my job, 300 blackout, 34 septa hexa quintillion.
Yeah,
those are Biden numbers.
Septa hexaquintillion.
Billion, million, trillion.
Matches Burns says, guarantee you this pathologist woman gets handsy with the dead male bodies during examination.
Ew.
RDX says, is she going to show how she used the mini chainsaws on the body? See, that's what they're for right there. Some good old fashioned choppery. Big Bird Slayer says, yo, Nick, can I please get a birthday toast for my daughter who won a battle against gravity? The only casualty was a snapped arm and a birthday Disneyland trip in 2 days.
Oh,
wait, so the Disneyland trip was a casualty?
No, the arm was.
What said the
she fell, but she survived.
I got that, but it said the only casualty was a snapped arm and a birthday Disneyland trip in 2 days.
That was his casualty, I think.
That would be 2 casualties. So I'm very confused.
The Disneyland trip is specifically because she got the broken arm to make her feel better.
Right. That's what I'm wondering. Was the Disneyland trip a casualty, or was it like this will be nice? Like, I'm just very confused because we have a disagreement in the number of casualties that I see. But anyway, cheers to your daughter, Big Bird Slayer. May she get a quick recovery from her snapped arm, and I'm glad that it was the only thing that really was in danger there. And I hope you guys have a good time if you do go to Disneyland, or if it's postponed. I hope you enjoy it then. Cheers. All right. Working Class 86 says, has she explained how she knows the rifle had select fire? She keeps calling it an assault rifle. No, we don't actually know that the 300 blackout was an AR style, but that's the assumption.
I don't think that the words assault rifle play very well to that crowd anyway. So
I think they're not getting hung up on that.
Yeah. Malik Fox, it says lunchtime. He's got a pizza. That crust is made of ground chicken mixed with mozzarella and a little salt, plus Italian seasoning, 2 pepperoni, mushroom, and 2 cheese. The crust even hardened on the edges. Thought it was going to end up greasy or slippery, but nah, literally cooks like a bread crust with only a slight difference in consistency and texture. I'm going to make one with barbecue sauce next time since it's chicken, but it ends up tasting a million times better. So wait, you made a pizza out of chicken? Like chicken is the crust?
That sounds
I've seen that sold in
delicious.
stores.
I want to eat that.
I do too. It sounds like a meatloaf, like a chicken meatloaf pizza.
Yeah. The Uncovered Lamp says she must be a good doctor. People are dying to be her patient. Who's Your Data says, did Mark Richards transition into an Asian female? Yes, he did, but he's not present in court today. Johnny K198 says, Patrice O'Neill has a great bit about how he is watching the news about people dying from a tsunami and he's getting a tear in his eye and wondering why he doesn't care. Lol, that's how I feel, and wonder why if people actually care, if they're just showing that they care. Johnny K also says, the body language panel say what you say. They use it during interrogations to see where they might want to ask more questions and get more information. I don't understand how some get so emotionally invested into these cases. It's like true crime on steroids. This is a perfect true crime social media case, though, because it's a literal whodunit. And if you notice, there's a lot of people in the various communities who want to solve the case. I don't want to solve the case. I don't care who shot them. Like, it's either Alec or it's somebody else. And if it's somebody else, we'll never know. But I just want the state to present the case. If it's Alex, present the case. That's me. But yeah, it's ripe for that true crime speculation that you can participate in the show.
Have you tried the tarot card reading yet? That usually works out pretty well.
Ooh, no. I always get the fool.
Nick, we should do that in Vegas.
What? A tarot card reading?
Yes, that would be fun.
Wait, do you read tarot cards?
No, but I can find
go
someone.
to a place and get them read? Okay. Maybe. I'm down. I'm down to have my tarot read. Missy Lania says this woman definitely licks her fingers after autopsies.
Oh.
Hey, you got to take a bite.
I mean, especially she's down there. Nobody else is around.
Yeah.
In those freezers, it's like dry aged beef.
Not a Robot 101 says, I hope you're okay, potentially criminal. I got myself a War Poet sling for my Zion 15 and a bunch of Gen 3 mags.
Nice. Those will work good for you.
Oganza 1000 says, wait, hold up. The shirt that tested negative for blood traces and human blood somehow tested positive for blood spatter. Que cosa? It makes as much sense as...
In the preliminary filings, the threshold to be able to detect blood and the threshold to be able to detect DNA is different. The threshold for DNA is much less. So at least in the preliminary filings, it was, if I'm remembering correctly, it was 4 micrograms to be able to detect blood, but you only need 1 nanogram to be able to detect DNA, given the test that they were using. So you can detect DNA without being able to detect its blood. So
that's correct.
Fun.
Too bad the state didn't elicit that testimony.
Yeah.
That would have probably been helpful to their case.
Mm-hmm.
Whoops. He says it makes as much sense as Drex claiming he's single. Johnny K198. Clearly, the behavior experts would show that extra circle he did with the eye twitch means something everyone will interpret 100 different ways. They should have got the dog whisperer to translate the dogs. Lamau. They almost had that in the Casey Anthony trial. They had the psychic dog, the dog medium who was walking her dog or whatever testify. That was good. Oganza 1000 says, what kind of retard uses diesel for arson? Hell, I'd be willing to swim in diesel while lighting cigarettes and handing them out. Rocky Fork says, Maggie gained weight and didn't fit. Sled would have found a housekeeper. And housekeeper is lying because she does not like Alec Murdaugh. So they're saying that the housekeeper planted the ring. Is my guess. Also says, no damn way to clean up all the fluids and body parts in the period of time given. I was in Vietnam and had body part pieces for weeks on me and in my shoes and clothes. Whoa.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Welcome to the rice fields.
Yeah.
Akunin 1876 says, morning, Nick. Do we finally have a motive? Nope. That one chick watching the stream while at work. Thanks for making having to be stuck in this office hell just a little bit better. Gosh, I wish there was a better trial. Like, it's not this a bad trial. It's just that it's so drawn out. Like, I feel like this thing could have been 2 weeks long.
It's a civil trial. This is a civil trial. This is why we don't cover a lot of civil trials, because they are generally like this. Very drawn out, very boring, very fact specific.
Mage Demon says, hey, you handsome baguette. Have a good stream, legend. Thanks. I'll take the baguette as the French have taken much of my footage to put in their stupid Amber Heard documentary. The Iceman says, any updates on a Crowder interview? My understanding is that Crowder has basically said his piece is probably not going to be doing any interviews on the Daily Wire stuff for a little bit, but I did talk to his team about doing some other stuff. So we'll see what comes down the pipe on that one. Just kind of waiting to hear back. Again, Chris West says, what day did his son flip off the witness? I think that was Wednesday. Miso Trash says, you are the ghost of Balloon Boy. Bear in the Woods says, Friday recap. Blanca testified, state ignored, judge during objection, no punishment. Tinsley donated to another witness during trial. Defense called for a mistrial. Nothing happened. Wait, Tinsley donated to another one?
Another one?
If that happened, I missed that.
CXLD brand says Super Bowl weekend in Phoenix was nuts. I do Uber. Never met so many degenerate millionaires and ex-pro players, CEOs of huge companies. Lol. Made a lot of money, though. Good. Get it. Lizzie Bit says, apologies for my Friday comment. RE Maggie getting a forensic accounting audit. She did not. My reliable source was incorrect. Lesson learned. And again, that's why I try to really stick to what's in front of the court. What's in front of the court, and even more specifically, what's in front of the jury. Because there's a whole bunch of stuff that could mean Alec is guilty, and some of it won't be admissible, and others of it might be fake. So it's easiest just to go by what comes in. Tom says, well, a global food shortage won't fabricate itself. Pinochet's helicopter tour says, what's with suspicious fires? Who is John Galt? Peaceful Bear Beer says, my brother is going into surgery for a new kidney right now. Prayers also for super chat. Absolutely, Peaceful Bear Beer. I hope everything goes well for him.
Slightly used kidney.
Patrick McNeely says, always blame the mob. If a commercial structure catches fire, 9 times out of 10, it's the mob getting insurance money. Sean S. Defense files JMOL. Judge, I'll not allow it. Tom says, everyone knows masks are 100% effective and foolproof. Lucy Bowers, Nick, I have a spreadsheet I want to DM you. Will you check DMs in a few minutes? Yes, we got that spreadsheet and looked at it earlier. Slaglust, hope you enjoyed your much-deserved weekend off, Nick. Did you see that Ethan Ralph not only lost his coveted blue check, but also got banned on Twitter? I did see that. I did see that. Taps plays in the distance. Angie Hammond says, upstate South Carolina resident, Waters sounds like an overachieving Baptist praying over the offering on Sunday morning. I get that vibe from him. I do not like him in this case. William Strong, I thought this was a fraud trial. What's this about inserting sticks in cheeks? Must be the wrong stream. NXRD says, is she reading from a script? Layman Law, welcome to lawyer status. D. What says, Nick got pegged, confirmed. Ghost of Recon says, I've been busy AF most of last week. Did we get any convincing evidence yet? Nothing that's coming together for me.
No, if anything, it's convinced me the guy's innocent, which is not a good place to be. The more evidence and the more witnesses they bring in, the more I go, well, wait a second. None of this makes sense.
Nappy Soldier, Neuropunk drum and bass producer says, sent you 2 emails regarding DJing event in Vegas. You did, brother. I'll get back to you. Boojalicious 3 says, I've got some DNA I'd like this witness to analyze. # unrepentant yellow fever. Southern Brainwater says, nothing found. This is the state witness. What the actual fuck? President-elect 4 Doors More Horse says, stop all this Asian hate. # Knicker Saltgate.
Oh, that was the best. That
was the single best moment of the entire trial. Did you, Uncivil or Danny, did you see that? When the lady was supposed to say nickel salts and she
said the obvious.
She slipped right into the...
It was close.
Yeah. I don't know if those were K's or G's, but they sounded like G's to me.
Is there a hard R part of the periodic table that I'm not aware of? Somewhere
Wait,
like the bottom part of the alkalines.
Was the lady Asian, of Asian descent?
Yep.
Yes.
Of course she was.
Okay. I'll just say K's and G's in Korean, very, very hard to distinguish.
I don't think she's not Korean.
No.
Oh, then I have no idea.
It was Min, so I think it was of China. That's of
Hmong,
China.
Yeah.
Salty Hard R says this trial just got better. She did a racism.
Yes.
Salty Hard R Brain Water says check out Dragon's Treasure for some Hard R salt treated brain water tea.
And everybody,
That's an actual
everybody in the court,
tea. We need to have talked, right?
and every other courtroom's like, we'll allow it.
Alex Iao says, do we have confirmation that the murder weapon was a gun yet? What if it was a 3D printed gun or makeshift bullet launcher? No evidence of that at all. So.
Makeshift bullet launcher?
Yeah, like
what the hell are you even
Shinzo Abe.
talking about? Like a slingshot?
That's what I would use.
What's
like Shinzo Abe, with the he made a makeshift bullet launcher.
Oh, the pipe gun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just threw bullets really fast at people.
Okay.
Diana Mitchum says, did you guys see the newest info for OnStar and his vehicle, minute by minute timing? I haven't seen it yet. It hasn't been presented in court yet, so I don't know how it'd be out. But maybe. Nathan Watkins says, poor girl just outed her whole lab team for accidentally using the fun in-lab word. Diana Mitchum says, not sure if it's credible. 3 days ago, the Mob Crew channel released a timeline for OnStar. I'll wait and see what comes out in court. Bob Piffle says, this prosecutor has a bit of the church lady in her voice. 200 Watt Studio, am I the only person who never knew what his granny's cookie tasted like? No. Jonathan Prezios, I'm having trouble. Can we do a poll on whether if this witness is cute or not? Sometimes I thinking really cute, then other times not so much. Lol. I didn't find any cuteness today, my friend. But it's subjective. Aluka says, how can it be more likely than the number of people on this planet?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, because it's, I don't know. I don't know how to explain that math to you, but it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's
okay. You can have 10 people in a room and be a million. You can have 1,000,000 to 1 odds that it's one of those 10 people.
Yes.
Like the sample size doesn't matter.
That means there's life on other planets.
Chicago Res says your poll at 81% not guilty, long crime at 83% guilty. Thank you for what you do. Popcorn Thriller, Maury Povich voice. Alec, you are the father. I don't know if that was a Maury Povich voice. Probably not. Mary Coppola. The actual body cam footage by LEO has been released on Long Crime, 13 minutes. Slick 556 says lawyer looks like the TV girl from The Ring. Steph Dev says pretty soon the specialist is going to need to test the swabs from the ceiling when these jurors seppuku themselves with how boring this is. Brian Baudouin says, I understand this for a murder trial. But when the state puts up garbage on the stand like this day in and day out with bad lawyering, I would be so checked out. I'd rather sit on a spike. My God. Jim Satalis. So this is the shirt they tried to claim was freshly laundered earlier in the trial. Seems like it had a bunch of stains on it and smells like bullshit. Big Rig says you should have an evidence package opening contest in Vegas. That's pretty funny. IW
funny.
Just wrap up a bunch of shit, put something in there. Here you go. IWD, boy, trying to watch this trial on 3 hours of sleep in the last 48 was a mistake. Oh, God. How embarrassing, says presumptive test also reacts with animal blood. They were handling a dead chicken.
Right.
Zongzina says, why is this so insufferable? Is it a tactic? Trent Thuro, can I pay Alex to kill me? Holy crap. Brian Miller, welcome to lawyer status. Boss Tron Pie. It's clearly he's the reverse Flash. Duh. Anyway, check out the body cam. Love what you do. Keep up the great work. Litigatrix says, I sent you guys a visual timeline of the evidence in Kurt's email. Shannon says, was there GSR on Paul's hands? It was a tiny, it was like one particle or something like that, if I remember right. One particle on his hands and like 38 on the inside of the raincoat or something. Ryan Boudouin says, saddest part about seeing reaction and conclusions with an absolute ass presentation by the state shows how many of our peers I don't want on a jury. Just remember that you do not have a right to a jury of your peers. That is not in the Constitution. That is language borrowed from England. Because in England, your peers were your social class. If you were nobility, you were tried by nobles, not the peasantry. If you're the peasantry, you were supposed to be tried by peasantry, but you probably just got fucked. But in the U.S., you just have a jury trial. So there you go. That's your constitutional right. We don't really have peer groups. So yes, that expression, Samuel L. Jackson in A Time to Kill, jury of my peers. Yeah.
It's a jury of normies.
Slick 556 says killed her to avoid paint color conversation. You know what? That would actually, I think that might be motive right there. If because man, I've painted many a walls in my life, and all of them involved my wife picking out the color. And sometimes, let's go get more color swatches from Sherwin-Williams. How about now? It's green. Just put the green on the wall.
Okay, if you were doing green though, to be fair to your wife,
here it comes.
I also would want multiple color swatches. Like if it was a beige, there's only so many shades of beige before I'm like, I disagree. You don't have to. I'm not your wife. I'm not picking color shades. I'm just saying.
Jack Ray says, I think Nick did it. Well, I needed content. Random Bacon says, different question. Do you think Murdaugh gets convicted regardless of evidence due to all the financial stuff and painting him as a D-bag? There's a very high probability he gets convicted of this crime, is what I think. Ashley B, why isn't anyone talking about CB Rose DNA under Maggie's fingernails? I mean, it's there, maybe. But the match was small, the way she described it, 3 alleles. And it didn't have a high probability match compared to the other stuff, but it is interesting. But there's ways that it could get there. Again, if he's around the kennels, if he's a groundskeeper working around the kennels, working around the dogs, I mean, anything she touches could get his DNA on her, under her fingernails.
Yes, but if it had been Murdaugh's DNA underneath there, they would have been. She was in the fight of her life.
Oh yeah, it would have been all over it. Let's see. KFG says he never asked who or why. DCV Titan, why do these experts feel like the prosecution pulled a grenade, pulled the pin, threw the pin, then mistook the grenade for their own junk and started sucking on it? Tiffany Bernier says, every conclusion I'm hearing depends on what you already thought. Swapping between streams, it's amazing how different everyone sees the same video. Oh, that must be the body cam footage. I don't see the body cam footage in any way. Like I think it's not useful to the case personally.
Agreed. He's crying. So what? Even if he did do it, he'd probably likely still cry anyway.
Diana Mitchum says he's innocent. The state is giving it to the defense. Served with crawfish etouffee. KFG says OnStar time shows Alec lied. Wait, which OnStar time? Are we talking about the 90 minutes? Because again, I think anybody putting a lot of stock into that 90 minutes, that's someone, if you go with a presumption of innocence, he found his wife and son dead. And after just spending a 60-minute trip, called it 90 minutes. That is not a lie that is material to the case. There's no benefit to him having been gone 90 minutes versus 60 minutes. That's going to come out. It's not something that he's going to be able to hide and continue to obscure. So Benjamin Blatt says, are you saying he painted the wall and ceiling with his family to avoid arguing about painting the wall? Ironic. Yes, Benjamin. That's what he did. Brian Schultz says, funny that some random person who is just interested in the case has better presentation than the prosecution.
Yes, exactly that. Yes. Sorry.
Diana Mitchum says he's innocent. Oh, wait, I read that one. Corazola says, hey, Andy, have you considered doing an audiobook version of Law of Self-Defense? I think they mean, Andrew. He's been asked that question before. I don't remember what his answer was. Jake Shadow Citizen says, how is the 18th looking? I can't go to Vegas. That's why I reached out. Also, I think you'll enjoy your time with us. Jake, I'm still talking to my wife about it. We'll see. Bitter Sweetheart 46 and 2. Welcome to Paralegal Status. Keely Sexton. He was sitting waiting for cops after calling 911, was left with his thoughts, probably thinking through every scenario of what happened and who could have done this. Sess Rin's fan club says, I'll be on the ground losing my mind and I could hardly speak if I was him. I don't know. It's so hard to tell if he did it. Tanny Simmons says he said 90, but it takes about 20 minutes to his mom's house. He waited to get in, stayed for 20 minutes, had to drive back. It's not far-fetched. Brian Schultz says Einstein literally said time is relative. Hour with a pretty girl is an instant. Hand on a hot stove for a second feels like an hour. Depends on the girl, frankly. I don't know.
Depends on the stove too, you know.
Yeah. I don't care. Look, I don't care how pretty a girl is. I've had hour-long conversations that lasted 30 seconds. Like, just shut up. Just please, for the love of God, be quiet. Shannon 7 says, those saying Alec Murdaugh told Shelley 30 to 40 minutes. Did he maybe say it like my cousin Vinny? The kid says he killed the clerk in a shocked, questioning way, depending on tone and her perception. Just a possibility. Cards 96 says, had lunch, going to take a nap, and we'll be back online in an hour or so. For the record, I disrobed to nap and will change clothes when I get up. There you go. They're saying Paul could have, Alec could have changed clothes, taken his clothes off to take a nap and put on new clothes afterwards.
Thank you.
I just saw your face. You're very confused looking. Marsha Barnich, welcome to Paralegal Status. LB, wine moms believe all women. Nobody calls out that. CFO related to convicted Palmetto CEO. Paralegal related to M Beach boat victim. Sarah Lay says, my main thing about the CFO is that she's still employed. That's the most suspicious part of all of this. You let this guy steal from your company for 10 years and then you reform and you're still the CFO? Why wouldn't you be gone? I mean, you'd be gone in a heartbeat from my company.
That's why I think it was a calculated risk on the part of that company.
I think so too. Sarah Lay says, I thought witnesses aren't allowed to read from reports. Clarification. Expert witnesses can refer back to their notes. They usually have to ask for it. Marsha Barnich sent a lemon. Thank you. John McGarvey says, how did I get unsubscribed? I'm 30 minutes away from this courthouse. You got unsubscribed because occasionally YouTube unsubscribes people from channels. It happens all the time. There's no way around it. Sorry. Coney Upstate says, what relevance does someone's DNA on firearms have if they are found at their hunting property? Who even cares? FD, were muffins served at that meeting? Yes. Shannon, in one breath, they say his clothes were freshly laundered. In the other, they say there's blood on them. Funeral Man 04, I've never walked out of a casino with less money than I came in with. Know when to fold them. Have fun in Vegas. Not partying hard enough, brother. Fractal, even if you win $100,000, you should leave the casino with less money than you entered. Fractal Machine says, if I'm not mistaken, the condition to appeal a jury verdict is that no reasonable jury would find him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. From the evidence so far, are they there? It's an almost impossible standard to get a directed verdict after, especially even after a jury verdict. I mean, it's literally almost impossible because there's almost always a fact question that can be resolved in favor of guilt. Joanna Beebe, thank you for the pear sticker. Della Sandor, EDB in favor of prosecution. Duh, it's cauliflower versus Alec. This is ridiculous. He physically, as a fatty, couldn't have done it even if planned. Lol. The Peaceful Beer Bear says, my brother's surgery went well. Good.
Oh.
Chocobo, can you ask financial witness if they are aware that this is a murder trial? Yeah, I mean, you could, but I wouldn't ask frivolous questions. Cult of Personality says, everywhere other than here, I see is people praising the state, Tinsley, etc. Are people that convinced by the state's arguments, or the true crime junkies that really planted in their presumption? I don't know. Barry Dworak says, thank you, Nick, for once again exposing the shit show we rely on for justice. Duncan Idaho, that sure would suck hearing about the graphic details of your loved one's mortal wounds delivered as a fun teaching opportunity. Cards 96, wasn't there two different types of shells, birdshot and buckshot? Yes, and I don't think that was inconsistent with the medical examiner testimony. There's Only War says, is their theory that he was shot in the shoulder first, getting shot in the upper body with a 12-gauge shell would knock you down and or spin you around and then down? I don't know if that's true. Arg Zubke says Temple Grandin vibes. There's Only War says it would make more sense that he was shot in the chest after they blew his brains out. His arm would definitely be down for the second hit. Rob Price says the way the wadding was inside the chest cavity tells me the shooter was using a sawed-off shotgun. Just a rapid expansion in the second round tells me the barrel was very short. TCV Titan says, alternate theory. Said he was gone for an hour and a half. That was roughly how long he wasn't in the presence of his wife and son.
Does shotgun wadding really act that much different coming out of a short barrel versus long barrel shotgun?
I have literally no idea.
Andrew's gone.
On those, I just read chats.
Okay.
Duncan, Idaho says, I voted guilty by accident and couldn't take it back. I can't be the only one not guilty based on evidence. DCV Titan Law and Crime audience. Thoughts? That's an oxymoron. Big Rig 485 says, oh, great show today. Miss Frizzle teaching Colonel Sanders and Foghorn Leghorn about autopsies. It's good. Christine says, the prosecution's case is as clear as mud. Duncan, Idaho says, man, I don't know how Alex has managed to remain sitting this whole time. I think I go crazy and melt to the floor or stand up and pace steering. Popcorn Thriller says, God, I wish the female prosecutor did this direct. Ferguson
It's where
says,
she was bending over. That's the joke.
Okay. Ferguson says, if Paul and Maggie tested positive for COVID when shot, they could argue we all know if you die with COVID, you actually died from COVID. 200 Watt Studio says, Romper Room Lady seems upbeat about all this. He also says, transgender Woody Allen here. Mike the Dad Crosby, for those... Where the fuck did it go? Shit. For those asking, this matters because the state has to prove they were both killed and are dead. Sounds funny, but they need to do that. Yes. Yes, they have to prove that they were killed, that they're dead, and how, to the best extent of their abilities, that they died. Because if they were shot multiple times, but died from something else that intervened or superseded the actions of the defendant, then the defendant may not be guilty of murder. Or may be guilty of a lesser degree of murder or a manslaughter or something like that. But, you know, it depends. In this case, that doesn't seem to be the case, but they still have to prove that. Goose, there should be a rule that you can't be this eccentric and also be a coroner. Holy Ozone says, not sure whether to be disgusted or impressed. Judson Hartson, welcome to Super Lawyer status. Rocky says, obvious 2 shooters. Mandy Karavich says, hey, Joe and Kurt, Dak Prescott got a trophy at the Super Bowl and the Eagles didn't. How do you feel about that?
I don't really understand the question. I mean, the Eagles lost.
There you go. There you go. Lauren says, hi, all. Has anyone looked into the case of the 70-plus-year-old South Texas rancher who allegedly shot and killed the illegal alien on his ranch? Thanks.
I have. That one's starting to look a little weird.
I've not. I haven't even heard of it. Duncan, Idaho says, Danny, just wear a fake nose and mustache while on Nick streams. Problem solved.
Big brain.
Nancy Jennings says, why wasn't the home locked down from the get-go? No idea. Tilly T. Hey, Nick, why have Kurt on when he was crying on his stream? He has nothing to say, and it's not a trial. It's just bullshit. Is it because he had 200 viewers and you had 8,000 and Emily had 34,000 maybe? I have Kurt on my show because I appreciate his insight. And it's sometimes really, really frustrating to do, to watch one of these things by yourself. And it's a lot easier when there's a panel and you can kind of like let things happen. Other people can talk and then you can interject there too. So I will always have on my show who I want to have on my show. And I will never bow to like the audience demand to have someone or not have someone. Because for every person out there who doesn't want someone, there's someone out there who does. So just chill with it.
I'm going to put that on my mirror and read it to myself every morning.
Aquamarin says, any chance it gets better with defense taking over? Maybe. It depends on their pacing. Popcorn Thriller, did the medical examiner measure the volume of brain water in the bucket? Brian Schultz, I swore Bronca said there was an audio and ebook. He did say there's an ebook. Yeah, I think he might have said audiobook today. Nancy Jennings, if Alex thought there were murders at large, why ask your housekeeper friend to come near his home? I have no idea.
You didn't want to keep paying her.
Bandit 848 says KSG Bullpup solves the height question. And then we got a couple more. Not a Robot says, Sean, shotgun suggestions around the same price as a Zion 15. After this trial, I've been wanting a Benelli M4, but is there something as good and more affordable? Not a law who stole $6 million, so I can't easily afford it.
Get like a Beretta 1301 or something. The Benelli's neat, but I think there's better options.
Malik Foxon says link to the recipe if you want to try making one. Oh yeah, here's the chicken crust. I'll share it in the private chat for you guys. Let's try to make a crust of pizza out of chicken. Ryan PD911 says we need scratch and sniff exhibits so the jury can get the full flavor of the murder scenes and autopsies.
Oh,
You said
Especially
you
the-
collected the brains in the bucket. Can we see the bucket?
Especially in that humid South Carolina weather.
Ugh. How long have they been out there? About 9 hours.
Yeah.
You make jerky out of it down there.
The Uncovered Lamp says this testimony is mind blowing.
Chickens are starting to peck in it. Mm.
Johnny K says, Ricada Law, would you like a 3D puzzle of Paul for your puzzle collection? Nope. Nope, I don't need one.
Some assembly required.
Johnny K198, this is an actual video thumbnail. Lol, haven't watched it. It's only 3 minutes, but you'd think someone would have told her about phrasing. It's a woman with how I handle a huge American Akita. Don't let your guard down. Uppity Livestock says she lied again. Get a rope. He also says, cheer up, folks. Only 6, I don't know, dectillion mixture exclusions to go. I don't know how many zeros that even is. It's a lot. Jonathan says Kurt is a
6
I don't know how many it was.
That would be 16 times 3.
I just didn't count the zeros. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Jonathan says Kurt is a gem and screw that guy. Sue Candle says, thanks for the interpretations with all the unexplained deaths around him. Mallory Beach, Stephen Smith, the housekeeper, doubt is doubt. Matheraman says, why is she here to read a report? Shouldn't she be here to make the report digestible to the jury? She's done none of that. And then we find out none of this is blood. I can't wait for the defense's case in chief. Uppity Livestock sent a meme of the mixture is homogenous. And then it says lol homo on it. Reformed Convict says, I posted a timeline of the murders on Locals since you never got it up. I don't agree with the conclusions on it. Eric Hunley had posted it. It's probably that one that we
You
looked
didn't
at
get
today.
it up.
Look, I'm getting older. Ryan PD911 says, so what you're saying is that Alex fingered Maggie, yelled yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker, grabbed his shotgun to go kill some ducks at some time in the past. This testimony says shit.
Sounds
The
plausible.
Uncovered Lamp. It's people talking about Mormon shaking, but it's also a Bethel. I think they mean soaking, but it's also a Bethel Redding church thing that is even weirder, where they lay on the grace of saints to soak up the anointing of God. And Uncovered Lamp also says, odds the entire jury gets COVID during deliberations with our luck. Very high. High odds on jury deliberations.
Yeah, we fall below the needed number and we just have to start all over again. If it starts all over again, I'm definitely not covering it the second time.
Oh, me too. 200 Watt Studio says Telltale Heart, read by Upbeat Coroner, please. And Sue Candle says Kurt is a brilliant gem. And that is, oh wait, Prep Boy Rick says, I'd pound that coroner's nether regions like Paul's head got blasted in. Let me correct you. Paul's head got blasted out.
Out, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, your answer was supposed to be in the form of a question.
Back and to the left.
All right. Johnny K198 wants me to show you this meme, that the thumbnail from that picture. So here you go. This is it right here. That's a big fucking dog.
White girls love dogs.
That's a big dog. All right, that's it. Guys, I'm gonna go take a nap and then I'll be back for my night show. What are you guys gonna do?
Taking a nap sounds pretty good, to be honest.
I'm going to go take my mom shopping, and then I'm going to do actual work, get my billables in, and then probably do a
And
stream.
I hope that works out with you with your job thing. It sounds like a great opportunity, so go get it.
Well, thank you.
I hope you don't
so
become
too.
a Fed, honestly, because then I'd have to hate you.
You know,
You're gonna become a Fed?
Fed
if I
prosecutor.
get, here's the thing. If I get the gig and I tell you what it is, I think you would really, really appreciate it, Nick.
Maybe. Okay.
It's the
We'll
only
see.
Fed job I would ever take.
We'll
So,
see.
Judge?
We'll see.
No. But it is in the legal sphere. So I'll just throw that out there. It's not working for any of the agencies.
Okay.
All right.
That's interesting. Not an agency, but a Fed. Okay. Well, that narrows it down. Either you're working for the White House proper, or you're working for one of the other branches of government.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, ladies and
Are you
gentlemen,
going to start leaking? Are you going to leak opinions for Kurt to read?
Oh, God, no. But I will be investigating leakers.
Ooh. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out to the panel. Thanks for hanging out to the chat. See you guys tonight, 11 p.m. Central, or tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Central for the next trial stream. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes better, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of love rug. The spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than